we have a couple of board members that were trying to find their Zoom info, so I just sent it back out to everyone. We should have our last couple of board members logging on any minute now.
Good morning, everyone.
Howdy.
How you doing? Finally made it here.
Yeah.
Hey.
Good morning.
Morning.
Morning, Lenore.
Hello.
Everyone for that matter.
Well, at the
He
board office,
only likes Lenora.
we're just hoping that the fire alarms don't go off again today like they did half of yesterday.
Okay.
So if y'all go running out, we won't really think you're in a fire.
If you see us all carrying our computers with us and wearing masks down the stairwell, it might take a minute. So we don't know what they were testing, but the bad news is whenever those go off, it turns the elevators off.
Oh,
So it's
yeah.
all the stairs down and all the stairs up.
Hey, did they get all that stuff cleaned up that was down in y'all's basement? And
All of the files are gone.
Mm.
The other two agencies that also had files, all of their files are also gone, but there's still some deconstruction and reconstruction that will be needed and some issues with some of the mechanical, like central heating and air, it sounds like that still has to be fixed, and then the fire suppression system.
is Samantha's open?
No.
They've been closed all this time because of that?
Yep.
Ugh.
They're still working. It looks to me, I mean, I don't know what else they have going, but their section of the basement has, I think, been remedied.
Oh.
And John, it looks like we've got our first three.
Here's a bill
for 9
that
o'clock.
I need it back because I'm still working on it. Whenever you're done.
There you go. I just muted Debbie for a second, but yeah, it looks like we've got the first three on. Dr. Newsom. Oh,
Yes, hang on just a second.
she's going to shut her door.
Yeah, I got to close a couple of doors. I came in to start working on getting in and I couldn't, and I didn't close the doors off.
There you go. Well, if you want to just call the meeting to order, I can give our overview for our first three, and then I'll let Luke call them up in the order that he has them.
Okay.
And you'll just do a real quick, just what board members are here, just so we'll have that.
Okay. Let me. All right. My name is Lenore Newsom, and today is April the 6th, 2021, and the time is 9:06. Board members present are Becca Mitchell, Lynn Krause, Rodney Richmond, Debbie Mack, Brian Jolly. We have Luke Daniel as our counsel, John Kirtley as our executive director, and Dr. Brenda McCurdy. And I forgot to say doctor in front of everybody's name. I apologize for that. And I guess we're ready to go.
We are, so we will kick it off. We do have 3 of you on this morning. My name is John Kirtley. I'm the director of the Board of Pharmacy. We will call you up one at a time. We'll actually let Mr. Daniel do that. I'm just going to talk briefly about the procedure. I believe that all of ours for the first couple of hours this morning are actually applicants, that either applicants or filing for reinstatement. In this process, we call this a board informal committee or informal committee review. The board members are going to have access to see a copy of your application in full so that they can actually look at it, and they're going to have some questions for you during that. We'll ask you to unmute your microphone and also turn on your video when you're interacting with the board. When the board members discuss this with you, at the end of the discussion, they'll be able to make some decision, and whatever decision they make, you can either agree or disagree with. If you agree with it, we do whatever the board members are asking us to do and move forward. If you disagree, it would be your chance to say either, well, I would like a hearing before the full board at a later date, a formal hearing, or to basically say, forget this and walk away. But that decision is up to you at that point. With that, if you have any questions about this process, by all means, stop us, get our attention, wave your hands at the screen if you need to get our attention. I want to be sure that we answer any questions that you guys have about the process as we're going through it as well. Understanding that while we do this routinely, this is more than likely the first time you've actually had to interact with the board in this way. With that, I will turn it over to Mr. Daniel to call up our first one.
Do Judy Sober. If you would unmute yourself and turn your video on, please. Ms. Sober, are you there? I see you've unmuted. If you will turn your video on. Can you hear us? We cannot hear you if you're speaking. All right, we can move on. Maybe she's having some difficulties and can get, there she is, okay.
Finally, thank you.
Oh, there we go.
Morning.
Good morning, and you heard Dr. Kirtley give his little introduction a minute ago, kind of about what's
Yes,
going to
sir.
come today. Okay. You have any
Yes,
questions before we get started?
Not at this time.
Okay, what this will be is I'm just going to briefly go through what your application and charges, and then the board will turn it over to you. They just kind of want to hear in your words kind of what was going on during this time and what these charges were about, and then they may have some questions for you, okay?
No problem. Thank you.
Board members, this is Judy Sober. Is I'm saying that right? Is that how you pronounce your last name? Sober?
That's correct.
Her packet is in your Dropbox link that you have. Just very briefly, you got a summary sheet there on her. And it shows this is a reinstatement application. She was actually licensed from 2004 through 2018. Her license expired. She was arrested back on November 3rd of 2015 for resisting arrest, disorderly conduct. She entered a guilty plea to these charges back in 2015. This was an interaction. I tried to get a copy of the police report. They couldn't find it. Maybe she can go into a little more details, but this was interaction with a Hot Springs police officer where she was arrested for disorderly conduct and then resisted arrest. She does have a conviction back in May of 2020, which was a fail to pay fine on these charges. She also, when she renewed her license in 2016 for the 17-18 licensure period, she did not report this arrest or conviction at that time. So that's what we had, though, like I said, that arrest back in 2015. And she did report it on this statement application, just didn't report it back in 2016 last time. But Dr.
Good morning. How you doing?
I'm fine, thank you.
Good. Can you tell us a little bit in your own words what happened here?
See, it was again November 3rd, 2015. It was oh my goodness, what was it? Had to do with my ex-husband, which we are no longer married, and our stepchild. I got involved in this action, and anyway, it's been resolved, and it's not necessary a problem anymore. And I paid the fine back in December last year, 2020.
Okay, so what have you done while you were practicing in pharmacy?
Excuse me?
What have you been doing while you're in practice?
Yes, I work at Walmart here in Hot Springs on Central. I've been in the CAP Team 2, as well as presently I'm in the grocery pickup area.
Okay. So how long have you been out of practice?
Just a couple of years.
Okay, so you're ready to go?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We're getting some type of echo, or is everyone else hearing that? Yeah.
I believe it's actually Miss Sober's computer is giving us some feedback.
Okay. Okay. Does anyone else have any questions? Yes.
Luke.
What? You're
Yeah, can't hear.
Okay, what happened? Like, what happened? What were the facts of you being arrested? I mean, what led to you getting arrested?
It was in the results of my stepson. I had found out that he had been hurting him, and the police officer picked up Aiden, which is my stepson. And anyway, I just wanted to know what was going on and everything, and I just kind of got overheated because I wanted my stepson safe. And anyway, they went ahead and let him return back to his dad. So,
When you got a little overheated with, I guess, in the conversation with the officer?
yes, sir.
Okay.
I was worried for him, scared for him.
That's all I have. Thank you, Dr.
Okay, any other board members have any questions? So I would like to entertain a motion. Okay.
I actually have a question.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yes,
Never
ma'am.
mind.
Oh,
Ms.
It went
Sober,
out
why did
again.
you,
I'm sorry, it went out again. There we go. She's frozen. Okay.
We can hear you.
we can hear you just fine. So
It's doing something else.
I'm just curious why you did not report this on your application.
I did report it on my application. It is on the application, ma'am.
On
On
your
the application,
renewal,
did not report it when she renewed in 2016 for the 17-18 license period. And,
I didn't know. I didn't know nothing about it. Nobody said anything about it. Walmart didn't. My employment did know about it, but I didn't know nothing about having to put it in front of the board.
Well, there's a question. Have you been arrested or anything within the last 2 years? You marked a note.
No, sir. No, sir. No.
Okay.
Like I say, it was a fine, and it's paid for now, and it's all over with. And like I said, I'm divorced. There's nothing to come up again in the future or the present or anything anymore.
Okay, but just to be clear, you understand that you are responsible for accurately completing your renewal application, and you inaccurately completed a renewal application. So in the future, please read those questions very carefully and make sure that you answer them truthfully.
Yes, ma'am. No problem.
Okay, Dr. Kraus?
Yes, I'm confused. Judy, were you arrested? You weren't arrested.
I just got the fines. It was just I went to court and I've got the paperwork. It's just a ticket. It's just a misdemeanor ticket under resisting arrest and disorderly conduct. Like I said, this was back in 2015 and I've got a zero balance now. It's been taken care of. It's no longer an issue.
Well,
And
did
so-
they take you in that night? I think is what Dr. Kraus is asking.
Yes, they took me in and they fingerprinted me.
Okay.
But I did not go to jail. I got out.
So did they keep you?
No,
Did you get to a cell? So it's just,
no.
okay.
It just booked me and released me.
So, in your opinion, what's the chances of something like this happening again?
Never.
Dr. McCready, did you have a question? You're muted.
I did not. I thought somebody was at my door.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Anyone else? So what is the will of the board?
I will make a motion that we approve her application for reinstatement as a pharmacy technician.
I'll
Thank
second.
Will be second. Okay, I have a motion and a second on the floor. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any nays? The motion passes.
Thank you.
So, Ms. Sober, you'll be able to go back to work as a pharmacy technician.
Thank you.
I will get your, this will be a process this week and it should be in the mail this week. So you should receive it into this week, first of next week.
All right.
And,
Thank you so
your
much.
address is still that, good address on, Imperial
Imperato.
Way.
Yeah, it's
That ain't
Imperato. Yeah, Imperato, Hot Springs
That's still a
Village.
good address.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. How do you turn it on?
Next we have Sawyer, and I'm not sure how to pronounce your last name. If you'll, Sawyer, I saw you earlier. If you'll unmute yourself and hit your video, please. There you go. How you pronounce your last name, Sawyer?
Bunsen.
Bunsen, okay.
Bunsen.
And you heard Dr. Kirtley earlier kind of go through about kind of the process today and all of that. Did you hear that earlier?
Yes, sir.
Okay, perfect. You have any questions before we get started?
No.
Okay. Like I said, I'll just briefly give a little bit of background here and then they'll want to hear from you and just kind of talk about these issues and what happened during these times, okay? And this is Sawyer Bonson. He has, and you've got your summary sheet there. He did disclose on his application some criminal history and also been treated for alcohol and mental health issues. In 2008, he was diagnosed with bipolar disorder. And then that same year, he was arrested for DWI and felony fleeing. He ran several stop signs and while the police were pursuing him. That felony fleeing was later dismissed. That was in 2008. In 2013, he was charged with filing a false police report. He stated that, or he had wrecked his vehicle and then called the police and stated that it had been stolen. It was actually, in fact, not stolen. It had been left at a restaurant where he had been told to leave, and he was intoxicated at that point. In 2014, he has a DWI conviction with a BAC of 0.13. And last year in 2020, he also had a DWI conviction with a BAC of 0.16, which is right at double the legal limit. So you have alcohol incidents in 13, 14, and 20. Not exactly sure if there were alcohol or anything involved back in that 08 incident with police. He did spend 30 days at Serenity Park back in the fall of last year in 2020. Diagnosis during that time, one of them was alcohol use disorder of moderate to severe. He did state, or it's in the records there, that when he was there in September, that he stated to them that the last time he had drank was in July of 2020, which I assume when this incident was. So you have several incidents there going back, 13 years, where drinking over, a several year period, and two DWI convictions and a couple of other incidents that were involving alcohol. So I'll turn it back over to Dr. Newsom.
Good morning. How you doing?
Morning.
Okay, good. Okay. Can you tell me why you want to be a pharmacy technician?
I want to be a pharmacy technician to help others gain access to better treatment outcomes, and to I feel like I possess skills which would be useful working as a pharmacy tech. I think it would be rewarding and fulfilling for me, and that I could be effective in helping other people.
Okay, have you ever worked in a pharmacy or any connections with pharmacy?
No, never until just recently. I've had a very limited involvement in non-technical functions with the pharmacy in Walmart.
Okay, so what are you currently doing for employment, or what type of jobs have you had in the past?
Well, currently I'm working at Walmart, and so I've been spending some time making judicious use of my time doing non-technical functions within the pharmacy under supervision of pharmacists and other people. But I've also been just doing non-pharmacy work at Walmart. In my last two jobs prior to coming to Walmart this year, I worked at Dollar General and Circle K, just in retail functions, cashier and related work.
So what department are you working in Walmart?
I was hired for pharmacy. I was hired as a pharmacy technician, pending approval of my license, with the understanding that it may or may not come through. And I've been plugging different gaps in the store as appropriate. For instance, counting ingress and egress of customers. At each entrance, I've been checking the temperatures of Walmart associates and asking COVID screening questions. And as an example of the work I've done within the pharmacy, I've been taking out the trash, sanitizing window surfaces, the plexiglass windows, and that sort of thing away from medications and any patients.
Okay, so basically, Dr. Daniel, Mr. Daniel, you raised your hand?
I did, but I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead if you're not through. I just had a couple of quick questions when you get done.
Okay, I'm about done. Go ahead.
What was going on during this time? You had 2013, 2014, you had a lot of incidents here with alcohol and with the police. So what was going on during that time?
Yes, sir. The situation you described in 2013, I guess I was manic. I was grappling with bipolar mania at that time, and drinking, historically for me, drinking has exacerbated my any bipolar mania that I have historically faced. I was under the understanding, I had no recollection of the way I got home from that restaurant you referred to in Shreveport, where I had no awareness that I might have left my car behind at the restaurant, Superior Bar and Grill. It's a Mexican restaurant in Shreveport. The next morning, when my car was not parked in front of my apartment, I jumped to the conclusion that perhaps it had been stolen, or there was just no reasonable explanation that I could think of in my mind. But anyway, to answer your question, I don't, 2013, really it was 2012, especially the later part of 2012 and very early in 2013, my drinking was reckless and out of control. Then again in late in 2014, let's see, well, it was actually, I'm sorry, summer of 2014 when I got my first DWI conviction. And I don't mean to be jumping around, but going back to the incident in 2008, both of those charges were dismissed outside of court. In 2008, due to a lack of substantial evidence, I believe I wrote in my personal statement, but I had not been consuming, I had not consumed alcohol or any other substance at that time.
So I guess you were having bipolar issues during that 2008. You said you'd become somewhat detached from reality, and you were driving along, I guess, and ran some stop signs, and the police started pursuing you. So were you having bipolar issues then, or what was?
Yes, sir. Yeah, that's predominantly, that's what led to my bipolar diagnosis. That the situation that night is what led directly to my bipolar diagnosis that year.
And in 2020, you said after a night of heavy drinking at 2 bars, you impaired significantly and got behind the wheel to a 0.16. So you were still drinking, I guess. Are you currently on medication for bipolar?
Yes, I am.
And I guess when you drink on it, does it make it worse, or what's the?
Drinking alcohol intake with or without medication, alcohol intake seems to exacerbate my emotional instability, and it impairs my thought process, my decision making.
In the Serenity Park paperwork, you stated to them you had last drank in July 2020. Have you drank since then?
No, July 2020, the night of my arrest, which was the early morning hours of July 20th, 2020, was the last time
And you did 30 days, I guess. Was that inpatient at Serenity Park?
Yes, sir.
And you had done some previous, I guess back in 2014, it says, what is semi-out? You said you completed semi-outpatient treatment at Williamsburg facility. What is semi-outpatient? What did that involve?
Yeah, I use that. I came up with that phrase because it would not, Williamsburg would not fit the definition of inpatient or outpatient. But it's sort of inpatient, on-site residential care, but free to come and go as you wish.
Okay. Are you still seeing somebody for your bipolar issues?
Yes, I am being followed by a psychiatrist and a nurse practitioner through both of them within Birch Tree Communities. And they've been doing telehealth over Zoom, but and I also speak regularly with a therapist through Birch Tree.
Thank you, Dr. Newsom. I don't have anything further.
Okay. Does any other board members have any questions of this candidate? No discussion? Okay, Dr. Kraus,
I'd like to make a motion, please.
go ahead, sir.
I'd like to make a motion that we deny this pharmacy tech license.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, everyone in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Any nays? The motion passes.
I think
You ready?
Mr. Bonsep deserves to know that the board's concerns are basically that, and I'm speaking for myself, but we applaud the progress you've made for recovery. And I think it would be unfair to put you in a pharmacy surrounded by, substances that could potentially derail your continued progress in recovery. And I think that temptation and that risk is too high, and that maybe just being in a pharmacy surrounded by all the drugs in a pharmacy is maybe not the best path for you at this time. But we do applaud your recovery and hope that you continue in that effort. It just, for me, it hasn't been enough time.
And I will send you a letter that just states that that will state their decision today. And it will. You also have the right to appeal this decision if you want to come to a full board meeting and have it'll be these members plus the other board members, and it's more of a formal hearing. But you have that right if you want to do that, and it'll be laid out in that letter how you can do that if you so choose. But I'll get a letter mailed out to you within the next few days.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mitchell.
All right, thank you for coming in and good luck with your future.
Thank you.
Next, we have Ivy Gant. Ms. Gant, are you there? Are you, there you go. Okay, will you unmute yourself? Okay. Can you hear us? Can you hear us okay?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
And did you hear Dr. Kirtley earlier when he kind of went through the process today and all of that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You have any questions before we get started?
No, sir.
Okay. This is Ivy Gant. This is a pharmacy technician application. She did mark yes on her application that she did have some criminal history. That came back. She has a, let me look, it was in 2015. She had a DWI conviction. This was non-alcohol. It was prescription medication and possibly marijuana. Her mother had told I guess her mother, this was a traffic accident. Her mother came to the scene and told police that she was on several prescription medications and that she had also smoked marijuana. I don't believe this was an alcohol issue. It was a narcotic issue. And that was in, again, it's not on a summary sheet, but it's in 2015, the DWI. In 2017, she was charged with felony forgery. I believe they were at an amusement park or something. She attempted to use a counterfeit $100 bill. She was allowed to plead to a misdemeanor, which was forgery by passing money. So she does not have a felony conviction. She was allowed to plead to that misdemeanor. So you have the forgery in 2017, and you have that DWI conviction in 2015 that was prescription medication and possibly marijuana. So Dr. Newsom, I'll turn it back over to you.
Okay. Good morning. How are you doing?
Good morning. I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Doing good. You want to tell us a little bit about these incidences that brought you here?
In 2015, I had just had surgery. Yes, it is true that I had pain medication that night. And the marijuana wasn't that night. It was probably a few days before that. But I was driving home and I did get in a car wreck. My mom did come to the scene and she told the police officers that I was on medication, possibly marijuana. And then she took my purse, which had all my prescriptions with the labels and stuff on it, off the scene and went to work. So I didn't have any of that proof with me. I'm not blaming her by any means. I probably shouldn't have been driving. I was still too tired. But I did do my my time and I paid all my fines, did all my classes, got my license back, did my community service.
Okay. So what are you currently doing while you?
I have been waiting tables since then.
Okay.
What
Any
was
other-
the forgery, Dale? Thank you, Dr. Newsom.
Go ahead.
The forgery. So after that incident with my mom, we got into a fight, and through all this, I was in the middle of a divorce, and I trusted the wrong people, and I was with an underage. I treated him like my little brother. His parents left us at the park while they went and did other things, and we just thought we could see what would happen. It was a bad decision on both of our parts. I did do my time. I definitely learned. We weren't really trying to do a whole lot serious with it. It was just see how many games we could play type thing.
So where did you get this counterfeit money?
His dad was an Uber driver, and one of his customers gave it to him, not the dad, but DJ, the kid.
Okay. So had y'all tried to pass that on anywhere else?
No.
So did you know it was counterfeit when you tried to pass it?
Just a second.
I didn't know that that was the 100 that we had. I thought that was at the hotel room because the parents gave us money, but he was also into stealing things, which I also didn't know until that night when we got arrested, or I got arrested because he was underage and he had like $400 worth of theft on him. He was hiding it in pockets and in a backpack that had like a water bottle and stuff in it. And so when he gave it to me and I was like, wait a minute, isn't this? And he's like, yeah. So we just gave it to him just to see, because we were just playing like the games, like you throw the dart type games.
So the answer is yes, you knew that it was counterfeit.
Yes, I didn't know we had it on us
Okay.
until that moment. Yes.
But you say you had more? You
No,
said
we just had that one.
What's
Just had
the
the one. We had actual money. Yes, because I had been saving for the trip. We had actual money. That was, I don't know why he even brought that, because his dad told us to leave it at the house and DJ went and put it in the room, but I didn't know he grabbed it on the way out too. I didn't know until we were there in that moment.
Okay, Mr. Daniel?
Ms. Gant, when were, what prescriptions were you on when you got in that, license?
I was on anti-inflammatories. I had just had my bladder opened up, and then I was on pain medication for nighttime. So I had
You weren't even
taken-
sure what had happened, but you guessed that you overturned the vehicle, which struck another vehicle. So you don't even really remember the wreck.
Well, what happened was we were driving down the road and I sideswiped another car as we were going. We were on a straight path. There was no turning. We were on a I mean, I had just turned from a stop sign, but we were on a straight path and I sideswiped the other car.
And you stated you didn't take it, you had taken the last time the night before.
Yes.
And when was the last time you smoked any marijuana?
Oh, it's been quite some time. Oh, in that incident, I don't know. It was at least days before. It wasn't that day for sure.
When's the last time you've actually used marijuana?
Quite some time.
Months, years, what are we?
Years.
You on any prescription medication now?
No.
Thank you, Dr. Newsom.
Okay. And have you had any involvement in pharmacy, working in a pharmacy or a place that has a pharmacy in it?
No, not since my license expired.
Okay. And how long ago has that been at this time?
I think the last time I was in a pharmacy was 2015, the very beginning of 2015, I think. I'm not quite sure.
Okay, why did you decide to come back?
I just feel like I've got my life back together and I'm ready to pursue pharmacy, try to get some more classes under my belt, try to go up again. I was in pharmacy or attempting to go to pharmacy school, and I'd like to become a registered pharmacy tech again, try to help give vaccinations if I can, just volunteer wherever I need, and just kind of help out my community.
And Dr. Newsom, I do show she was licensed from 2012 to 2016, and I believe it expired, but let me double check. Yes, it expired. She just didn't renew it at the end of 2016.
Okay. Does any of the board members have any questions? Dr. Mack?
Mr. Daniels, so can you just give us a brief, was she arrested several times? Did she have a charge or was it dropped?
DWI conviction in 2015 from that accident. It was non-alcohol. I mean, it's driving while intoxicated, but it was non-alcohol. So it was, I mean, DWI drugs, which was from the prescription medication or, the marijuana, whatever the case may be. She was impaired to the point, you can either have a 0.08 or there's, substantial impairment. So she was impaired to the point that the officer arrested her, and it is a conviction. And in 2017, she was arrested for that forgery, for that fake money, which is forgery of a counterfeit bill, or just possessing counterfeit bill is a felony. But they allowed her to plead to a misdemeanor, just so she wouldn't have a felony record. But she does have those 2 arrests and 2 convictions, but they're both misdemeanors.
And then I guess I had a question for Ms. Gant. What have you been doing the last few years? And possibly you said that already, but.
I've been waiting tables.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Any other comments or questions of the candidate from board members? Okay, well, I would like to entertain a motion as to the will of the board.
So one was 6 years ago and one was 4 years ago.
For me, the forgery conviction is really concerning. Willful dishonesty, I feel like there's that's a hard no for me. Like that to me is not, I was young and dumb and I made a mistake. That's intentional. And I'm not comfortable with approving her application.
Are you putting that in the form of a motion?
If there's no other discussion, sure. I'll make a motion that we deny her application for a pharmacy technician permit.
I'll second that. I feel the same way.
Okay. Have a motion on the floor and a second. Is there any further discussion? If not, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I think with
Any-
time, Ms. Gant could
Oh, hold on just a second.
prove
Okay.
herself.
Any nays? Okay, go ahead, Dr. Mack.
Sorry. I think with time, Ms. Gant could prove herself and show that she's really grown up and matured and is not doing something like that. But right now, that's pretty fresh.
And Ms. Gant, I will send you a letter that would just state that the board's decision today, and it will also have on there, you can appeal this decision to a full board hearing if you want to, and it'll tell you the steps on how you can do that. But I'll get it in the mail this week, so you should have it at the latest beginning of next week.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Okay, thank you and good luck.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye-bye. So that's our first three. Are you, is everyone okay? Did anybody need to take a comfort break or you want to keep going?
Okay.
You just
As
have-
of right now, we only have one of our 9:30 that's here, so.
Okay, we'll go ahead and
if y'all
take
take
care
a
of
break,
that one.
we can go ahead, whatever y'all want to do.
Did anybody need to take a break? Raise hand. We're good. All right. Thank you.
All right, let's go. Mr. Hobson, I've got you up as next. It looks like he's the only one of our 9:30 appointments that is here. Mr. Hobson, I'm John Kirtley. I'm the director of the Board of Pharmacy, and I'm going to tell you just a little bit about this procedure. I see you've been able to see a couple of people interact with the board, and the points I want to make are a couple. This is the board's informal conference or informal committee review. In this process, after the board members, they have a copy of your application and can see it and will ask you some questions. At the end of that, they'll come up with some decision or some suggestion that they will make. You can either agree or disagree with that suggestion. If you agree with it, we go forth and do whatever it is the board members ask us to do. If you disagree with their decision, what would happen is Mr. Daniel would send you a letter outlining your option to request a full hearing before the board at a later date, or you could basically say, kind of forget this process and walk away. Do you have any questions on how the process works at this time? You're on mute, but I think you said I do not.
Can you hear me now? I apologize.
There you go. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I am great with everything. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Daniel to kick this off then.
This is a pharmacy technician application. Mr. Hobson did check yes on the bottom part about have you been treated for a drug, alcohol addiction, or a mental health disorder. If you look in the packet that you have, board members, right after his request for waiver is a personal statement that he typed. Said, we're just stating this was back in 2018. He began self-medicating by drinking alcohol due to a personal family loss. And he just, and was also taking some prescription medication. He was admitted into rehab and successfully completed that. And I'll let him get into a little more detail about the rehab and what all involved. So there's not, like I said, we have a little bit of his medical records. There's not a lot there. It's the last few pages of the packet there, but do have that alcohol and combined with prescription use of to the point that he had to be hospitalized. So, but I'll turn it over to Dr. Newsom.
Good morning. How are you doing?
I am well. You?
Doing great and good. You want to tell us a little bit about your background and what happened here?
Yes. I'd been married. My wife had passed away 1 month before our 12-year anniversary suddenly. And that was February 28th of 2018. And I just went through a major bout of depression. We were living in Washington, Seattle at the time. And I had to move back here because my family lives here. And I just was completely uprooted from everything I'd known for over 5 years. And I was having trouble coping with everything. I didn't have any of my old friends anymore. I mean, I was just alone. I had my parents, my family, and it was just really hard to cope with. So I'd started seeing a psychiatrist and a doctor trying to get help, and the doctor prescribed me Ativan because I was having severe anxiety. I'm no longer on any prescriptions whatsoever. I quit all that. Haven't had anything to drink since completing rehab in April of 2019. It was just a difficult time, and I was suicidal. So it just climaxed to a point where I ended up in the hospital for that reason. And then I had to go to rehab.
And so are you still under treatment?
No, I am on no treatment whatsoever. I no longer see a psychiatrist. I'm no medication. I do not drink. I've completely turned my life around. I'm currently employed at a Northwest Medical Center where I am seeking to move into pharmacy from inventory currently.
Okay. And so you like what you're doing now?
I do. I enjoy it. And actually, I honestly hadn't even considered the pharmacy tech, but one of the pharmacy people brought it up to me, thought I'd be good at it because they know I do good work for the job I currently have. And it's something I'm very interested in doing. I hope that you guys can see that.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions of this candidate? Okay. Well, what is the will of the board then? Dr. Kraus?
I'll make a motion. I have no problems with this gentleman getting his pharmacy tech license.
Second.
Okay. You have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Any nays? The motion passes. Good luck.
I will
You have a
get,
job lined up.
I'll get you something in the mail, but your application will be processed this week. So you should receive this, I mean, by the latest, first of next week.
Thank you very much, everyone.
That passed 1717, past the Tempo Drive, is that where you still get your mail?
Yes.
Okay, I'll get it mailed out there.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you and good luck.
Thank you very much.
And we've got, let's see. 2 more scheduled at 9:30.
Looks like one had verified and the other did not.
Got a April, let's see, April Lopez, Steven Zozano, I guess. Let me double check up front just to be sure nobody's heard from either one of these, if they had to cancel at the last minute or something.
Yeah, we've got Courtney English is the other one. So just an update for the board members. We just got, I think last week, the end of the week, we got the notification that annual reviews, we have to do annual reviews on all of our employees here in the office. And they've also, I got an email so that any feedback you guys want to give the Department of Health on me can also be done. If y'all want to meet with me, I think we could set some time aside probably Thursday just for an executive session if y'all want that. We could also, if you want to give Dr. Newsom feedback, we could do that in June or another meeting. Whenever. I will go ahead and send out the annual strategic initiatives review that I have prepared so that all of you have that in case you want to give any feedback to Dr. Newsom. And I'll ask Lena to also pull I think the review that you guys did last year and then the one that was actually turned in by the Department of Health so that you have copies of those.
And we also have that April day with a full board meeting, full board hearings if we need to do anything. Then we have that time if it needs to be done before June.
Yeah, I think
nobody's heard from them up front, so we'll do April Lopez real quick. This is in 2008. She had a felony conviction for filing a false police report. She filed a police report that she was sexually assaulted, and then the person was arrested, and then she went back and later stated that that didn't happen. And like I said, that person had been arrested at that time and did plead guilty to that conviction. Based on that felony conviction of dishonesty and the fact that she's not here today, we've just asked that her application be denied.
Okay. I'd like to
So
entertain a motion.
I'll
So-
make a motion that we deny that application.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Any nays? The motion passes.
Courtney English, also nobody up front has heard from her today either. So we have, in 2018, she was charged with a felony aggravated assault on a family or household member and a felony criminal mischief. She actually fired a handgun numerous times into an occupied residence. Her mother was actually inside the residence. She told police that she didn't know that anybody was in there, but she was still firing a handgun for the house. She entered a guilty plea to misdemeanor criminal mischief, and this was in 2018. Based on this and the fact that she's not here today, we just asked her application be denied.
Okay. I'd like to entertain a motion.
I'll make that motion as well, that we deny that application.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? The motion passes. Thank you all.
And we've got a 10 o'clock who has not shown up yet, and we had to move it last time, so I'm not sure if he's even going to be here, but we can wait and see. But now probably be a good time to take a few minutes if y'all want to take a break, and then we can come back a little after 10 and see if he's here.
Okay. What time do you want us back?
What time is it now? Say 10 after. That's what, almost 15 minutes. Does that work?
10.
Yeah, that'll work.
I'm having trouble with my background, so y'all have to bear with me.
If it gets too bright outside, you'll just have to shut the blinds.
I went and tried another room, but I don't think it's any better in there. I couldn't find a close enough plug in.
Well, Mr. Daniel, I don't think that the 10 o'clock is going to come.
He is not, and like I said, we were set before, and this was out of an investigation that started back on another pharmacy. This was an illegal shipping into Arkansas. They're out of Alabama. We've already got an order notice of hearing on this, so I'm just going to ask that we just set it for a formal hearing, and we'll just take care of it then. If he didn't show up then, and we'll just conduct it without him.
Sounds good. Looks like we have Mr. Hamilton on with us. Mr. Hamilton, can you hear us? And you're on mute currently, but.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have anybody else coming with you, or is it just you?
Just me, sir.
Okay. Mr. Dan, you want to continue with Mr. Hamilton since he's here early?
Yeah, sounds good. I think we're just waiting on, I don't see Dr. Mack or Dr. Richmond back yet, so maybe give them a couple more. Okay, that's Debbie.
Debbie's back.
And
Ronnie's back. Okay.
Yeah. We're good to go. We can go ahead and get to him.
Sounds good. So, Mr. Hamilton, I'm John Kirtley. I'm the director of the Board of Pharmacy. I'm going to tell you just a little bit about this procedure today. The information that you have been provided about today is the same information that the board members have received in a link that they can look at simultaneously during the meeting. In this process, we call this an informal committee review. Have you ever seen one of these before?
No, sir.
Okay, so in this process, we call it informal because we're not swearing everyone in. This is not a formal hearing with a hearing officer and a court reporter. It is live. It's also on Zoom, but in this process, the board members will hear from our staff, kind of what we have seen in the documents that we sent them, and then we will see what questions they have for board staff or what questions they have for you, and anything that you also want to share with the board. At the end of this process, they're going to come up with some decision you can either agree or disagree with. You agree with whatever their decision is, then we go forth with what they have proposed. If you disagree, it gives you the chance to say, you know, I don't want to agree with that. What I would prefer is to have a hearing with the full board at a later date. The full board is all 8 members, a hearing officer, a court reporter. We swear everyone in, and it's just a more formal process than this. Do you have any questions about how this works?
No, sir.
Okay. At any point, if you have a question or need to say something, you know, stop us, wave your hands, get our attention. We want to be sure. I mean, we do this all the time. We recognize that you do not.
Yes,
so if you need clarification or need to add anything, by all means, give you that chance.
Thank you.
Okay. I'll turn it over to Mr. Daniel.
This is a prescription error that we received a complaint on, and the complaint came through Dr. McCready, so I'm gonna let her just kind of briefly go through the facts and the allegations in the complaint.
Good morning. I received a phone call and a text message from a woman who said she had gotten a medication filled incorrectly. The medications were actually refills. She had taken the medications before, and when the refill happened, she was on amlodipine, I believe, and alendronate, and the amlodipine label was inadvertently placed on the alendronate. So instead of taking that, I think once a month as she was supposed to, she was taking the generic Fosamax every day. She reported stomach issues, chest pain, outrageous heartburn, etc., which of course are all very common side effects with the Fosamax. And so we contacted Dr. Hamilton, and he did say that the error had occurred. And I'll let him kind of explain where and what has happened since then. But basically, it was a prescription error with some patient, I would call patient harm. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Hamilton unless Luke has anything else he wants to add. Okay, Dr. Hamilton, I'll let you explain.
Okay, thank you. Just a quick scenario of I was at the Daily Dose Pharmacy in Truman, and we had currently just opened that pharmacy in October, March, excuse me, March. And I had been transferring prescriptions in, very, very busy. getting new patients daily. We had new technicians, and that's correct. An amlodipine label did inadvertently get put on a lindronate box, and that I believe that was on June 30th or June 25th, excuse me. A patient picked up on 6:30, and then it was brought to my attention in October. I currently are no longer with the pharmacy. We had was going through a buyout at that time. Very stressful environment, working conditions. After finding out that the error had occurred, I made multiple attempts to reach out to the daughter, who I think cares for the patient, watches her meds, and so forth. And then I think it was brought to the Daily Dose's attention in October that I guess you came back in for a refill. As far as I know, I being so long ago, the details, of that exact moment aren't as clear as I'd like them to be, due to, it's been so long ago. But I did try to reach out to the patient. I called the doctor's office, let them know. I didn't have any contact with the Daily Dose, just for the fact that we had a kind of a buyout at the time, and it was peaceful and a little bit, but very, very stressful. Me and the other owner, which was the other pharmacist there at the time, just kind of had different ways of managing a pharmacy. So I have since removed myself from the Daily Dose, and I own my own now. But like I said, I made multiple attempts to reach the patient with no success. I called both the mother and the daughter, and also the doctor's office. The nurse from Dr. Vincent Lee said that yes, the daughter had mentioned it. She was fine, and that the pharmacy had corrected the issue, and I assume got her the medication that was needed correctly. I haven't spoke to the Daily Dose about the situation. I regret that it happened. Like I said, the timing was very, very stressful. New technicians. I don't know what else to say as far as in that. I've taken measures at my new pharmacy, ways to prevent. I'm assuming that scanning the box on all three of the alendronate could have possibly caused this not to happen. But other than that, just being so long ago, I don't remember. I remember the day. I remember the patient, just not the exact details of what happened, unfortunately, due to it being so long ago. But I'll be glad to answer any questions that anybody might have.
Dr. Newsom, I have a question, please.
Yes, sir.
At your new store, what are some of the things that you've put in place to try to prevent dispensing errors?
Yes, sir. We have, the technicians have baskets. I know this doesn't really correlate, but each patient has their own basket. And then it comes to me. And as far as when you scan the barcodes on the tickets, I have to scan them 3 times for it to manual verify that all 3 have been checked versus 1. And then, just glancing at the other 2 labels on the box has to literally be scanned. So it makes more initiative for me to see all 3 boxes, or, that it's a 90-day supply and has the correct labels on it.
So you scan the original container, you scan the prescription label, and you scan the, what is it, the ticket?
The tab, yeah, leaflet, sir. Yeah,
Okay,
the label.
good to hear.
Thank you.
And you do that for all your fills now?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Absolutely.
thank you.
Were you thinking possibly, I'm sorry, this is Debbie Mack. Were you thinking possibly that out of there were 3 boxes of this prescription, you don't think all 3 were mislabeled, possibly 1 or maybe even 2?
And I'm not sure, but I didn't get the actual complaint from the patient or what happened. I just saw a picture of an alendronate box with the amlodipine sticker on it. I didn't even know that the details of the patient taking it or what she got, what she didn't get. I assumed by looking at the paperwork that I got that she picked up both the amlodipine and the alendronate, but one of the labels of it was on the alendronate. But that's all I was informed on.
These were refills, not original fills?
Correct, sir. I believe she was a transfer from another pharmacy into our pharmacy. From Paragould. Looks like Walmart.
Yeah.
And so did you come back to get a refill of the alendronate early, or you were gone by then, or?
Well, according to the records, I assumed that she came back in October to get the alendronate, which would put it at 3 months exactly. So I was hoping that she didn't take the medicine like the label had asked, because if she had, she'd have taken it 12 straight days. And then I don't know that for sure. Like I said, I don't know the details of that, but she complained, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, October, which would have been from June 30th when she should have got her refills for 3 months. But like I said, I don't know the details.
And so when was it reported?
I left in October.
And it was filled in June?
June 25th, sir.
And the physician knew what had happened.
According to Vincent Lee's nurse, yes. And she stated that everything was fine, that the pharmacy had taken care of it. That was her wording.
Did anyone from the pharmacy visit with the daughter or the patient?
I have not had any contact or communications. I was already gone, and so I don't know. The daughter came back in for a refill, is all I was told.
So do you don't know if there's any patient harm or not? Just don't know anything about. Okay.
No, ma'am. Unfortunately, I called at least 12, 13 times. And at that point, I felt like I didn't want to bother him anymore. So then I reached out to Vincent Lee's nurse, and she had just stated that the daughter had mentioned that it had happened, and that the pharmacy had taken care of it, corrected the matter.
I might have missed it, but how exactly was the error discovered?
There again, I wasn't told many details of, as far as I know, she came back in for a refill and they saw it. I'm not 100% sure on that, sir.
The package, is distinctly alendronate, the full pack. The amlodipine would have been in a bottle.
Correct.
Okay, and the patient had been on these drugs before.
Yes.
Okay.
And in the picture, you can actually see the top of it says once weekly, but that doesn't negate what label's on there.
No, and I'm not trying to minimize the
Sure,
importance
sure,
in an error. I'm just saying that patients have their own responsibility for their medication regardless.
sure,
I mean, and they certainly serve as an important part of the process of catching errors.
sure.
I'm not shifting the blame to her. I'm not minimizing.
No.
You have it, and I think you've owned it.
So the patient was on alendronate, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what happened was the alendronate had the Norvasc label put on it, and the patient, instead of taking that once a week, took it every day, and that's how they experienced side effects. Is that?
I can only assume that. Unfortunately, I wasn't told any of the details of the patient taking it or anything. I didn't get any literature stating that the patient took it, received harm or anything. This is the first that I heard about her taking that alendronate daily.
Okay.
The nurse, Dr. Vincent Lee's nurse, didn't even mention that to me when I talked to her. So.
Do you know on the same day that the amlodipine was filled, was the alendronate also filled?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So did the amlodipine label get put on the alendronate?
That I do not know. Like I said, I wasn't given any details of what she took or what she got. The only thing I was going by was what was visual verified on 625, which was several medications, I believe 5 or 6. But only picture I received was that the amlodipine sticker was on a once weekly alendronate 35 milligram box.
It looks like, yeah.
All right, Dr. McCready.
And I would add that she only sent us the one picture of the wrong sticker on the wrong medication. I don't have a picture of the second medication at all. She sent basically the pictures, the box that says once weekly, and a comment that the mother had suffered from stomach pain, etc. But that's really all the information we got also. I don't know, she didn't give us any information of when she took it, or just that it was filled incorrectly and it had made her sick. So we gave Dr. Hamilton as much information as we had, but that was all we had also.
Okay, Dr. Kraus.
Dr. McCready, did the lady say that, or did she say they did take the alendronate daily, or did she just show the picture?
She said that they had taken the medication and suffered stomach issues, chest pain, hip pain, and outrageous heartburn, were her words. So.
But it seems like based on when she came back to refill it, maybe did not take it as much. I mean, not to minimize it again, but it kind of goes with what was spoken earlier, is the patient had been on it and then possibly continued correctly.
Dr. Jolly, did we finish your line of questioning?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Newsom.
Dr. Newsom, can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Hamilton, have you, in addition to the changes that you made in your own pharmacy, have you pursued independently any continuing education along the line of improving medication errors and avoiding them?
Yes, sir. I have taken one. I plan on reading more and doing more CEs this next go around for sure. Getting my CE hours. I'm going to take that opportunity to try to watch anything that I can on dispensing errors and try to incorporate those into the new pharmacy as well.
I'll also encourage you as a resource, ismp.org, Institute for Safe Medication Practices. They have a lot of resources on their website that you avail yourself to.
Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
Any other questions or comments?
I think it's safe to say that there was obviously breaching the standard of care as far as it relates to proper labeling of the prescription. Don't know that have enough information to say that there was any actual patient harm, especially when you consider the fact that symptoms that you experience could occur even with one dose, irrespective of whether you take it every day. So I don't know that we have enough information to determine that there was actual patient harm.
Sure. So, Dr. Hamilton, can you tell us what changes you have implemented in your practice of pharmacy?
Well, like I mentioned before, I opened the pharmacy in October, and I've, that's when I learned about this mistake. And so I've only got one or two techs, one full-time and one as needed. And so it's a smaller pharmacy. We've taken the time to properly train the technicians on patient safety, how things like this. I've let her kind of watch me go through this and let it be a lesson to her as well, how something like this can happen. So I've just stressed to her that, this can happen on a daily basis if we're not careful. Also scanning like I mentioned, the actual barcode on the prescription versus in the label, matching up to verify before it lets me visual verification of a prescription, and still trying to learn to incorporate other things for patient safety, because that's, at the end of the day, that's the number one priority.
Any other comments from board members? So what is the will of the board?
I think what we have is we have a medication error that did reach the patient, but to Dr. Richmond's point earlier, I don't know that we can say that it caused patient harm. So what's been our, I guess, question I would have for maybe board staff or other board members is what have we done in the past, along these same lines for this type of a medication error?
In the past, if there's been an issue where there was no patient harm, and usually if we get a complaint and it doesn't involve an elderly patient or a child and there's no patient harm, we usually do a $250 investigative cost with 3 hours of CE on prescription errors. We just put this one in front of the committee today because there was that allegation of possible harm where she had, some symptoms. So that's why we're here. But in the past, like I said, if there was no patient harm, we've done a $250 non-disciplinary investigative cost and 3 hours of CE on prescription errors.
How much more do we do if there was patient harm? Because there was possibly, even if she took some of them wrong, there's possibly some harm according to her.
It's just kind of been a case by case depending on the amount of harm. There has been some in the past where y'all made it disciplinary and some were just a higher fine or more CE just based on, the type. There's been some patient harm that required, hospitalizations, of course, those were looked at, more egregiously than a little, than, something else that didn't require or that didn't cause any, permanent harm. But it can be up to, I guess the max would be $1,000 fine. And then, per, as we're allowed by law.
Anyone else have any comments?
In this particular situation, I would be in favor of non-disciplinary action.
Mm-hmm.
I would too, because I think it was an error. And errors do occur, and possibly a little more than the regular 250, just because there probably was a little bit of harm according to the patient.
Dr. Krause?
Dr. McCready, when did the patient's caregiver report the error?
In October. It was actually October 29th.
Thanks.
refilled in June.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
The timeline doesn't fit.
Yeah, the timeline makes it you think that they took it correctly and they had it before.
Or if there was harm, it would have been reported sooner.
And that's part of why I say that we really don't have enough information to draw any conclusions whatsoever regarding any actual damage, causation. I mean, the timeline doesn't fit. Self-report, it could have been anything going on. I think that in order to place penalty on Dr. Hamilton, that we owe, well, we have a duty to obviously the patient as well. I mean, any Arkansan is who we represent, but I mean, we need to have something we can hang our hat on. I think we can hang our hat on the fact that it was mislabeled, but I don't think based on everything else, that just the report of some upset and whatnot that could occur with a single dose by itself, given the timeline, I don't say anything.
Dr. Hamilton, when did you leave Daily Dose?
It was early, end of August, my best memory of it, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because this is kind of hard to make any specific conclusions on, because it appears as if the patient took the medicine the way they should have been taking it, because they came in when it was time for a refill. In fact, they may have, missed a dose or two.
I say we want to take caution, to discipline for medication errors is going to simply drive the reporting away. So, I mean, there's been some time spent on this, and so I think there's some fine, but I'd be in favor of what Mr. Daniel had originally indicated, 3 hours continuing education and $250 non-disciplinary fine.
And I'd also like to enter into the record, if he could send us a list of the changes he'd made in his practices, so we would have that in there, something positive to go along with this.
I would agree with all those recommendations.
Yeah, I think that would fulfill our role to the state.
Mm-hmm. So does anyone want to make that in the form of a motion?
I'll do that.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion that we, as it relates to this matter, that we ask Dr. Hamilton to summarize all the systems and procedures that he has put in place in his pharmacy to help prevent errors like this in the future. That we ask Dr. Hamilton to complete a minimum of 3 hours of continuing education that specifically relates to the prevention of medication errors, and that we impose a $250 investigation fee that's non-disciplinary.
Second.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Is there a typical timeline when we expect that CE to be done by?
Okay, yeah.
I mean, we usually give them, 60 days to do fine and CE, if that's okay with y'all. That's how we usually do it when we just send them out a letter.
Okay. All right, the motion passes. Any other comments? Thanks, Dr. Jolly, for reminding us of that, to put a timeline along.
Dr. Hamilton, thank you for your candor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And good luck with
Dr.
your.
Hamilton, I'll get you out a letter. 60 days, is that good? You have no issues.
Oh,
with
yeah.
getting-
Absolutely. Yeah, plenty of time.
I'll get you out a letter that'll just state just pretty much what they said, and I'll get it mailed to your address, or I'll mail it to the pharmacy, whichever's better. And anyway, I'll get it to you, and it'll just lay out what they need. And just when you get that, it'll have when you send in your CE and a check, if you'll just mail a copy of that letter back in with that, so it'll have the case number on it, just so our financial people will know where it goes.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, let's see. I don't know if we've got anybody from, we've got Anderson's coming up here. And I don't see them on here yet, so we may have, with our 10 o'clock not showing up, I don't mean to jinx us, but we're a few minutes ahead. So gonna take a short break and just come back a little before 11. Will that work?
Yep, that'd be fine.
I'll put the notice up that we'll be back at 11.
Sounds good. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hey, Amy, how are you guys doing today? I'll press my ask to unmute button. That may pop it up for you as well.
There we go.
All right. Can you hear us fine?
Yeah.
Yes. Good. Sounds like we can hear you well also. So we had a brief break and our board members should be coming back on now. All right, I bet that Dr. Mack is there. So, Dr. Gibbons, I've warned the board members already, but I'm sure you didn't hear this. Our fire alarms kept going off on us yesterday. So if you see me or the rest of the board staff carrying our computers around with flashing lights around us, that's what's going on. We may be running a meeting from the sidewalk or from a vehicle if that happens, but hopefully our cellular signal will continue on for us.
Okay.
So it looks like we have got everybody back. It looks, I believe Dr. McCrady's in her office as well. So I think that you have been through an informal conference before. I don't know if Dr. Daniels has or not. I'm guessing that's Dr. Gary Daniels there with you.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'll do just a quick overview. We call this an informal conference because we try to have this as a conversation between the board and whoever's before the board. We're not swearing everybody in. We don't have a court reporter. It's a little bit less formal than going to court or a full board hearing, which we also have from time to time. In this process, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Daniel in just a second for introduction, and then we're going to review just some of the data that we have. And there will be a chance for the board to ask questions of our staff. And also, I'm sure that they'll have some questions for you guys and give you a chance to speak as well. Throughout this process, anytime you have a question or need to ask us something or clarification, by all means, if you need to wave your hands or to get our attention or whatever, by all means, we want to be sure you have that chance to speak as well. And at some point, the board members are going to come up with some sort of suggestion for a decision. You guys can either agree or disagree with that. If you agree with it, we go forth with whatever it is the board members have asked us to do. If you disagree, it gives you a chance to say, we'd really prefer to have a full hearing or a formal hearing before the board at a later date. Do either of you guys have any questions to start off with?
No.
Okay. By all means, once again, if you've got a question, especially about a procedure or how something is going, I want to be sure that you ask it. Most of the stuff that we're going to talk about is the same information that you should have, I believe, that the board members have access to see on their computer. We generally don't pull, unless it's something that's completely redacted, we don't pull that information up on screen, recognizing this is also a publicly available video and is also being done on YouTube. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Daniel.
This was I guess not really an inspection, but Dr. Fain went to Anderson's Pharmacy and did a prescription audit. She pulled 1,000 prescriptions over about, I don't know, looks like about a 3-week period. And she found errors, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Fain in just a minute to let her go through these. But what we're here today, and board members, you have, if you look in your packet, you've got Cindy's, let me pull it up so I can see what y'all are looking at. You've got Cindy's reports, one on Anderson's Pharmacy, which gets into all of the prescriptions itself. And then it's got broken down between Dr. Gibbons and Dr. Daniels about which prescription errors were each of theirs. And there's also an Excel spreadsheet in there, which kind of breaks down each prescription, what it was, what the error itself was. But I'll turn it over to Dr. Fain and let her get into just a little more detail about what she found when she went through these prescriptions.
Thank you, Luke. So I went out to the pharmacy sometime in June, and there had been a disgruntled ex-employee complaint, which did not, it was not substantiated. So, but we did an audit on the pharmacy because we were doing audits on other pharmacies that we'd had complaints on. So out of the 1,000 prescriptions that I reviewed, I found 113 errors for a total error rate of 13%. 70 of those 113 were incomplete directions, like leaving off the PRN pain, or it was missing the route of administration. In 15 of those 70 cases, it was exactly like the doctor wrote it, but I felt like it needed more explanation. For example, they had like a testosterone prescription, just said 1 meal weekly. And, you know, that's exactly what the doctor wrote on the prescription, but I felt like it needed more explanation to the patient level. I know that I've had several people say, well, you're not supposed to add anything to the doctor's directions. And I think, you know, if you can clarify for the patient, I think that that's the important thing. 32 of the prescriptions had the wrong original date. So like it would be a prescription for Zolpidem with 3 refills, and maybe they put the wrong date in and it was actually a month old when they received it. So that would have extended the period of time that they would have been permitted refills after the doctor intended and after the law permits. There were 7 wrong directions, 5 wrong refills, you know, 1 wrong quantity, 1 wrong patient. It had not been dispensed when I contacted them when I found the wrong patient, but it still had not been corrected whenever I contacted Dr. Gibbons. And then there was the only other one that really bothered me was there was 2 faxed refills on a particular patient, and they had both been entered into the computer. Now they both had not been filled, but that had not been caught either. So some of these were attributed to Dr. Gibbons because they did not have any pharmacist initials on them. And so as the PIC, you know, we attributed them to her responsibility. So 92 out of the 113 were Dr. Gibbons, and 19 of them were Dr. Daniels. And then 2 were another pharmacist that has not been brought in on these counts. That's just an overall summary. I have a spreadsheet if you're interested in looking at it, but I think that just gives a pretty good overview of my concerns.
Okay, did anyone have any questions about the inspection? Thanks.
I think I would just note that, you know, in general, you know, I appreciate Dr. Fain pointing out that, you know, we do see instances where prescribers leave off necessary information, and we usually do not count that against the pharmacist if they, or the pharmacy, if they do it exactly as prescribed, they are technically meeting what was prescribed. We also do not hold against them if it says, you know, 1 mil weekly, you know, injected as directed or injected intramuscularly or something like that. So those, you know, 15 she mentioned, we, you know, if you feel what the doctor writes exactly as he writes it, then you have fulfilled your, you know, obligation to do it accurately. I know a lot of pharmacists would tell you that they then counsel on that.
And I didn't know if Dr. McCready, if you had anything you wanted to add, or if that's.
No, Cindy did this review, and I was not involved in it. So I'll defer to Dr. Fain.
Any comments from anyone?
I agree with the spirit of what Dr. Fain is saying, and, you know, irrespective of whether the directions were technically correct, it's important that the patient understand how to use the medication. I have concern that, you know, there appears to be a high error rate, and as you look through the types of errors, I mean, there's not any there's incomplete directions. There's if the dates are entered wrong as it relates to refills, that could either give more refills or less refills than intended. So that could affect duration of therapy. Wrong directions, wrong refills, wrong quantity, wrong dosage form, may or may not, depending on what the dosage form was. Certainly wrong patient and wrong strength. I mean, all of those, but for a duplicate prescription, and that's only one, they all potentially pose risk for patient error. And so it's my concern that there's just a systematic problem that needs to be addressed in terms of looking at their overall error rate. This is not something, you know, akin to a single error like we dealt with earlier this morning, but yet this is a series. Now, they haven't been reported by the patient, but then I'm not sure the patient would necessarily know some of these. So those are my concerns.
The wrong dosage form was supposed to be extended release and it was immediate release. Oxycodone.
Oh, wow. Well, that certainly could be significant.
And then we don't know if any of the patients were contacted back to explain what was wrong and correct it, or?
I don't know of that. Dr. Gibbons and Dr. Daniels would have to address that. I don't know that, being that this was retrospective, it's, you know, most of these prescriptions were probably already consumed by the time I got the results back to Dr. Gibbons.
Well, I agree with Dr. Richmond. It's a serious problem that there's so many, regardless of the severity of them. That many at one location seems extraordinarily bad to me.
Dr. Kirtley, did you have your hand up a minute ago?
I was going to say, Dr. Fain, we've done several of these checks. I know the board has already started discussions with another pharmacy over a couple of issues like this. And I'm trying to remember, it seems to me that this one was a lower percentage and number of prescription issues than the previous one the board had dealt with.
That is correct. The previous one had an 18% error. And I've done some others. They've ranged from 3 to 7%.
Yeah. And the other thing in that is, if you look at we have had some, I don't know if it's pushback or healthy discussion with previous cases where some people want to say that having left something off the directions is not a misfilled prescription. So what we're actually looking at, I think, to help clarify, is a total accuracy audit. So it's literally malicious compliance is a word you could say. Is it exactly as it was shown on the prescription? But then, Dr. Fain's also identifying, sometimes our prescribers just do not put enough information in there. We don't hold against the pharmacist, they don't add it, but we would, encourage that would be okay or could be okay, or if it's not added, that it should be added in counseling. I think that Dr. Gibbons is probably going to comment that, a lot of that is, exactly what they counsel on. So the overall percentage, and I think severity of the errors that or the inaccuracies that we saw with this are lesser than the other cases that the board has seen so far. Would that be an accurate statement, Dr. Fain?
Yes, it would. And if you take out the 15 patient labels that were written exactly as the doctor said, it brings their error rate down to 9.8%.
Yeah. Which I think, talking to some other states, they're looking at 10% or greater being the fire alarm going off when they're doing an accuracy audit, because an accuracy audit is slightly different than, looking at wrong drug, patient harm issues. This one, do we have any wrong drug? I know we had wrong strength and wrong form.
No wrong drugs.
Right. The other one, I know we had a couple that were completely, or it seemed like we had a couple that were just wrong drug even.
But Dr. Kirtley, you weren't saying that we had checked this store before and they had a higher rate. Okay. So this is, still it's close to 10%, and it just seems to be not double checking messy work is, except for the one that Dr. Fain told Dr. Richmond about.
So and I'm looking over my shoulder because I've got it pulled up on a different screen. The original written date entered in computer, 32 of those were out of the 113. So if you subtract the 15 and then the wrong date entered, 21 of which did not have refills. And I do not know or recall, some of those I believe were controlled substances. Many of those were not.
What about the wrong patient?
It was a patient with the same name, I believe, but it was a different birth date. And so it just got put on the wrong person's profile.
Like two people named John Smith, for example, and it went to the wrong one.
Was it dispensed to the wrong person?
I don't think it had
Or was
been
it caught
dispensed.
before then?
It was, well, it wasn't caught until I contacted Dr. Gibbons, but I don't think it was stored. It had not been dispensed. It was just stored in the computer on hold. Is that how you remember it, Dr. Gibbons? Okay.
But when we
Thank
talk,
you.
I'm sorry, Dr. Mitchell. When we talk error rates, we talk about, we'll see it reported in the literature in varying degrees, but that's not an acceptable error rate. It's a reported error rate, but the acceptable error rate is 0.
Yeah.
At the same time, I need to go back to my comment about an hour ago, whereas, if we get too disciplinary, then I think we start driving medication errors. And in this case, they were discovered pursuant to a board audit, so that wouldn't necessarily be the case here. But just in a general sense, in promoting a positive culture regarding medication errors. And I think that we would be well served, and this may go well beyond the scope of this particular hearing right now, but that if we're doing audits like this as a board, plus as we entertain other hearings such as we had earlier this morning in errors, that would we not be better off served to the citizens of Arkansas if we had some sort of formal database that was developed, that we could have contribution by each of the offending pharmacies or pharmacists to be able to help them identify, almost like a patient safety organization, not to that formal degree, but could we not, by doing that, better improve the care that we're providing and get the folks like Dr. Gibbons involved professionally rather than simply bring them here and beat them up a little bit over what we found. That's not to say that it didn't cost some money for the board to go and inspect, so there may be something to do there, and certainly education. But could we not do something on a bigger scale that we could overall improve rather than just address them as they come and be proactive instead of reactive?
Okay, those are good concerns, and we'll start looking at that approach. Did you have any comments, Dr. Kirtley?
I know that in our previous cases, one of the statements that I actually really appreciate was Dr. Richmond talked about, making anything the board does meaningful in these types of cases. And we have in the past had a couple instances where we asked pharmacists, and, it doesn't have to say, hey, I'm John Kirtley and this is my story, but pharmacists that been through something and talked about, here are the things that I did not know until I went through a process and the things that I've retrained my staff on. Because large organizations have their own EROs, error reporting organizations, to protect a lot of that information and keep it internal only. But with the issues that we face, and there's only, to my knowledge, 3 states that have really been doing these type of accuracy audits, and I think that the results seem to be somewhat consistent between all 3 states when we talk about it. Or I think Dr. Fain's had some of those conversations. Well, I think in many instances it's worse, but then you run into stores. It's not necessarily always a 10% or greater issue. You run into stores just like we have where it's not there. It's, they're just doing their procedures a little bit different or a little bit cleaner. The other thing so I think there are some opportunities that we may be able to, through some of our educational outreach or working with the association, even, helping to tell a story of, here are some things I didn't realize I was doing, or I did not realize were going on with the people around me. I know you guys want to talk to Dr. Gibbons and Dr. Daniels. I know that they've already been working on some stuff in their pharmacy, I'm sure, but that's kind of the thought process I have, is not that this is my story, but this is a story you should listen to regardless of whose it is, because you could learn some jewels from it that you've taken to practice.
I guess just to complete my thought is I'm looking for engagement, rather than simply, these things happen, they were found or reported. Okay, come talk to us and have a formal hearing and then move on, but rather engage them and help them with their practice, because that's how we're going to help protect the citizens of Arkansas.
I agree. Okay. Dr. Gibbons,
Yes,
you want to
ma'am.
go first?
Yes.
How are you
How
doing?
are you?
Doing good.
So since this time, we've made a lot of changes with our computer program. Our SIG codes didn't contain like any administration routes. So like one tablet daily was like one tablet daily instead of one tablet by mouth. So we made changed all of them to have how they're administered. We do counsel on all new prescriptions. And so I didn't realize how important putting everything that the doctor had put on the prescription, how important it was to put on the label, because we told the patients. But now everything that's on that prescription is on the label. And also, if it doesn't make sense, we make it make sense for the patient at the time it's checked out. I did take 3 hours of CE just on medication and pharmacy errors, just so I could get, because I've only worked in this one pharmacy. And so just to kind of get stories from other places that we could implement at mine. Let's see, as far as the date goes, our computer defaulted to whatever like today's date was. So I took that off of Computer RX, and now we have to manually input that date. Just going slower in general, trying to work on not being multitasking and pulled as much. In service, some of my technicians, because just until recently, we had technicians that enter now, but just going over, making sure, because a couple of the mistakes were, they just didn't know that half of a tablet was 0.5 instead of 0.05. So we're doing better education on our staff. Just basically going slower and creating a better flow. We're smaller pharmacy, so a lot of activity happens around one pharmacy terminal. So we've kind of made different tech stations. So we didn't have any wrong drugs, but potential for other errors that we didn't even know about. So I'm trying to be proactive into what would come next if we have these type of errors. The patient that the oxycodone that got the prescription was for ER and he got IR, he always gets IR. So I think on my brain just automatically did that, and I should have read the whole prescription all the way through. We enter by date of birth of the patient now, so that one on the lady that had the same name won't happen. I really appreciate Dr. Fain coming in and giving us constructive criticism, because you don't know these things until they're brought to your attention. So, but we made a lot of changes with our SIG codes, our workflow, and just trying to just take a breather and just try to slow down the process.
Okay, those are very good things you implemented. Dr. Richards, did I see a hand come up on you?
Yes, ma'am. I apologize.
I passed my call phone to you.
It sounds like you've made a lot of significant changes. Have you done any form of assessment to determine what effect it's had? In other words, can you implement on a rolling basis, some either a prospective measure or a retrospective measure. Could be retrospective in the same sense of what Dr. Fain did, or prospective in the sense that you've got the things that you've changed. You now know what you're wanting to look for, and that you could prospectively be performing some assessment as you're actually dispensing the prescriptions, which then engages you in the process, which then makes you think more about the changes that you've made. In other words, yeah, you can't just work harder. I mean, I don't know how you do that. You have to work differently. And differently oftentimes includes redundant systems, and doing an assessment as you're doing what you're supposed to be doing in and of itself is redundant.
Right.
So I would be interested to hear, what you've done assessment wise, or if you've not, maybe you could consider it, and that could be part of what you would do, and then report that to the board.
Right. Well, the whole change has taken a while, because I mean, going from entering like this for the past 14, 15 years, and now to make all these changes. So the biggest thing is slowing down and like retraining your brain to enter everything on that prescription. Because like I said, we counsel the patient. I'm thinking, oh, the patients know what I'm talking about, but there needs to be a better paper trail. So when this does happen, when Dr. Fain wants to look at things, or whoever, that the paperwork goes to what happens at the pharmacy. So that's taken, because this was like a year ago almost. So, I mean, it's taken us a good 6 months. Just like at the first 6 months, it was very difficult to make sure everything was done. And then you're given so much going to by mouth and all this, that you don't want other things to fall through the cracks. As far as checking to see how the system's working, we file our prescriptions, and we do take one bundle out and just kind of do a spot check. And I'd say we're about 95%. We're not 100% all the time, but we are striving to do that. We could check it now. I mean, we do this about once a week, just checking a bundle to make sure, everything's being done, and all the drugs and everything's done correctly, if that's what you mean.
Yeah. And
Okay.
maybe what you could do is, if you're finding that you're still at about a 5% rate, is that, okay, in those 5%, what's the theme? We're seeing this happen. And so what I would suggest is that as you do this prospectively, you don't have to measure everything every time. But if you're finding in that 5% that you got a theme of 2 or 3 things that are recurring, make that your prospective check. And don't just do it once a week. Do it on a regular basis for maybe a whole day.
Okay.
And do it for multiple times. And so now that's helping, as you call it, retrain your brain. You're retraining your brain because you're forcing yourself to think about this new process.
Okay.
Okay, does anybody else have any comments? Those were all very good. And thank you for the changes that you've made in your practice.
Thank you.
Dr. Daniel, did you have any comment? I didn't mean to overlook you.
Well,
You're sitting over there very quiet.
I'm very quiet, as you know, from many years ago in class. I was a quiet person, but I do have a couple of things I'd like to say. I am a second generation pharmacist, as is Dr. Gibbons. We both basically grew up in a drugstore, and my father taught me to be very patient oriented, very focused on patient safety, as did Dr. Gibbons' father taught her the same thing. And we do try to be very focused on that. And we do a lot of counseling. And we were doing a lot of counseling even before we were required to. I mean, there was a time a few years back when the requirements to do counseling weren't as stringent as they are now. And I think even many years ago, we were doing a lot of counseling that maybe some other stores might not have been doing. So anyway, so I just want to emphasize that we do try to be very patient oriented and safety oriented. I did want to make a comment about the directions that the doctors give on a prescription as compared to what is actually intended. And an example that is fresh in my brain from this weekend was I had a prescription for the lidocaine viscous solution that was from the hospital emergency room. The directions on the prescription, which was a computer printed out prescription, said to take 5 mils by mouth every 6 hours if needed for pain. And in counseling the patient, the doctor had told the patient to just put some of the liquid on her finger and apply it to the sores in her mouth.
Mhm.
You know, I have to put on the label the directions that are printed on the prescription, but yet that's not exactly even in the ballpark of what the doctor intended or what the doctor told the patient. So, so I just, you know, reiterated to the patient, do it the way the doctor said. Do it the way the doctor said. Ignore these instructions on your label. Do it the way the doctor said. So anyway, there are instances like that, situations like that, that frequently arise, and we take care of that in our counseling. And I just like to, you know, make that point. Also, just to show that we are and have previously been focused on these things. I had here a CE that I did in January of 2020. So that over a year ago, that's a CE on medication error prevention for practicing pharmacists. And I also have, as it just turned out, I have another CE on the similar topic scheduled for tomorrow morning. So, you know, I just want to, you know, bring that into light that we have been focused on these things in the past and will continue to be focused on them in the future.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Does anyone have any comments? Dr. Fain?
I just want to say Dr. Gibbons and Dr. Daniels have been always really positive and, you know, take every, you know, thing to heart and say, you know, we want to improve on our behavior. They've always had a really positive attitude and eager to change things. And I appreciate that more than you can ever imagine.
Thank you for those comments.
I think she's called you several times asking for, you know, any suggestions that, you know, kind of what am I not thinking of that the board can help me with too, which has been nice.
Any comments from any board members? Go ahead, Dr. Krause.
From what I can see, they've done all that I would ask of them to do in a situation like this. You know, the only thing that, you know, remains to be seen is what happens going forward. And, you know, it seems that they are very conscientious and have put the structures in place to avoid this from happening again. And that's all I can deduce.
Any other comments? So what is the will of the board? Dr. Krause?
I don't know what everybody else's feelings are, but mine, I would let them go with a warning and tell them to keep trying, do a good job.
So I totally agree, no discipline or anything, but should, I mean, I'm just kind of asking Dr. Kirtley, should there or could there be any type of investigation costs, or is this just something we're going to do and we're helping pharmacies? I mean, I do feel like we've helped this pharmacy, so I feel very good about that.
Yeah, that's really up to the board. I mean, it is a time-consuming process for us to go through that. I think it is very helpful to the pharmacies and pharmacists to be able to see that as well. You know, that's really up to you guys. I recognize that, you know, they've already done a lot of changes in their practice. I think that the board would minimally want them to tell us in writing, like what those changes were, so that we, have that on the record and see what CE they had already done, so that you would have that. The board's looked at that several times before as well.
Which telling us what they did might be more important than investigation costs too.
I think that telling us what they did, and to Dr. Richmond's, note earlier, if we can, work that into, either they could or we could, kind of a testimonial of, here's some things I wasn't thinking about that we've retrained staff on, that's something that we could also share.
I would also, though, ask that they do some small form of a prospective study that's focused on the things that they're identifying as they do their spot check, and share with us the result of that. I'll leave it up to them to, for whatever design and whatnot, but yet in the spirit of continuing to be hopeful, that would help their practice, and then perhaps there may be other things that they discover from that.
Okay, does someone want to put all of that in the form of a motion?
Well, how would you form a motion for a warning?
We've done warning letters before. You can just move that they be issued a non-disciplinary warning letter.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I would move that they be issued a non-disciplinary warning letter, and give the board a statement of the improvements that they've made. And I'm not sure I could quote what Rodney said, but something that lets us know maybe for the next 6 months to a year what their initiatives have produced.
And I would add to that, some it would need to be done. I know, some has already been stated that was done, but the formally education, and also it's important to note that there were not just errors noted, but there were also some controlled substance issues. So to have some CE required as it relates to medication error prevention, and also some CE related to controlled substance documentation. I mean, not that there was anything missing, just failure to sign, failure to record the date when transferred, that sort of thing. So just as it relates to general controlled substance prescription management.
Okay, Mr. Daniel, did you get all of that?
I did. On the CE, do y'all just want to do like 3 on each? I mean, 3 prescription errors, 3 on controlled substances for each pharmacist, for a total of 6. I mean, we usually do 3 on a specific issue, so that would be 3 on each issue. Is that good with you, Dr. Richmond?
Yes, sir.
And just and maybe I had a hard time wording it, but I know both you and Dr. Krause said something about, I guess, 6 months showing, or within a 6-month period showing what was, how did you word that? About what, I guess, that errors have reduced, or how did you want
to? Yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Lynn.
Well, my thought was, is in 6 months, send something to the board that says, we've been doing this, and, we've cut down on our errors.
I guess proof that they have been going back and doing re-audits themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And the other part that I would like to include, of course, it's up for discussion, but I'd like to see a prospective assessment, and they could focus it in on those things that they've identified through their spot checks, and just identify 2 or 3 good themes, and leave it up to them to design, what's appropriate. And then that could be also part of their report out, is that, so.
I don't know if there's any need in both of those. I mean, I think that if they did what Dr. Richmond is saying, I'm happy with that.
Okay.
So are we asking them to do audit, basically do some sample audits?
Yeah, just show proof of self-audits to see what they've seen different from then to now.
do we want to specify to them any suggestions on how large their sample size needs to be? Do we want to have them do some random, a few random audits of 100 prescriptions, or I feel like we owe it to them to provide some guidance there.
What's the prescription volume per day?
Those were 1,000 per, Dr. Fain, did you look at every prescription filled in that 2 to 3 week time window? Is Dr.
All
Fain?
the new ones, yes, because they had actually printed out their electronic prescriptions as well. So unlike some of the other audits, I was actually able to look at the electronic prescriptions too.
About how long did it take you to do the 1,000 prescription audit? How many hours would you ballpark guess?
I'm gonna say 8.
8
6
hours?
to 8. I mean, it takes me almost an hour for 100. 40 minutes for 100.
I was going to suggest we ask them to do X number of audits of 100 new prescriptions apiece, just to not make it too egregious as far as the time it would take them to do it, and maybe have them do it multiple times if you guys are agreeable to that. That's
And Dr. Gibbons, I believe Dr. Richmond asked, how many prescriptions y'all fill a day?
Monday through Friday, it's like 400. The weekends are 150.
You know how many of those are new per day?
That's total.
New ones, during the week, we'll run about 60% new. On the weekends, maybe more like 50%.
So a little over 200 a day are new.
I think that it would, rather than it becoming let me just do a sample now, I'm done. What if you did a select over the course of 6 months, and it doesn't have to be a ton of these. So let's say if you did 2 or 3 during the week and 2 or 3 on the weekend, so that you get varying times of volume, and that you did an audit of every new prescription, and that you focused your audit on whatever it is that your other spot checks that you've been doing. So you do these spot checks and you identify, okay, we had some, we got the refills wrong. We had some where we got the directions wrong, and whatever. And so you focus and say, okay, those are the 3 that we're going to focus our prospective audits on. And now let's design that. And so this month we're going to do it on a Wednesday, and we're going to check every new prescription that comes through, and we're going to apply this audit. And then maybe do one on a weekend, and then do that for I don't know if you did it 3 times each. That's arbitrary, but and then report that out. So then you're reporting out what your spot checks were. That's one thing. That's one measure. And then you're also reporting out your prospective audits that were focused on those spot checks. And as you do a spot check, let's say you do a spot check in March. So then in April, you do a couple audits based on that. And then in May, you do another spot check, and you say, okay, well, in June, I'm going to do this based on whatever that shows. That way, you've just got a series of assessments, but it gets you to begin thinking along that line, as opposed to measuring yourself. It's helping you to retrain how you think.
Okay. Yeah.
Is that okay, Dr. Jolly?
Yes, sir. I mean, ideally, you would do random, but that's tougher to do. So that sounds good to me.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, and do we have any further discussion? Dr. Kraus?
Yeah, is it the motion that I originally made, or tell me what we're at on the motion?
Yeah, you want me to restate everything I've got written down?
Mm-hmm.
I've got a non-disciplinary warning letter, a letter to the board showing the improvements that have been made and put in place to see that these errors don't continue. CE, 3 hours of CE on prescription errors and 3 hours of CE on controlled substance documentation. That is for each pharmacist, Dr. Gibbons and Dr. Daniels. During the next 6 months, show proof of self-spot checks, which would lead to self-audits, and what those results were. And during the next 6 months, do those spot checks and audits at least 2 to 3 times during the week, and at least 2 to 3 times on the weekend, and focus those on new prescriptions.
Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Okay, the motion passes.
Okay. And Dr. Richmond, did that last item, did that incorporate what you talked about? I want to be sure I got in there what you specifically wanted.
Yeah, I was really, I didn't want it to be overly burdensome, but 2 or 3 times during the week, and 2 or 3 times on a weekend over a 6-month period.
Yes, yes, okay. And Dr. Gibbons and Dr. Daniels, I'll get this in writing and put this to you, so you'll have something on paper that'll just lay out specifically what they've requested today, and I'll get it to you. I'll get it, I mean, no later than next week. Yeah. Don't have any questions about anything before we?
No,
Good.
we're good.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you
you.
for coming in and thank you for your input.
Thanks.
Thank you.
We have, that is, that's all we have for the morning. And actually our 1 o'clock got moved at the last minute due to a medical emergency that the attorney had. And so we had to move that. So actually we don't have anything set back till 2 o'clock. So if we could get back on, maybe, I don't know if John has anything he wants to bring up between now and then, or if we just want to meet back a little before 2.
Our, looks like our budget, I believe, made it out of committee. You know, we're part of a bigger Department of Health budget. I can't remember if I said it on this meeting this morning or not, but we have people going around claiming that they are air conditioner people and need to check stuff in pharmacies and going in and stealing promethazine with codeine, while I guess the pharmacy staff just works around them without paying attention. So I put something on Facebook this morning about it, and I have another pharmacist that said just a few minutes ago, had a guy come in and asked to give us a quote, turned him down, asked for his card, which he said he didn't have yet since he recently moved. Didn't seem suspicious until I saw this on Facebook. So that pharmacy, I believe, has security video of the person. I said, well, post a picture of him on our Q&A group of, hey, this is the guy that at least was asking me about giving an AC quote. But we got 2 DEA 106 loss reports this morning for chain pharmacies that apparently the guy had a clipboard and a name badge, said, I need to check some stuff for AC and check your, vents, and came in, and I don't know exactly what happened. It sounds like he scanned with a temperature thing and wrote some notes on his thing and stole a bottle of promethazine with codeine.
They're getting creative.
Yep.
The pharmacists are busy right now.
Yep.
Did anyone else have any comments? So everybody want to report back at, say, 1:45?
That'll work.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll see you in a few. Thank you.
I have a conflict this afternoon, so I will not be here
Okay, we still got,
this afternoon, but I'll see y'all in the morning.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you, Dr. Mitchell. And
Okay.
John, you just want to put something up, just leave the Zoom on, put something up that we'll be back at 1:45 in case people come in after lunch.
I'm doing it right now.
Thanks.
All right. Okay, it's 1:45 and it's time to restart our meeting. Do we have everybody back? Not quite. Hold on just a few more minutes.
Sorry, guys, I'm having to get off an EBD meeting as well.
Okay.
We had a little bit of a reprieve, which meant I could participate over there for 45 minutes.
Mhm. Waiting for Dr. Mack and Dr. Richmond.
Yeah, we're trying to find $73 million.
Don't have any.
Okay. Oh, it's missing money?
Costs have gone up.
Mm.
Like with Dr. Kraus, did you find a hamburger?
Much better than that. It was the plate lunch today was fried chicken, purple whole peas, rice, and gravy.
Ah.
That sounds amazing.
It didn't suck.
We went to Doe's. Yeah, we went to Doe's, had hamburger tamale. So falling out of my chair in a minute, you'll know why.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Well, that's pretty good, man. That's pretty good.
It doesn't beat fried chicken, but it'll work in a pinch.
Yeah,
hey, it's as good fried chicken too. This just ain't any old regular fried chicken.
Well, I found a real hamburger.
Do what now?
I found a real hamburger at Townhouse.
What's the name? There used to be a place there in Camden that would stop coming back from the sale. Oh, they had good catfish, but I can't remember.
Woods Place?
Woods Place or Craig's. It was Craig's a long time ago.
It's in a big parking lot.
Mm-hmm.
Right next to the Pizza Hut.
Yeah, it's the only thing I could get a trailer in.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So that would be your place to eat then. Wherever you
That
get
was
home.
it. It was good. They had really good fish.
Mm-hmm. Very good.
It's still there.
Mm-hmm.
Open late too.
Yeah.
Yeah, for days where you're super busy, all you need is a piece of fish and a piece of bread. I'll call them. I said,
and roll.
This is Lenore. I said, can I have a piece of fish and a piece of bread? And they said, yeah.
When I was in New Orleans going to school, there was a place there, and I can't remember the name of it, but it was like old cypress boards painted red with a tin roof. And for $5,
yeah,
I got all the catfish, greens, and sweet tea I could consume.
Wow.
That was it. $5.
$5.
It's glorious.
Okay, there's Dr. Mack.
And Casey, I see y'all on there. We're just waiting a few minutes on the rest of our board members, and then we'll get started in just a few.
All right.
Good deal. Thank you.
That's all of our board members as soon as Dr. Mack gets on, and I think Dr. Richmond is there. Maybe.
He didn't have a class, did he?
I don't think so.
Okay. I think his law class is in the mornings, but I don't know what else.
It was
What
that was last semester.
Oh, was it?
Okay.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, and just for the record, we've got, as soon as Dr. Richmond gets on, there he is.
There
We've
he
got
is,
5 board members, Dr. Mitchell had something she had to take care of this afternoon, but we still have 5 board members. And Dr. Newsom, if you're ready.
I am.
Okay, we've got up first is Lee Wilson, Dr. Wilson, in Wilson Safe Pharmacy. And just board members in your packets, I know there were a couple of emails that I think John said that to open them, you had to download them. So we put some PDF versions of them in there. And those are just the original complaints that we received. But Mr. Castleberry is here, Casey Castleberry. He is counsel for Lee Wilson, and I believe it's just the two of y'all, Mr. Castleberry, you and Mr. Wilson there.
That's correct. Just the two of us here in Batesville.
Perfect. And John, I'll turn it over to you if you kind of want to go through your.
Absolutely. So, I know Dr. Wilson and I have met several times before. Mr. Castleberry, I'm John Kirtley. I'm the director of the Board of Pharmacy. This is a board, we call it an informal conference or informal committee review. We try to treat this much like, I think in legal circles, you might say mediation. We try to get around a table and talk through an issue. It's much less formal than a contested hearing. We are not using a hearing officer. We are not swearing everyone in and using strict rules of evidence. In this process, the board members are just now getting access to the same information that you guys have. Mr. Daniel mentioned that we had some .msg was the actual type of file, and it's hard for the board members to open it up in their Dropbox. So those are actually also available to board members as a PDF, just so it's an ease of use issue, which were those original complaints. With this process, I know the board members are going to have some questions for you guys and also give you guys a chance to talk back to the board. When at the end of this conversation, the board members are going to come up with a suggestion for some action, whatever that may be. And the important thing is you guys have the chance to agree or disagree with it. And it's not something you actually have to do right here, right now, today either. We'll reduce whatever their decision is to writing and send it to you. If you agree to it, then we go forth with what that decision is. And if you disagree with it, it's your chance to say, we would prefer to have a formal hearing before the board at a later date. The formal hearing is all 8 board members, hearing officer, a secretary to take all the minutes through the whole thing and swear everybody in. It's much more like going to court or what you would see on TV. Realizing that you guys haven't been in one of these before, do you have any procedural questions before we start?
No, that is what I understood. I've spoken with Mr. Daniel over the last couple of months, and he had indicated to me that's how we would proceed. So I've explained that to Dr. Wilson. So we are, I think we're on the same page.
Yeah. So if you guys have any questions during this, by all means, wave, get our attention, interrupt us, especially procedural stuff. If you guys need to talk amongst yourselves or through anything, you can put us on mute, just whatever we need to do to work through this. With that said, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Daniel, and I think he's going to have staff introduce kind of just the information we're bringing before the board today.
Yeah, and we started back a little early, so I've got, we're kind of waiting on Dr. Fain. I know we started back a little early, but she's getting on. So, but first, just for the board members, this was, the board received a complaint. It came through as an anonymous email complaint stating that Dr. Wilson had taken, I guess, while he was on duty and the only pharmacist on duty, there were times where he had taken naps and gone to sleep and allowed technicians to pretty much do everything. He was, they were also in the complaint about where technicians were doing the final check on prescriptions and different stuff like that. So I'll turn over, Dr. Fain subpoenaed some video surveillance from the pharmacy and actually talked to Dr. Wilson when this was going on. So I'll turn it over to Cindy and kind of let her just kind of go through briefly what she saw on that video surveillance and just what she found from this investigation.
Okay, I took 2 o'clock at face value, and I apologize for being late. So I have a report. I have video that I can show if you all want to see anything in particular. But basically, as Mr. Daniel said, that we had a complaint that Lee Wilson had gone into the office of his pharmacy and shut the door and took a nap for 2 hours. So I went up there with a subpoena and got surveillance. While I was there, Dr. Wilson admitted that he had fallen out of a tree stand hunting, and that he had bumped his head and got a concussion and had a headache. And so he said he might have taken a 20-minute nap. I got the surveillance, and some of the things that I saw included like the workflow is the prescription is received from the patient, and all they're doing is drive-through business at this time. So there are no walk-in customers, and they have 2 drive-throughs. They have one at the back of the pharmacy on the side, and then I guess they drop off there, or they can go to the next one that's further up front on the same side of the building, and that's where the cash register is. But the workflow appears to be that prescription is given through the window to the pharmacy technician. It is given to the pharmacy technician or the pharmacist at the input station, and it's scanned. A label is printed, and then it's put in a red basket, and I'm assuming that the red basket is for waiters, somebody who's waiting on them, and the green basket is people who are not waiting. And then they have 2 counters, and the front counter is where the very front counter is a cash register. Then there's another row of counters behind that. That's where the input station is. And then there's another row of counters behind that yet, and that's where all the counting and filling is done. They've got an icon, and so then the prescription is passed back to be filled. Then it goes to a side counter, and I'm pointing, and I know you all can't see me pointing, and I apologize. And that's where it's verified. And then it'll go back either to the will call section, or it's sold to the patient at the window. If the pharmacist is not at that front counter, there is no pharmacist intervention whatsoever. And I can demonstrate that on some of these videos, particularly with a red basket, because you can separate it from all the others. But, the prescription comes in the window, it's scanned by a technician, it's passed behind them to another technician to count and pour. Then it goes to the side counter where it's verified by another technician, and then it's sold at the register, at the drive-through window. And that seemed to be pretty typical. Now, occasionally the pharmacist was at the front counter, so he would have been the one scanning and inputting, but he never looked at it again before it was verified and sold to the patient. As far as Dr. Wilson being in his office, he entered his office at 12:41 on October the 15th. And some people are coming and going out of his office, technicians and his wife and his kids. They brought lunch. The door shuts to his office door at 12:52, and nobody comes back out or goes back in until 13:57. So for until 14:47. So for almost 2 hours, he's in his office with the door shut. I had concerns just about, even when Dr. Wilson was in the pharmacy, there were some examples of him not verifying the prescription, or him not even being a part of it at all. The technicians were just working around him the majority of the time. And I reviewed surveillance for October 14th and October 15th. So 2 separate days, and that's just the general workflow for that pharmacy. That's a good overview. Do you have some specific questions? Let me do something. Look, I need to show the video. I mean, not the video, the spreadsheet.
Cindy, you might talk about the tech ratio also.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. I got a little flustered. So the tech ratio is generally 3:1, but there were several occasions throughout the day that a 4th tech would come and do a duty that was a tech duty, whether it was inputting a prescription or refilling the automation machine, that sort of thing. And if you give me just a second, I'm trying to figure out how to share my screen.
And about how many a day were they filling?
I don't know that I have the answer to that. They're moderately busy. Dr. Wilson could probably answer this, but I'm going to say they probably fill 250 a day.
Yeah, I think the last inspection before this, they were filling close to 300.
Yeah, I think in her statement, she says 300 a day in the recap of what went on.
All right. Can you all see that spreadsheet?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, we can see it's like
files.
Yeah, files are open. There's not a spreadsheet open.
Okay, hang tight. I'm sorry. See, it's showing on mine.
That's on there now. If you open
It's
it.
on there now.
If you open it.
I've opened it. So are you still just seeing the files, or are you actually seeing the Excel spreadsheet?
Seeing the file.
We're seeing the files. You can click up. It should say which screen to share, and you should be able to click on the spreadsheet.
And that's what I did. Dr. Kirtley, can you come back in here? I've clicked on this.
Yep.
And then I clicked on this, and it's their own thing, the screen before that.
Go to your up here. Now say share screen and pick the specific one that's the spreadsheet.
Ah. All right,
There we
how's
go.
that?
Yes.
All right,
Good.
thank you. So, on October the 14th, there was just there were like 14 different views of cameras. And so the first column is the time, the second column is the camera view, and then the third column is what the activity was. If you look at 1306, it basically there's a red basket. It was input at the front counter at 106, filled on the second counter at 1309, verified 2 minutes later, and sold, and there was no pharmacist intervention. And again at 131, if you go down to 1546, again, and there's, and I may have the names of the techs wrong because I was having to guess at the tech. So when Dr. Wilson talks, he may correct me on some of the technicians. But there was definitely no pharmacist intervention at 1546. And then the very last thing of that day at 1711, we have 4 different technicians performing duties, and I've written down what they were doing. One of them was carding meds, one of them was filling prescriptions, Kara was verifying prescriptions, and then somebody else was pulling a label and reconstituting a med because a patient was picking it up. Then I'm going to switch to second spreadsheet, which is October the 15th. And if you look at 1252, Dr. Wilson's office door closes. He actually went in at 1241, but the door was open and people were coming and going until the door shut at 1252. His wife and daughter did go in and eat with him for a little while, but then they came out just 10 or 15 minutes later. So all this activity is occurring after that without the pharmacist being in the pharmacy at all. At 1324, you've got 4 technicians that are performing duties with no pharmacist. I don't know how big a deal this is. It bothers me, but they were eating chicken, and their method of counting on the icon was they pour some pills on the tray, and then they spread the pills out with their hands so that they get a good picture with the icon. And I didn't observe good hand washing after they ate their meal, so that bothered me.
And there was also, Cindy, I guess I see in your report and on here, where his children appeared to be doing technician duties.
Yes. So I'm guessing at his children's age, his daughter is probably around 7. His son is probably 12, and I may be off on that. But like, in 1324, his daughter, pulls a label off the printer that had been scanned, and then she puts the label in the basket and she hands it back to the back counter. She's not handling medications, but she is handling the label and part of that handing off process. And there's another.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
There's another incident where his son is scanning in the medications after they've been verified. He's scanning them into the computer before they get put in the will call section. And I don't know that there's a specific violation about that, but he's part of the process.
And there were some, I saw in here where there were, I guess it was on the 14th, and I'm looking at your summary. On the 14th, I guess, where he had only gone to the window 6 times throughout the day, and the techs were still doing a lot of the verification. So what's he doing when he's out in the pharmacy? What's he doing while they're doing verifications and working the window?
Sometimes he's sitting at the front counter and he's inputting prescriptions, and sometimes he's in his office or just doing general other duties around the pharmacy. I mean, he'd walk around, and I'm presuming it was paperwork, checking billing. I'm not sure what it was, but it was administrative. It wasn't part of the filling process. But again, Dr. Wilson doesn't come out of the pharmacy until 1447, which is right here, if you can see my cursor. Also had issues with one of the technicians was putting return to stock meds back in the stock bottle, and a pharmacist was not involved in that. She was also refilling the Parata she was using barcode technology, but she's there's no pharmacist involvement in refilling the Parata machine, and that concerned me. So any questions at this point?
Cindy, you made in your notes, there's a comment about picking up tablets off the counter and putting them back in the Parata.
Well, it was a little confusing. I don't know where the pills came from, but there was one technician that was on the rear closer to Dr. Wilson's office, and she picks up something off the counter, and she's got it in her hand in between her fingers, and she pulls something up on the computer. She consults with another technician, and she pulls 2 bottles out and compares them, and then she puts the pill in the bottle and puts the bottle back on the shelf. And so I don't know where they came from. I don't know if they had come off the counting tray, or I don't know where they came from. But she does that at least 3 times. I don't have anything else specific. I'm open to any questions that you might have. I'm happy to show you video if you want to see something specific.
What was
So
the
do you have this video?
Do I have this on video? Yes.
Can we see that, please? Just actually see how the operation works.
Okay, I'm gonna pull up the one I've got highlighted here, which is on October the 14th. This is not the day that he was sleeping, but at 15:46. Give me just a second to pull that up.
Thank you.
This is the tedious process, so give me just a minute, please.
Oh yeah, you're fine.
Okay, can you all see that video?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Let me get it closer to the time that we want. Okay, so if you can see, you've got 3 technicians on that front counter and then Dr. Wilson's son. And at this point in time, it is 3:45. So at 3:46, you're going to see, I don't remember if it's this red basket. Okay, see, it's the red basket she has in her hand now. So she passes it off to the other technician who is now going to fill the prescription.
This is when he is in his office, is that correct?
No, this is not the day that he's in his office. This is the day before.
And there's 4 technicians working right now, correct?
Yes.
And he's not in his office. Where is he?
I don't know where he is.
Okay.
There are 3 pharmacy technicians involved in this filling process. So it was input by the young lady that's over here by the drive-through window. She's the technician. And then the dark-headed technician on the back counter is the one filling the prescription. And that's what she's doing right now. Now she's going to pass it off to, this is Dr. Wilson's wife. And she's going to verify the prescription.
Cindy, so is his wife one of the technicians?
She is, yes. So then now it's going back to the drive-through window where the other technician is, first technician is now going to sell it to the patient. And there's no pharmacist intervention at all here. And there's Dr. Wilson. I think, I don't know, there's another drive-through window back there. He could have been back there by that. Or the restroom, I don't know.
They were just doing drive-through services at this time. There was no inside.
That's correct. I mean, I have several examples of that, but that's a really good example. Is there anything else you want me to pull up the video on?
Not myself, what about other board members? This gives us a good synopsis of what is going on there. Good visual aid. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
What was the most number of technicians working at one time that were out there?
4. Generally, there were 3, but occasionally there would be 4.
Okay, did anyone else have any questions or comment?
I'd like to hear from the pharmacist.
Okay. Dr. Daniel, Dr. Kirkley, is it time to go to the pharmacist?
That works for me. If you guys are ready, we can always
Yeah, if
bounce
y'all-
back for any follow-up you've got.
Yeah.
Okay.
If y'all don't have any more questions for Dr. Fain, then I'll turn it over to Mr. Castleberry, to you and Dr. Wilson. And like I said, they just kind of want to hear your version of kind of what was going on during this time and for you've done since. And just like I said, just kind of walk through. I mean, like I said, this doesn't have to be. It's just kind of an informal back and forth conversation. So just whatever y'all want to say. And I'm sure the board members have a few questions.
Thank you. Dr. Wilson and Mr. Castleberry, what is your synopsis of everything?
Thank you. This is Casey Castleberry on behalf of Dr. Wilson. Just briefly, I guess maybe the most productive way to handle this would be to respond to specific questions that the board members may have. But just generally, I guess, before we get into that, Dr. Wilson does not dispute the allegation that he took a nap in his office. He had a concussion. He had attempted to obtain relief pharmacist and was unable to do so, and was put in a predicament. And that, you know, he recognizes that should not have happened, and it did. And we don't dispute the video. I would say that, you know, Dr. Wilson's recollection of his answer when asked about whether he had taken a nap was, yes, I did. It could have been 10 minutes. It could have been 2 hours. I frankly just don't know, don't remember. But again, the video shows what the video shows. With respect to the video we just saw, I think it's important, you know, hopefully we can get this resolved amicably. If we can't, you know, there's 16 cameras. So it is possible to know the answers to all of your questions with respect to where Dr. Wilson was at all times. I would note in the video we saw, I believe we started at 3:45 p.m. When that video began, you could see Dr. Wilson sitting at the counter. We then fast forwarded a bit, and Dr. Wilson was out of the view of that camera. And I think to guess where he was at that point would just require speculation. But again, that's something that is knowable. It's in the one of those 16 cameras would show it, and all of that was provided. But with that, we'd be happy to respond to any questions that the board members may have.
So since it would be speculation where he was, maybe ask this question. Was he ever in view in any of those cases where all these people are working and is there any direct supervision going on that's on the camera that we saw?
What is your response to that? Is there any direct supervision?
At that current time?
On what we just saw, would you say there's direct supervision?
Well, it's been 4 months since I've seen it, but I'm assuming I was at the back window, which was about 7 to 10 feet, maybe, from where it goes out of eye view. Would that be correct, Miss Cindy? To the back window?
Yeah, you would have been, it's possible.
Yeah, I mean, I'm guessing that that's possible, that I would have been 7 to 10 feet back to where I could have seen forward. Yes, sir.
Okay, but even on, let's just use the example on the video we saw, you were not involved any way whatsoever in that prescription from the time it came in to the time it went out the window.
No, sir.
And at that point, during those 2 days, that was common.
It was more than I would have liked it to be, but as Mr. Castleberry stated, I did have a concussion. I did not plan on working. I had 2 employees calling sick from COVID the night before. I attempted to reach out to people I trusted to get them to come work. They were already preoccupied with our work obligations, and that was not in the realm of possibility. So my ability to even turn was really limited as far as maneuverability of my neck and my torso.
I mean, you were physically impaired. I'm not saying you weren't in your right mind, but physically during that time.
Yeah.
I don't know medical terminology as far as that, but I mean, physically, yes.
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about, physically.
Bodily, yes. Where I could not move, my hand was broken, my ribs, and the concussion, if I remember right from the physician.
And you fell out of a deer stand?
Yes, I was strapping it up for my kids to scout for them, and the legs broke out from underneath me. So was it a situation that I ever wanted to put myself in? No. Did I plan on working that day? No. Were there extenuating circumstances because of a worldwide pandemic? Yes. And as I told Miss Fain that day, I apologized for it. I regret it. But I was at the point I didn't know what to do to keep people safe as far as rebound hypertension or their blood sugar going up or things like that.
So, Mr. Castleberry, this is Debbie Mack. So we can clearly see in that case you were not in supervision of that prescription. But what is your typical, and maybe we have another one, Cindy, but what is your typical work? Are you like going from window to window and this and that and the other? But how do you typically verify a prescription?
We verify them at the side counter.
We as in you and?
No, I have 2 other pharmacists at work. So
one of the 3 pharmacists verifies the actual prescription.
Yes. But she had COVID. She had got exposed in the week or 2 before somehow. I don't know if it was somebody coming in the pharmacy. She got it at church. I don't know how because she's very vigilant. But she and another employee called in sick. We had nowhere to take our children because my parents had not received their vaccine. And it was just an extenuating circumstance, so to speak.
I think Dr. Mack's asking you though, in a normal day, how does it typically work?
Okay. Well, the front counter I'm not sure what each role can play now because of this, but someone will take it from the window. At that time, we did not have the lobby open. They will put it in a green, red, or yellow basket, depending on priority, hand it to the pharmacist. Pharmacist will fill it, hand it back to the technicians. Technicians will put the pills in the bottle, verify it with the icon. They will double verify it if it is a narcotic. If it comes out of the parada, they will double verify it with the icon for account. And then it goes to the side for the pharmacist to recheck before it goes out the window.
And what does that pharmacist typically do? What specifically did they do to recheck it?
They look at the bottle, look at the pills inside, and I run Pioneer, so it brings up a picture of the pills or tablets or liquid bottle, and it brings up the prescription, and it also brings up again where it does the first time, it brings up any interactions in case it's not the same pharmacist checking it.
So then I guess my follow-up question would be, I understand there are a lot of things going on and a lot of reasons and all of that, but what did those 4 technicians in that one prescription incident when they were filling it, why did they go on about their normal business of filling it and sending it out the window without letting you walk over and look at it? That's kind of, there were 4 techs involved. How did they do that without a pharmacist?
How did they do that?
Why did they do it? I mean,
because I asked them to, because I was incapable.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, it was something I asked them to do, and that's the reason I did not give the names to Ms. Fain. It was no fault of theirs. It was all on me. Should I have been hanging a deer stand? Apparently not. But,
Dr.
you know,
Mack, did you have another question?
No, I just wanted to know if that was kind of a routine thing that they just kind of did their own thing. Or he says
No,
he
ma'am.
specifically asked him that day for several days, 1 day, 5 days. How many days do you think he
2
said?
days, 2 days I had to work, and then I was able to find relief help after that.
So you just said, while I'm here, y'all just fill them.
No, I said, if I'm behind, will y'all help me? I said, I need help. I'm not at 100%. And then that one day, I thought my head was going to explode, and I got to the point of fatigue that I thought I was going to fall asleep, and I was not thinking clearly. So that was a point where it was either cut my people off and send them to the hospital, or trust in my employees that I thought they were capable. And I had trained them, and I think I've trained them very well. And that's my opinion. But I do keep more than 3 techs, and lots of times I will have 6 techs working. They do know that they're not supposed to be performing technician duties. There should only be 3 techs working with 1 pharmacist. I do that so that if 1 or 2 call in sick, that I have replacements, because those are the most important people in my pharmacy. So right now, I think I have 4 or 5 licensed techs, and lots of days they will all be working. Not that they're supposed to be working as technicians. When they come in, they're supposed to be at window 1, window 2, front register, now that we have the front lobby back open. So that's the usual workflow. But I do keep them trained as technicians in case somebody takes vacation, or, you know, especially during the COVID, it was something I had to express concern about, working in teams to try to help prevent this. And it later came to fruition. I guess the governor realized that, and they allowed hospital pharmacists to work remotely and some other things, but at that time that was not a possibility.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions or comments? Dr. Kraus?
I was wondering if any of the techs were given any instruction to uh, ask you any questions or alert you to any questions that they might have when you were indisposed?
Yes, sir. In Pioneer, there are different types of warnings. A red flag warning is a contraindication almost. It's either an allergy to a drug or, liver failure. I try to add liver failure, kidney failure in my diagnoses so it will adjust it or tell me to adjust it to make sure the doctor has. So if there were any red flag warnings that popped up, they were supposed to come get me. And that may have been when Miss Fain saw them entering and leaving my office. I'm not sure. But I do have a computer in my office that I could have looked at, and I also do have a TV with all 16 cameras that I can see the whole inside of the pharmacy from inside my office. Did that answer
Cindy,
your question, Dr. Krause?
sorry. Cindy, on that one example, though, that wasn't the day that he was back in his office. So that was just it was related to that day, that probably when he got hurt, but it was not the day he was back in his office for a couple of hours.
That's correct. And I observed at least on 6 occasions, if not more, I'd have to go back and count, that, I saw a red basket that literally went through the whole process without being checked. And some of it was on the 14th, and then the 15th is the day that he was in his office. And so I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I see at least 6 times that a prescription was not verified by a pharmacist at all. And our original complaint said that the technician was given the pharmacist code, so they were logged into the computer under a pharmacist name.
Okay, Dr. McCready, I saw your hand.
I was just going to ask that if he had given him, the technicians, his passcode so that they could process and verify those prescriptions as a pharmacist, which would also allow them to override any of those flags that came up rather than go back and bother him. Would they be capable of overriding one of those flags that you were just speaking of with that passcode that you had given them?
I'm trying to remember how I did it. If I went underneath them and actually gave them specific role permissions for the day, or if I actually changed my password and gave them a temporary one.
I'll tell you, the complaint says that they had your passcode.
Okay.
I don't know.
Well, then whoever the complaint is from, I'm sure is right. So then I take that for truth because I do not remember. But I will go back to the red basket. A red basket doesn't necessarily mean it's a new prescription. It just means they're there waiting and they're not going to leave and come back. And usually a yellow basket means they're at the window. A red basket would mean they were in the lobby. But at that current time, a red or yellow basket just meant they were there waiting either in the drive-through or out front.
So even if it was a red or a yellow basket, it didn't necessarily mean it was new. It could have been a refill, but there's still a visual verification that the pharmacist is supposed to do on that refill also, correct?
That is correct. Yes, ma'am. I do not dismiss that.
So I guess to take mine further, Mr. Castleberry,
that morning, the 14th, you came in and you're feeling really terrible. So we get that 14th, 15th, 16th. And you let them know no other pharmacist can work. I'm only one here. If I need help, if I'm behind, I need you to help me. But did you go as far as to say, go ahead and put the pills in the bottle, whether I can come verify or not? I mean, I don't know why a technician, without being told to do so, would put pills in a bottle and sell it and never go show it to the pharmacist or try to show it to the pharmacist. I'm trying to get my hands around what happened.
I specifically told them.
Okay.
That's what I told Miss
Just fill
Fain.
it. Okay.
Yes, that's what I told Miss Fain there. I asked them to go ahead and do it because I was not feeling 100% and I was giving it everything I had to be there.
Be there. Okay.
And yes, I had asked them specifically to do it.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay. Well, what is the will of the board?
My opinion is, I don't even know, I've got so many questions to ask and I don't even know where to begin.
Well, go ahead and just start. And
I think that we need a full-fledged hearing. I think Mr. Daniel needs the ability to examine this gentleman. I mean, in terms of, I mean, there's just so many things going on here that it seems to be a gross dereliction of duty. I mean, he wasn't putting the public in a safe position. He was putting the public in the hands of unlicensed technicians, unsupervised technicians. And even if he was 6 or 7 feet to the right, at some point, who was supervising him while he was sleeping? And not only are there technicians doing the filling, but there are more technicians than the ratio allows. And I'm not aware of any regulation that allows a pharmacist to children ratio. And so why is it that they're even in the pharmacy less well performing any sort of duty? And there's nowhere in the laws or the state regulations that allow for the development of an opinion that it's okay to make any of those decisions that were made, regardless of what the condition was.
are you making it in the form of a motion that we go to a full board hearing?
Well, I don't want to do it too prematurely. There may be other folks that have comments, but if we're at that point, I'd be happy to do that.
Okay, Dr. Kraus.
Cindy, oh, sorry.
Then I get you next, Dr. Mack.
Is it me or Dr. Mack? I'm sorry.
Go ahead. I think your hand was up first.
I support what Rodney's saying. I think that looking at it a little closer, see if this is a pattern or an exception would be, good to know.
Okay. Dr. Mack, your comment, please.
Yes, if we're going to do that, I would like for Cindy to be able to pull any other day in that near vicinity where he worked alone. And maybe he never ever worked alone. I don't know. But other days where he was the supervising pharmacist, if you will, so we could see what did he do when he wasn't hurt.
That's a good
point.
point.
Dr. Wilson, how far back do your surveillance videos go?
I have no idea.
We don't know as we sit here today. Okay. We'll have to look at them.
I'm assuming since this has taken so long, I bought a 2 terabyte hard drive for 16 high definition cameras. They said that would last about 2 months.
Okay.
So I'm assuming that's all gone.
Is it one of those that just automatically starts rewriting over once it fills up?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I can't imagine that. I mean, this is in October. I can't imagine any place's cameras last this long.
Yeah.
Do you
Well, I
ever
bought
work
the
alone?
biggest hard drive they had to save it for the police and the feds when they broke into my store, but I don't think 2 months, I think is what the gentleman who sold it to me was the maximum he thought I could get out of it.
Well,
I
have
mean, we
you
can
worked
still get, I
alone
mean,
in
we
the
can still
last
get,
45 days? Yeah, sorry.
we can
No,
still
I've
get
been doing
schedules, audit
COVID
trails, stuff like
clinics.
that. I'm sorry, Dr. Wilson, I didn't mean to cover you up there.
She had, I believe Dr. Mack or Miss Mack had asked if I had worked alone. And the answer is no. I've been doing COVID clinics and been on the Arkansas strike team for Independence County. So we've been doing all the businesses and factories and all that.
Well, I mean, and I don't know if we can do this, Cindy. I understand we brought just the pharmacist and not the techs, and I understand why, because he instructed him to do that. I just wonder if we could ask a technician what's normal, and the pharmacist ever open the bottle and verify the drug. I mean, but
we
we
can
may
easily,
be,
I mean, we can easily send a subpoena to any and all those technicians. If it's the board's will or the board decides that they want to have this at a full hearing where witnesses can be, put under oath. I mean, we have, the board has subpoena power. I mean, I've sent them out regularly, so that's not an issue to have the technicians either there as part of the case or there as a witness, whichever the board wants.
Does anyone else have any comments?
Dr. Newsom, I would just bring up an old case that at least some of you will remember where, the board decided to take an action and then decided to do further checks at intervals and basically told the person up front, if we see this, this, and this again, here's what you can expect to happen X number of more times. And if it isn't fixed by the end of this time period, then our plan would be, the board told the person, then we will take your pharmacy permit. And I think that I'm hearing the same type of discussion that happened in that case before. It's just being said in a little bit different manner. And that one was the pharmacy was so messy. It was not, people doing unapproved tasks or, workflow issues as much as it was just, it was so messy. But I'm hearing, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I think the board, is kind of asking like, how far do your videos go back? Well, let's say they go back 2 months. Well, then, you want us to go check a day at the end of, or the beginning of March and the end of March and, look at a whole day of both of those and see how that looked. Was the first of the month or the last of the month, look like, is it really fixed or is, when I say routine behavior looks routine, everything just flows. But if you throw a kink in the middle of routine behavior, then everything looks spastic. For most of us in practice, it's difficult to find 10 minutes to eat a protein bar when you're at work without somebody coming and knocking on the door and trying to get something from you.
and this looked very routine. It didn't look like, oh, should we ask him? I guess my concern is about pulling it off later and trying to do a full blown. I understand exactly where you're coming from, but we pretty much know during those couple of days things were not handled properly, and it's 6 months ago. So do we need to handle what happened, with whatever kind of punishment, if you will? But I think probably everyone is extremely concerned about tomorrow. And if the other two pharmacists are there with him, we may not see anything.
Yeah.
Because he may be the only one that did it like that. The other pharmacist might verify the prescription. So I'm just trying to make sure if you feel like, Dr. Richmond, that I understand you have a lot of questions. I really do. But do you think
Should we try to deal with what we know happened and then try to put some parameters in place where he has to come back and prove something at a later date? I don't know. Just a thought.
Okay, Dr. Kraus?
Yeah, I would like to know intent. I think, I've been thinking, under the extenuating circumstances that he's put before us for those 2 days, what would we have advised him to do differently or better? And some things do come to mind, but I would like most of all to know if this is a normal pattern or if this was a extenuating circumstance. And Dr. Kirtley's suggestions there, resonated with me in that maybe there's some ways we can set some parameters to see if this is a pattern or if this is routine. Knowing whether or not it's, especially in passing judgment, whether or not it was for passing judgment on a 2-day extenuating circumstance or if this is, business as usual.
Yeah, I think we would have to, review some tapes, say in the month of March, to be able to know that. We just pulled the 2 days where he was there.
My response to Dr. Kraus' comment is, if it was 2 days or a matter of routine, so what? It shouldn't have happened at all. It raises the my question. I mean, technicians have their own licensure. They understand the regulations under which they're to work. Were they not being complicit because, irrespective of the fact that he told them to do it, they agreed to do it? So, I mean, do they not deserve also some discipline in this? And do we want trust that it wasn't a matter of routine, and from now until whenever it actually gets fully ferreted out, just allow it to go on?
Yeah, that's a good point.
And to Dr. Richmond's point, a lot of times I think that's why at times the board looks at probation as a specific condition, that not only was something not up to snuff, it's basically you're on notice, that's over. Is that kind of where you're trying to go, Dr. Richmond?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
How was this discovered?
We received a complaint.
Yeah, it was just an anonymous email. We received 2 of them.
Yeah,
and I mean from the same person, but it was just, I think they sent a separate email later. But they're they're from anonymous, and anybody can, you get Hotmail or Gmail or anywhere right now and just make up a email address. So that's not. So
yeah, it's the 2 PDF documents that are in your file folder. Mm-hmm. Those were the anonymous complaints that we received.
Yeah, I saw those. Okay.
And I think to Dr. Richmond's point, if you read those 2 complaints, although they are anonymous, the complaint is public record, and it clearly states that not only as an employee, but a customer of this pharmacy in that complaint.
Okay.
But if this were a civil complaint, a formal civil complaint, and somebody had been injured, it would not be a stretch at all for this to rise to the level of gross negligence. And this is wanton disregard for, he knows what the pharmacy laws are. He had to get licensed in order to know that, and chose to ignore it anyway and let unlicensed personnel dispense prescriptions.
And told them to do it. I mean, that's even, it wasn't like they accidentally just didn't come show him. I mean, typically pharmacists have been sick, throwing up in a trash can, and at least they'll sit at the table and somebody will bring them over the stuff so they can see it. I mean, there wasn't even an attempt to get a pharmacist to look at these. So that makes me feel like it's very common. Now, the other 2 pharmacists weren't there, so we can't really, I'm not really saying they practice that way, but
yeah, but the whole situation even put the other pharmacists in danger, because if the technicians came and said, well, the boss said that this is how we can do this, So it could possibly cause a lot of confusion in the pharmacy because the boss said, we can do these things and knowing that they don't supposed to do them. Dr. Kraus, I think what's the next one?
Yes, ma'am. I agree with Debbie in that, having been in a similar situation myself, yeah, at least looking at the prescriptions before they went out, I would say that definitely needed to be done in some capacity. But I do struggle with, given the situation in which he was hurt, and he couldn't find relief. I don't know. Other than just closing, I don't know what else we could, if he called us and say, hey, this is a situation this morning, I'm going to work and this is a problem. What should I do?
Well, I'm sure the answer would not be just let your techs fill the prescriptions.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
what do you do?
unfortunately, you have to close. I mean, I know nobody wants to hear that, but if you are incapacitated and in a physical way, and you're not going to be able to perform as a pharmacist, unfortunately, you can't be open that day. And that's a very unfavorable answer. I get it, but.
Well, but it's the only answer that's possible.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and there was no call to the board on the 14th, the morning, to say, hey, I can't work today. I'm impaired. What do I do? I'm physically impaired because of this injury that I've had. We had no notification of it until we got the complaint that said on these 2 days he did this. So nobody really reached out to us to say, what do I do?
Right.
And
I know. I'm just saying if that had happened,
that should have happened.
What would you say? What would we say?
I would have said you can't operate a pharmacy without a licensed pharmacist present and participating in the steps that the pharmacist has to do.
Right.
If I had taken that call,
Mm-hmm.
I think Cindy, I can't speak for Cindy or Kevin, or John, but I think they probably would have done the same.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and I think Dr. Richmond said it first early on. We are sorry there was a situation, but just because you have a situation doesn't mean you can just handle business the way you need to. There isn't a leeway in the law that, hey, if you're not doing good today, just let the techs fill it. But
what if surgeons took the same approach to the standard of care? If they're sick, they're going to let their wife do surgery.
Right. And I can tell you just from experience, I'm sure everyone in this room can. The techs did not appear to be trying to figure out what to do. The techs were clearly just doing business, and there was no, oh, should I run back here and ask him to look at it? They were just filling them and going. And that is a bad deal because they should have looked very out of character and they didn't.
No, it was natural to them.
Well, I just revisit the same comment that I think we need to fully ferret this out. And until that time, I'd make myself available if it needs to be done soon, but until that time, that there be restrictions placed on Dr. Wilson's license.
Can you say that last part again, Rodney?
Well, just briefly, I'd be happy to accommodate so that this can happen quickly, but I think it needs to be a full hearing to really ferret out all the issues in a formal way. And two is that until that happens, that there be restrictions placed on Dr. Wilson's license. So let other people be doing the supervision of the technicians and whatnot until we can figure out exactly what happened.
So, Dr. Wilson, you say you have two other pharmacists?
As of right now.
Okay.
One's mother just had a stroke, but we've been dealing with that the best we can. But As far as I know right now, she's not planning on leaving.
Okay.
She's trying to get her into an assisting living facility and all that. So
How many
I have
hours?
two as of right now.
How many hours are you and each of the other pharmacists working regularly?
I work anywhere, well, depending on how many COVID clinics I've been doing. I work
I'm
from
sorry,
5:30.
just in the store itself, operating the pharmacy.
At least 30 to more.
Is it always a one pharmacist operation, or do you have two on duty at some times?
I do have two on duty on Mondays.
Okay, but the rest of the time it's a one pharmacist.
Yes.
And you haven't worked any on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday by yourself? Because that was your comment that you'd never worked alone.
No, ma'am. I mean, it has, but it had been when I first got out of school. I had a young lady stay with me for 9 years. She decided to move to Heber because it was closer to her house. And then I had the opportunity to hire these two women, and they have been with me ever since. And I had to provide them with enough hours to do that. So they work 3 days a week and every third Saturday. And then I have a hospital pharmacist, the clinical hospital pharmacist from White River, actually comes in and fills the third Saturday.
Okay, so, but you just said you were working 30 hours a week in the pharmacy. So when are you working? If it's all a single pharmacist operation and they're working those other days, when are you working?
Anytime I can. I mean, there's no set schedule. I come in the mornings, I work as hard as I can. I stay in my office mostly trying to catch up with paperwork. I fill prescriptions. I verify them. I backtrack them. Look for low profit. The past 2 months, I've been dealing with COVID billing.
So you're there when one of them is there.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you were implying. I am there when they are there. Yes. That was a rare exception for me to be there alone. Well, I'd say probably 3 years. Unless it was a time when they took a vacation.
So what if you're there and one of the ladies is there and they go to lunch? Did they go to lunch?
No, ma'am. They can, but then they'd have to work 5 days a week, and they've chose to work 4.
How long is the pharmacy open? How many hours a week?
8:30 to 5:30, 9:45, 48 and a half hours.
Okay.
So you're the pick at this location?
Yes, sir.
And you're there about, you said 30 hours a week, or is that just during COVID while you're doing the?
Oh, during COVID, I haven't actually been there as much because I've been having to do so many offsite clinics for, I'm not sure what it is, at Arkansas strike teams. Somehow I got, me and another pharmacy in Independence County got put on a strike team to do all the businesses and factories in Independence County. And this week we're actually on our second round of Pfizer vaccine.
Okay.
So you're in the pharmacy 30 hours a week, generally.
Generally, yes, sir.
Okay. So, and the pharmacy's open 48 and a half hours a week.
48 and a half. Is that what you said? I'm sorry.
48. I mean, I'm not trying to put numbers in your mouth.
No, I just couldn't hear you. I'm sorry.
Okay. So about, let's just say about 50 hours.
48 and a half, but yes.
Okay, 48 and a half.
So Dr. Daniel, if you were to go to a full board hearing, about what time could we fit that in?
Right now, looking at June, we set that date at the end of April, but it is full.
Okay.
And so let me pull up I got it right here. Let me pull up the schedule.
Third day in June.
Yeah, it's the 1st of June. It's like the first week right now. Well, it's the second week, the 9th. So it would be June 9th.
Okay.
And we've got one that morning it will take half the day at a minimum. So it'll be in the afternoon. It would be that afternoon. Like I said, we moved a lot of stuff to try to, we set that one day in April, and we've got one matter there that's going to take at least half a day. Then we got 5 or 6 other small matters. So that day in April is slammed. I mean, from what I've heard today, this may take a while, or at least, several hours of discussion, if not. So it would have to be something that would be set for probably that afternoon by itself.
Yeah. Started at 1 o'clock on the 9th and book it for the afternoon.
Yeah, or maybe even later than 1 that morning.
Okay.
That morning's going to be long. We may need to back the morning up earlier. Like we might want to start that one at 8 o'clock, Luke.
Yeah.
Or 8,
it's possible.
8:20.
It may take several hours.
Okay. Does that sound good with everyone?
Yes.
Okay.
Just to complete that thought, I want to go back to that number pharmacist in charge of that. So when you say that sometimes it wasn't nearly 30 hours, and what are there times that it would be 10, 15 hours? You'd be out, that you might be in the pharmacy and the rest of the time out doing clinics?
Currently, yes. John, currently, yes. John Vincent had expressed that the governor had wanted us out on strike teams for certain counties. So he had put me, Wilson Pharmacy, and Economart on a strike team for Independence County to hit all the businesses we could and factories. So what we're doing is they send in a tray of Pfizer, and then we supplemented with Moderna to keep getting the rest of them. And now we've got our second tray of Pfizer in, and we started last Tuesday or Wednesday or Thursday. It was Wednesday.
Okay.
So we did one this morning at 5:30, or got up and started reconstituting, and then started it at 7:30. And we're going back for second shift.
Dr. Kirtley, I know that we've relaxed some of the rules. Have we relaxed the rules on the number of hours a pharmacist in charge is supposed to be in the store?
No, sir.
So it's my understanding that for a store that is open less than a week, that the PIC has to be in the store at least 50% of the time. Is that not right?
Up to a requirement of 32 hours a week. If the store is open more than 64 hours, it stops at 32.
So if we got a store that's open 48 and a half, then we'd expect the PIC to be there 24 and a quarter.
Okay.
But yet
that's not a problem.
But yet that's not happening, or hasn't.
No, I can fix that. That's not a problem. I can tell them that they can do whatever means necessary that the board requires it. That's not a problem, sir.
So is everybody in agreement that we take this to hearing? Can I get a motion to that fact, please?
Are we going to allow him to continue to be PIC under these circumstances until we figure it out, or?
Well, it's so much stuff going on right now. Because if we have to file another PIC, where will he find them? Because he's using, what, pharmacist is working other places also?
How many hours a week do your two other pharmacists work?
Nine 27. And then I pay them 4 hours to either do shots or do MTM. So I think they're averaging 29. Did y'all hear that?
Yes.
Okay.
And am I correct in saying that they work other places also?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
They work for me both 3 days a week and every third weekend. And then I supplement that income by letting them either do MTMs or nighttime COVID vaccination clinics right now. But we can put those off as well.
Well, or you know, different people can give shots.
I've texted Arkansas Department of Health. I would love a guideline as to who I can oversee, who I cannot oversee. I mean, I've begged. I don't know what else to do, Mr. Kirtley.
Who you can oversee as far as what?
Well, I called one day. I saw your Facebook post that said LPNs, RNs, and APNs could all give shots.
Yep. It's on our board website.
Okay. Well, I called to verify that. And Miss Brenda, I believe, I'm not trying to call anybody out or anything, but she said only RNs and APRNs. So I was not able to use LPNs that day, so I had to find more pharmacists because I didn't know which to believe. Well, so since the Arkansas Department of Health has actually had the initiative over this, I was trying to get an answer from them.
Yeah, the post that you would have seen on our Facebook group was the notification for pharmacists how they can use RN, LPN, APN due to our agreement that we, were able to work out the explanation with the nursing board. Now, the Department of Health and what they may require as part of a strike team issue may be different, but that's what can be done legally. You can also, the PrEP Act, if you've read any of that, the PrEP Act would allow you to have pharmacy technicians trained to also administer shots and supervise pharmacy technicians. That's a federal issue, not a state issue. So correct. A lot of it goes into, if you ask the Board of Pharmacy, do the Board of Pharmacy rules allow me to, supervise a technician to administer shots? The frank answer is the Board of Pharmacy rules do not. But the Federal PrEP Act does if the pharmacist and pharmacy technician both meet all those training criteria.
Well, and I'm the one that actually brought that up with Miss Fain when she was there for a inspection a week or two before, that she had not read that yet. And she had texted me back a couple of days later and said that was correct.
Yeah, all that stuff, they publish it, but they don't necessarily tell the boards of pharmacy that these new federal guidelines are out. I mean, they hit a number 7 and, we may find out about it that day. We may find out about it a week later.
And I understand.
Those are federal rules.
Y'all are my oversight committee, and that's who I look to. And from that answer, I didn't feel comfortable using LPNs. So I reached out to Department of Health and got no reply.
So I guess to kind of pull this together from my perspective, Dr. Wilson, I don't mean to seem insensitive. I mean, I understand human malady and we get injuries and things happen. But I just can't imagine that anywhere in the civilized U.S. that we make exceptions to allow non-licensed personnel to be dispensing prescriptions absent your presence, of children doing it, or while you're taking a nap, or any of those things. I have no question of your ability to give vaccination. So.
Oh, no, I'm not.
I'm sorry.
I was not questioning vaccination. I was just answering Mr. Kirtley's question.
Right, and I'm not. I'm open. I'm just summarizing thoughts here. That while you certainly are qualified to give vaccines, that between now and the time that we have a hearing, I would like to entertain that someone else be appointed as pharmacist in charge. Being performed until that hearing goes on. You could continue to give vaccines. You could continue to work as a pharmacist under some other PIC.
No.
Mr. Daniel, from a legal perspective, I would like to know, we've not been provided notice of any such action to be taken today. We were noticed today for informal committee review. I believe what's being proposed now is a disciplinary action. We'd be entitled to a hearing under the APA before such actions imposed.
That's correct. And they're not taking a disciplinary action today. They're stating that we won't, that they want to set it for a formal hearing to see if the board will take disciplinary action. They're just asking him to step down as a PIC and let somebody else do it until this is resolved. That's not a reportable any type of action on his license. They're just asking him to step down as that pick until then, until this can be resolved at that formal hearing. But they are not taking any disciplinary action today.
That's not a sanction that's being imposed by the board on an interim basis without notice and hearing?
It's not a sanction. I mean, he can agree to it or not agree to it. I mean, if he doesn't agree to it, then they can take, emergency action if they see fit. But it is not a disciplinary action and it's not a sanction. This happens all the time where they'll ask a pharmacist to either agree not to practice or agree not to be a PIC or agree not to do something until that matter can be resolved. And that's what they're asking to do today. I mean, if he says, he has the right today to say that he doesn't want to do that. And then the board can decide if they want to get the other board members and take an emergency hearing or whatever they want to do. But it's not a sanction that would be reported or that would be anything like that.
Okay, one person speaking at a time.
Mr. Casper, I don't know, does that change or that?
Yeah, that I understand what you're saying, but I think from our perspective, at least we would ask for some time to consider that as opposed to having to make that decision on the spot this minute.
Yeah, and it wouldn't have to be made on the spot.
Okay.
They're going to make a recommendation and then y'all can talk and then you can get together with him and talk about it and get back to me.
Fair enough.
Okay, anyone else? Dr. May?
I'm trying to think.
A little bit, but I didn't hear you.
I'm trying to think. Him being the pick. Well, I think where Dr. Richmond's coming from is he's not supervising. But even if he's being the pharmacist, if we allow him to work as pharmacist, he still has to supervise what a technician's doing if he's filling a prescription. I'm a little concerned that probably what he's concerned about is either of these two women that do work from him, just because they have other jobs too, if they won't take the pick spot in the interim. So I'm just thinking if Dr. Richmond definitely wants that to happen, we probably need a backup plan because that does happen in many pharmacies all over the place where somebody will not be a pick. So we need to think about that. Or what do we want to do if he comes back and he can't or they won't. And he does still own it, so he's going to be in there. So
yeah, I mean, I would imagine whether he's the pick or not, he's still going to be doing the day-to-day ordering and that type of stuff because he's the owner. But
Yeah, I don't see what a
yeah.
pick change would accomplish.
Yeah, I mean, that's
Yeah,
just
I don't feel like
speculating.
the pick helps. I don't think changing the pick helps. I think it's more, and we can't put him on probation today because that'd be a sanction unless we wanted to go through the whole thing and go ahead and finish it today. And that's just what, I mean, each one of us need to think about. Is it better to do something today and go ahead and say if we were going to put him on probation, we would have something done? Or do you really want to wait another 2 months and then try to get more? I feel like we do need more details, but we just need to decide if we can do anything today or we have to wait. And if we have to wait, what do we want to do in the meantime?
It said, in any decision you make today will be a recommendation that he will either have to accept or not accept. And so if he wouldn't accept that, like I said, he would still have the option of coming to a full board hearing, but it's not like, I mean, any decision made today is not mandatorily imposed. It was, I mean, it's still something he has to agree to.
So how about Dr. Jolly? So if Lynn and Dr. Krause and I, while I understand the reasoning, I'm not sure changing the pick will help. What Dr. Jolly, do you, because we have two things on the table, what do you think?
Well, I think if the other two pharmacists there refuse to be the pick, my mind goes to what's our recourse then? If we're going to force him not to be the pick, but no one else will be the pick, then the only recourse then is for the pharmacy not to be able to operate without a pharmacist in charge. And would that be the best thing for the patients that are customers of that pharmacy? That's where my mind goes. I'm all for going to a full board hearing. I just, from a board action, don't know, and this just may be because this hasn't come up in my time on the board, you know, what our authority here is today to force a pick change, because if, like I said, if none of the other part-time pharmacists want to do it, then what's our response then going to be?
And do you think changing a pick will that make a difference to you of what he does in the next 2 months? I mean,
well, I think that, you know, I don't disagree with Dr. Richmond's thought process. I understand where he's
I do too.
I really do. I'm just concerned about, like I said, you know, what the potential recourse would be if there's no one willing to be the pick, and is that the best thing overall? It's been 7 months since this happened. You know, I think that if we decide not to force a pick change or make that a part of the motion, then it needs to be made clear to Dr. Wilson that as the pharmacist in charge, he needs to fulfill his duties. You know, between now and the board hearing, full board hearing, when we're able to make a final determination on how we want to handle this case.
Yeah, and just from a legal standpoint, talking about what Dr. Jolly said about this being 7 months ago, if y'all decided to do that and he didn't agree to that, I think it would be a stretch to say that there's an emergency matter that needs to be resolved by board action when it's been so long ago. And literally we've had no issues that we know of. We've had no complaints. I would have thought that if there was still an issue, and I went back and looked, and I apologize earlier, it was 2 different emails. I can't say if that was 2 different people. Yeah. One person made up 2 emails, but those complaints were from 2 different emails. So I would just think that if there was still some type of issue and those people were still we're still either a customer or an employee there, that we would have heard something. But what I'm saying from a legal standpoint, I just think it's going to be hard to say that if he doesn't agree to step down, that there's an emergency matter that needs to be dealt with immediately, when this was 7 months ago and we really don't know if there's been any issue since.
Yeah, I think the thing that gives me at least a little bit of comfort is that the complaint appears to have been generated internally. if I'm interpreting the complaints. And unless that person just worked those 2 days and then quit, or both of them did, then I would think we would have either gotten a complaint before if this was routine behavior or after if it was continued to occur. I mean, I'm not saying that there's not a pattern here. What I'm saying is the fact that these 2 complaints were focused on the 14th and the 15th of October, and there doesn't appear to be anything in there that refers to a pattern of behavior or this happens all the time. That does give me a little bit of, I guess, I don't know if comfort's the right word, but that maybe this was a one-off incident due to the injury. But with all that being said, I do agree wholeheartedly with Dr. Richmond that this needs to go to a full board for us to be able to deliberate on and come to a proper course of action to take.
Okay. Anyone else?
If we continue with Dr. Wilson as the PIC, then I think at a minimum, he needs to be in the pharmacy the minimum number of hours as required by regulation.
Agree.
Absolutely.
Agree.
And I believe that he said earlier that would not be a problem in the future. Is that correct, Mr. Castleberry?
That's correct. That was his response. I would say that's a new issue today. That was not in any of the materials we were provided in the notice.
Yeah, and I honestly think it just came out today while he was talking, so I don't think.
Understood.
Yes, I'll call the governor's office and tell them to take me off the task force, and that maybe they can find someone to replace me.
And Mr. Daniel, since he's open 48 and a half, that his requirements, what, 24, 25 hours, 50%.
Yeah, I believe it would be what, 24 and a quarter?
Yeah. And then the other thing is, the tech ratio. I think we need to, I think our message to him needs to be that, he can't be in violation of that 3-to-1 ratio, which was also uncovered in the investigation as well. I don't know if that part of a motion, but it'll be part of the hearing, I'm sure. But I've lost sight of that as we've talked about all these others, and just referred back to my notes, and that was an issue as well. So.
Well, that certainly would be part of a specific infraction, but being PSC doesn't just mean being there 24 and a quarter hours. It means making sure that the pharmacy is compliant with the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy rules and regulations.
Correct.
Of which the tech ratio is one of them.
Correct.
So it's encompassing than just that.
And I think probably, to help yourself, since it's going to be 2 months, is really go back and look at your operation and what could have been happening when you've been busy doing other things, and just really get everything lined out to where you're actually running that pharmacy again. And 24 and a half hours you can still do what the governor wants. We're not trying to say you can't give vaccines. We're just saying you really need to manage the pharmacy. That's your responsibility.
Yeah, I mean, he just needs to abide by, all the rules and regulations and statutes, which which are already in place. So I don't know that it needs to be part of the motion. It can be, but the statutes, rules and regulations are already there. He just needs to be sure that he's abiding by those, which includes everything that y'all discussed.
So would the motion simply be that we table this for a full board hearing at the next available opportunity?
Yes, and if that's the motion and it's seconded and goes forward, I will get Mr. Castleberry. I will put together a full order and notice of hearing that will lay out every allegation and will lay out all of the statutes and board regulations.
I'm willing to make the motion if there's no other discussion or any other comments from fellow board members or board staff or Dr. Wilson or his legal counsel.
Okay, do I get a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? The motion passes. Look, we've covered a lot of things here. Yeah, go ahead, Dr. Daniel.
I was just gonna say,
Mr.
Mr. Castleberry, like I said, they took no action, made no motion today on the resolution of this case, and it will be set in June. And I will get you, it'll be addressed to him, but I'll send it to your attention, full order.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
That will lay out the allegations that were specifically, well, it will lay out all the allegations that will be discussed at that hearing.
Understood. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else have any more comments? Okay, you want to take a comfort break? I know we have another case coming up and we're behind on time.
May we excuse?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Castleberry. And like I said, I'll get the stuff over to you. It'll probably be next week, but I'll get it.
Okay. Thank you.
So,
Okay.
Yeah, y'all want to take 5 or 10 minutes, and I know we've got Miss G and everybody from Walgreens on here already. So y'all want to take about 5 or 10 minutes, and then we'll come back and get into theirs.
That'll be fine. So get back at 3:35.
I think
Okay,
we
it's
got Dr.
3:35. Go ahead.
I think we got Dr. Kraus back. We should have everybody. I know Mr. Daniels
Okay.
in his office and Dr. McCready is.
I see
There he is.
Dr. Lawson and I see Miss G and Mr. Opinion. Dr. Stemple. Okay.
I just
we're
had
all
to put
good.
on
Erica, you
some
want to
tennis
buddy
shoes.
back? Waiting on Cindy. She should be back in just a minute. There she is.
Okay.
I'm here.
This is, we've got, Erica, if you just want to introduce your people real quick, and then I'll give yourself and who you got with you, and then I'll give the board just a very quick recap of why we're here, and then we'll get started.
You're muted.
I think you're muted, Erica. Can't hear you. It's not showing you're muted, but we can't hear you.
And we understand very little sign language. And most of it's not complimentary.
Yeah.
I like the smile though. The smile's good.
No.
So you may have to call in.
Yeah, zoom in.
How about now?
There you go.
Yeah.
All right.
You'll have to kill your speaker, I bet, on your computer.
Yeah, or it'll echo.
No, you killed your microphone on your computer, on your cell phone.
How about now?
Perfect.
Yes.
Perfect.
All right. Sorry, everybody. I thought I had that all set up. So good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes, ma'am. We have with us today for Walgreens, we have Catherine Stemmel, and she is the Director of Pharmacy Quality Assurance and Patient Safety. And then we have Brad Lawson, who many of you know is the Healthcare Supervisor for Walgreens. And then we have Dwayne Pignon, who is Senior Director and Managing Counsel for Walgreens. And you have me. Those just the four of us today.
And, as most of you remember, we were here back several months ago. There was there had been some complaints, and Dr. Fain did some audits at Walgreens, mainly the stores 5730, and there was a Conway store. We had a pretty long discussion that day with Mr. Pignon, Dr. Lawson, and Ms. G, and I think Dr. Stemwell, you may have been there too. I can't remember, but there was a pretty long discussion that day about those eras, and there was a lot of pharmacists or several pharmacists that were there that day. There was discussion about workload. There was discussion about schedules and some issues that the board wanted to talk about. Again, the board asked that those two stores go back, or that staff go back and re-audit those two stores. That has been done, and I'll let Ms. Fain get into that in just a minute. And the board also asked to do a couple of just random audits at a couple of other Walgreens stores, and to come back today. And I know there were some issues that the board wanted Walgreens to discuss today. And I have a copy of the letter. I don't believe it's included in your file, but I do have a copy of the letter that I sent Ms. G and copied Dr. Lawson on, but it just some of the issues that the board wanted to be discussed today were actions that have been taken to check and stop errors. And how does Walgreens actually define a prescription error? There was some talk about what the board defined as an error. Walgreens didn't necessarily define all of those as errors. So the board wanted to go back and see, like, what is it? What does Walgreens consider an error? And how does Walgreens discover and track prescription errors? Is there something that comes up in the system, or is it audits, whatever the case may be? and how does Walgreens address theirs? And wanted to discuss any issues with inadequate staffing. So I'll ask Dr. Fain. Okay, there you go. I'll ask Dr. Fain just to give a brief overview and summary of, what was found on those two original audits, what was found on the re-audits of those stores, which would have been several months later. And we did those re-audits came from days after our last meeting. We didn't want to go back in time and, see something that might have, not been corrected. So so those days of the re-audit were since our last meeting. So Dr. Fain, if you just kind of give a quick overview of, what was found on those first two audits and then the re-audits, and then, the areas that stuck out and maybe the percentage, and also those two new random audits.
Thank you, Luke. So I'm going to start with the first store being Walgreens 5730, which is on South University in Little Rock. And the first audit was from January of 20. I'm just going to give you just rough dates. So they were from January of 20. We reviewed a total of 645 prescriptions. There was 114 errors for an overall error rate of 17.7. A good portion of those, probably half of them, were just what we considered incomplete directions, leaving off PRN pain or the duration of therapy on an antibiotic. Went back and did a follow-up audit for the month of February 2021, so just a couple months ago. Out of the 224 prescriptions that were reviewed, there were 21 errors, so it's a 9.4% error. The incomplete or directions seem to be much better. There were, one was a wrong strength, one was wrong directions. There were a couple of prescriptions that were faxed that were C2 prescriptions, and they weren't hospice or long-term care. But overall, the numbers went down significantly. That store fills about 400 a day, by the way. The second store is Walgreens 4794 in Conway, and they do about 600 a day. And the first audit was performed for October of 2019. We reviewed 1,009 prescriptions, and there were 63 errors for an error rate of 6.2. Again, probably 50% of those were incomplete directions. We did a follow-up inspection or a follow-up audit for February of 2021. Out of 320 prescriptions, there were 7 errors. So that's a 2.1% error. And 2 of them were just typos. One was the wrong directions. Instead of 1 to 2 every 6 hours, it was just 1 every 6 hours. And then 3 of them were filled too soon. All of these pharmacies, they are not back tagging all of the prescriptions, but that's a separate issue. But we were only able to review some of the prescriptions because there were probably 30 to 50%, depending on the store, that just weren't back tagged. They were like, it was just the label and I didn't have the original prescription to compare it to. So we did 2 other random stores. One of them was Walgreens 11344 in Forest City. Reviewed prescriptions from late December of 2020 through early January 21. Out of 377 prescriptions, there was 12 errors for an overall error rate of 3.2. But they were fairly significant errors, like methylprednisolone number 5, 1 daily was prescribed, but they dispensed a dose pack where they go the 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This audit was based on a patient complaint where the pharmacy looked somebody up by the date of birth instead of their name, and they picked the wrong patient. She got the right medicine, but didn't have her name on it, and it scared her. And then the last one was Walgreens 4017 in Sherwood. And we audited 423 prescriptions in December of 2020. There were 13 errors for an overall error rate of 3.1. So, and again, some that were fairly significant, some of them just of note, like one was written for nystatin suspension, 5 mils QID for 7 days, but it had a quantity of 60 mils. That would not, they would have needed 140 mils to last the 7 days. There was no call to the doctor annotated. It was literally dispensed with 60 mils with the directions to be 5 mils QID for 7 days. There was also another prescription that was written for Magic Mouthwash for 5 to 10 mils QID for 5 days. You would need 100 to 200 mils to complete that therapy. And the doctor only prescribed 90 mils, which wouldn't have lasted long enough, but there was no note that the doctor was prescribed. I mean, the prescriber was called, and there's no annotations. So overall, the error rates were down. I think it was mostly due to the clarifications of what we considered an incomplete prescription by leaving off the PRN and the, till all taken, that sort of thing. But that, there was still some errors, and the ones that were left were more meaningful, I think. Any questions?
And just for the board's knowledge, we have these other, we re-audited those 2 stores, and then the new audits. We didn't ask any of the pharmacists to be here today. I know in the first 5730, I know y'all made a recommendation to do some CE, and they have done that from that store, but we didn't ask any of the pharmacists from the other stores to be here. We just kind of, at this point, the board kind of said that it just wanted to speak with corporate to see kind of what the issues were and what had been done. So that's why, if you look at those, her summary sheets, it may list out the pharmacists, but none of those pharmacists are here today.
Dr. Fain, you're talking about,
I'm sorry, John, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Say, Dr. Fain, in part, you're talking about the records that we pulled just as recent as last week. Those were only the controlled substance record pulls that we did. We did not pull in non-controls to look at normal prescriptions, correct?
That is correct. And the reason for that is they don't back tag their non-controlled prescriptions, and we would have had to go through corporate to get the directions, and it was too late to do that. So we just audited what we had access to.
Either that, or we would have to basically take over a computer for hours to go script by script with it. So if the board wants us to go back and do a relook at both the non-control and the control, that would be an additional later step for us. And we did find some, what we think may be record keeping issues that we're following up with.
And that's pretty much, like I said, like Dr. Fain said, that's pretty much what she found. The errors did go down at those stores. And I didn't know if the board members had any questions specifically for her. If not, I would turn it over to Ms. G. Do any of the board members have any questions about the re-audits or anything for Dr. Fain before I turn it over to Ms. G so she can? Okay, then Erica, I'll turn it over to you. If you and who you have with you would just want to discuss, well, whatever you want to discuss, but if you'll just kind of hit those topics that were in that letter that we've discussed, and anything else that y'all feel is important or pertinent. But I'll turn it over to you, and y'all can go from there.
All right, thank you. At the last meeting, there were a lot of questions about how Walgreens handled errors on a corporate level, how they were identified, and what was done with that information once they were identified. And so the very best person to answer all of those questions for you is Katie Stimmel. As I said at the beginning, she is the director of quality assurance and patient safety for Walgreens. And so she is going to cover that process for you, and then is available to answer any questions that you might have about any of that. And hopefully it will help everybody kind of wrap their arms around how that would work at Walgreens. So with that, I will turn it over to Katie.
All right, hi everybody. It's nice to virtually meet you all. I prepared a couple of slides here just to kind of walk through my day-to-day and what we do at the Patient Safety Organization within Walgreens to help improve patient safety in the field. So may I share my screen? Is that all right?
Yeah, let me get Jennifer, if you can hear us, will you make Katie Stemple a co-host? She just made you a co-host, so you should be able to share now.
Great, thanks. All right. And I apologize because I am very used to Teams and not so much used to Zoom. So just bear with me for a moment, please. All right. And I'll share this screen here. All right, can you see my screen?
No.
Not yet, okay.
At the bottom, you click share screen, and then you choose the specific screen you want to share. Click on it, and then in the bottom right of that window, it'll say share, and that should start your sharing.
All right, let's try that one more time. How about now?
Got it.
All right, fantastic.
Yes, it's patient safety operations.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, wonderful. All right. So as Erica said, I am Katie Stimmel. I am a pharmacist by training, graduated from Butler University in 2003. I've been with Walgreens almost 21 years now. Most of the time I spent in the field in a variety of patient care roles, and I joined the support center in 2016 in the capacity of patient safety. And I've been leading the patient safety team since that time. So I just wanted to walk you through kind of our process, what we do here as a patient safety team, and then answer any questions that you had. So as you may know, all patient safety organizations, of which Walgreens has one, fall under the supervision and accreditation of AHRQ. We're required to recertify every few years and participate in meetings and project streams with AHRQ to improve healthcare in the country. This includes collaborating around non-patient specific data, gathering to address specific national patient safety issues, and working cross-functionally to solve healthcare safety problems. We communicate frequently with AHRQ and also with our providers and our corporate field operations teams. In the case of Walgreens, our providers are our pharmacists. Our pharmacists submit event reports to us via our proprietary software platform and ideas on how they think safety could be enhanced in the field. We in turn then provide the data analytics back to the pharmacists so they can track their own performance. They can learn from their own errors and their near misses, as well as learning from peer groups that are similar to them. We provide very specific and actionable recommendations based on statistical analysis for improvement. We take this data, the reporting, and the provider's suggestion to Walgreens corporate operations team and our field leadership team. This enables our leaders to then coach the providers in the field and reinforce compliance to our policies and procedures. We also work directly with corporate operations and our IT teams to improve the processes for filling prescriptions, creating educational material, and even changing our fulfillment system to enhance safety. But we'll talk a little bit more about that on our last slide. All of this communication and continuous quality improvement is supported by the idea of a just culture. And I'm sure many of you are very familiar with what a just culture means, but just wanted to talk a little bit about what it means to me. Basically, we think it's the foundation for a healthy patient safety evaluation system. Providers have to be empowered and encouraged to submit patient safety error reports in order for the entire system to actually work. So we spend a lot of time making sure that the reporting and the leadership messaging around safety supports this ideal. So what is a just culture? It encourages disclosure and discussion of errors and near misses without the fear of retaliation. It focuses on individual choices of the providers and the behaviors that led to the error, and not the error itself. It's not at all about assigning blame. It's about getting to and fixing the root cause of errors. It's definitely not punishment based on outcome. In a just culture, errors are handled the same regardless of the patient outcome. And it's also not inconsistent in irrational decision-making. In a just culture, errors are treated with consistency following documented standard operating procedures. In a just culture, everyone has to be responsible for patient safety, and we all work together to make sure it occurs. So I know one of the questions that you guys had was, what constitutes an error and what does Walgreens consider an error? We consider an error to be any deviation from the prescriber's intended drug therapy for the patient. However, we feel that not all errors are created equal. We always strive to dispense everything 100% accurately, of course. While we do have continuous quality improvement activities to improve accuracy of things like the original date or that the prescription was entered, or the prescriber information like the office address, we focus the most on preventing errors that could potentially impact the clinical treatment of a patient, like errors in patient or drug or directions, or ensuring clinical appropriateness of a medication. The graphic here you see is an example of what we call our pocket guide. Basically, it's just a diagram that helps our field leaders and store pharmacists, and they use it to help them in filing events accurately. As you can see, it covers a very, very wide variety of types of events. The next two slides will focus on how we collect data in our stores and from our providers. STARS, or our Strategic Tracking and Analytic Reporting System, is our proprietary homegrown software that we use to record prescription errors. It helps us by making events really easy to report, and it standardizes event reporting procedures and the tracking of events. It helps us quantify errors so that specific and timely actions can be taken, and it helps us aggregate events by the root cause so that we can take steps to prevent errors in the future. STARS enhances quality by allowing accountability for events to be acknowledged so that providers involved in the events can be made aware of them. This feedback loop is vital in preventing future occurrences of similar events. And finally, it really helps us in maintaining that just culture where errors are openly discussed and we can adopt and sustain quality-related industry best practices. Outside of STARS, we have a couple of other one- and two-way feedback loops for the safety team and our field leaders and providers to discuss issues and share ideas. We have a scorecard where we track near misses on all aspects of data entry. So if a technician types something incorrectly and a pharmacist has to update it, we actually track that on the back end, and then we present that information back to our pharmacists and technicians on a scorecard that aggregates all of the near misses and still allows the team members to drill down into specific instances of the near miss so that they can learn from their past mistakes. We also have compliance reports that show our pharmacists, technicians, and field leaders when a team member might not be adhering to safety checks within our system. This can help us monitor for early warning signs and course correct before an actual error occurs. We have a portal called Ask the Retail Hub where field team members can make suggestions for improvements or ask really any question that they want. If the team member isn't comfortable raising a concern, they can do so anonymously via either our open door policy or our anonymous hotline. And finally, we have dedicated business analysts for each region of the company to help support our field leaders with any questions or needs they have. So once we have the data, what do we do with it next? As I said earlier, our providers submit error reports and adverse reaction reports via our proprietary reporting system, and then the near misses are tracked electronically on the back end. The data that is submitted has standardized attributes as well as free text field. This allows for a really rich data set that we can analyze and learn from. We then use Lean Six Sigma process analytics and improvement principles to drive change in process, technology, and staffing. To say it simply, we basically leverage our knowledge of past performance in certain situations to predict future outcomes and then take action to ensure that we have engineered the potential for risk out of the system. I'm going to spend quite a bit of time on this last slide. In my opinion, it's really the most important part. Listed below is a sampling of how we can take action to improve quality, and I want to provide at least an example of each. Like I said, creating and maintaining the just culture is the foundation for accurate event reporting. Pharmacists have to be comfortable with reporting the event, even ones they're not responsible for. Non-punitive coaching helps support this, and using collaboration tools like root cause analysis and peer review will help us sustain this. The error reporting enables all of the analytics and systems improvements that we do, so it's vital that the events are reported. Without reporting, we are basically powerless to change things for the better. Policy and procedure changes. This is often partnered with a technology change. One example is asking the patients to validate their identity by entering the last 4 digits of their phone number at the register PIN pad when they're picking up a prescription. This extra patient validation helps ensure that the correct prescription gets to the correct patient. Technology enhancements are the next one, and this is really my favorite. Whenever possible, we employ high leverage solutions in our software interface so that we can eliminate the potential for human error. We recognize humans are humans and to err is human. We understand that. There's always the potential that a human will make a mistake. The best way we can support our providers is by engineering user interfaces and procedures such that they can't make a mistake. I have a few examples here that I want to share. The first is our data review audits. So mistakes do happen, but we don't want to wait around for them to be discovered or reported. To this end, we run hundreds of different types of audits on thousands and thousands of different NDCs. The audits run in near real time and are sent to the pharmacy within 30 minutes of a prescription being filled. One example of an audit that addresses the look-alike, sound-alike drugs, clomipramine and clomiphene, flags the pharmacy team if there's a potential error detected. So for clomiphene, for example, if the SIG says for depression, the audit would flag. And for clomipramine, if the SIG says cycle or days 5 through 10 or fertility, for example, the audit will flag. Another way we use technology and user interfaces is by customizing the way the drug name appears to our providers. One recent example of this is when we receive reports from our team members, we're confusing the immediate release and the extended release names of a benzodiazepine. That could potentially result in bad consequences for a patient. We adjusted the order in which drugs appeared in our user interface, as well as moving the ER forward in the drug name so that it was more visible to our team members. This had a huge impact on the number of the events we saw moving forward. Again, and sorry to harp on this, I know I say it over and over again, but we have to be able to support this just culture to be able to get these reports so that we know how to fix the system. The next one is evidence-based clinical references. While it's not a hugely high leverage solution to preventing errors, it's vital that we provide the most up-to-date references that our pharmacists can use to evaluate medication therapy and counsel patients. To this end, we provide facts and comparisons, Lexicomp, clinical pharmacology, and natural product database for our pharmacists. They have one-click access from the clinical review screen and in the user interface to get right to these references without any additional clicks. Our clinical decision support software is the next tool. We currently use Metaspan's technology for our clinical decision support engine. Metaspan is the industry gold standard when it comes to clinical screening. Our newest DUR engine that we're partnering with Metaspan on is using the state-of-the-art clinical decision support, MS Clinical. The engine has been in testing for several months now and is being released chain-wide this month. With this deployment, we've also implemented our own messaging at the DUR clinical review step that notifies the pharmacist if the system detects that there might be an issue with how the prescription is prescribed that traditional DUR isn't going to catch. For example, if a 20 milligram diazepam rectal gel, which the device will only dispense 12.5 milligrams, 15 milligrams, 17.5, or 20, is written by a prescriber to dispense a 5 milligram dose, a DUR will flag, prompting the pharmacist to call the prescriber since this is not a dose that the device is capable of administering. Another example of this is, for example, if a liquid medication is prescribed with the directions of take one tablet, that combination would indicate that there might be a product selection issue. So we create a flag in the DUR clinical review screen so that the pharmacist can double check it. The next tool we have is educational materials. We provide a quarterly clinical continuing education newsletters, newsletters containing materials like ISMP best practices and multiple training for our pharmacists. We really strongly believe in the power of peer review as a method of learning and continuous quality improvement and require our teams at each store to complete this monthly. In this peer review, we provide them with a newsletter to discuss containing the most common errors that are occurring chain-wide the month before, and either a case study or some sort of best practice document from the industry. They then discuss their near misses and errors that occurred in their pharmacy during the previous month. The next tool is physical environment enhancements. It's maybe not the most exciting tool, but it can certainly be effective. By changing the layout of the pharmacy, the way drugs are stored, or even the lighting, we can improve quality. One example of this occurred when we noticed that a drug with 2 different strengths were stored in the same area of the pharmacy. Since they were the same drug and 2 different strengths, they looked really similar when they were on the shelf together. Through our peer review document, we made the recommendation to move one strength to a different location in the pharmacy and saw a significant reduction in it. Compliance reporting. We track all actions that are taken in the pharmacy fulfillment system on the back end. We're able to use this information to identify at-risk behaviors and coach to the same through our compliance reporting. For example, our SOPs require that barcode to barcode scan matches the drug being filled to the prescription, the drug being dispensed to the prescription filled. I'm sure you guys know that this can improve pharmacy quality when you do the barcode to barcode scan. Anytime this process is overridden, it's documented in a compliance scorecard so that local leaders can coach the staff on our SOPs. The patient safety then also uses this information to look for trends where maybe we have broken equipment that we can help escalate and getting repaired, or where the barcodes provided by the manufacturer may not be scannable with our equipment. We'll then work with the manufacturers to make sure that the appropriate barcodes are printed on the product moving forward. Corrective action planning. Occasionally, we see that a store or provider needs some extra coaching on a particular area of quality. We have a process where we can help that store or individual understand the root cause of why the errors or near misses are occurring, and then provide training, maybe continuing education, or even simulator practice to get that team member or store up to speed. And finally, partnering with industry leaders. We go beyond the walls of our company to interact with industry leaders like manufacturers, EMR vendors, switch providers, pharma, and even other PSOs to try to improve safety in the whole industry. One example of this is the work that we do with SureScripts and government regulators to increase the number of prescriptions that are prescribed electronically. Studies have shown a much higher rate of quality when prescriptions are prescribed electronically versus handwritten by prescribers. Another example of this occurred when we were receiving reports that 2 medications, which were birth controls, were being commonly confused during fulfillment. The colors on the packaging were really similar, and they were kept alphabetically next to each other on the shelf. Not only did we communicate this in trend internally so that our team was aware, we communicated this to the manufacturer. And the manufacturer partnered with us to change the packaging and design and color so that it could no longer be easily confused. By this, we were not only improved quality in our pharmacies, but pharmacies across the nation. So just wanted to say thank you all so much for allowing me to share my world with you and my work with you. I hope you have a better understanding of what we do to improve patient safety by collecting and analyzing data and affecting change based on the insights we find.
Thank you, Katie. Does anybody have any questions for anything she covered or didn't cover?
I've got a few questions, please.
Okay.
Dr. Stimmel, thanks for your presentation. I appreciate it. So would you say that for the most part, your system is entirely dependent upon self-reporting?
So we do have the self-reporting element. Like I said, we also track near misses on the back end so that we can, see trends of what potential future errors we might have, and we analyze those pretty heavily. We also have the auditing system that I referenced, where we proactively audit literally thousands of NDCs to look for common types of errors that the PSO has encountered before.
Do you have a reported error rate?
We do.
A percentage? Can you share it?
I cannot at this time.
Okay. Can you say if it's above or below what the error rate that was initially discovered at this store?
That's not really something that we can share. As a patient safety organization, we don't share rates externally. I would defer to Dwayne on what we are allowed to share.
Okay.
Brian, Dr. Jolly, they don't have to share it, and we cannot make them.
I understand. I'm asking voluntarily. I'm not forcing them to share it. When you say adjust culture, it seemed like you were really describing a no blame culture, but so do you have processes in place when you have someone that's not following policy and procedure, what we would term, maybe reckless behavior?
We do, and by a just culture, I do not mean a blame-free culture. I think there's a fine line to walk between a just culture where we focus on the root cause of events and really work together to try to prevent errors, and just saying, "Oh, no one's at fault. It's, there's nothing we can do about it." If somebody is egregiously violating SOPs, or if there's a serious gap in, the standards to which we would expect our pharmacists and pharmacy technicians to act, we do have disciplinary procedures that can include up to and including termination, depending on how egregious the behavior is.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that my understanding of just culture and yours were the same. Can you tell me a little bit more about the audits that you do? I mean, would you be able to uncover something like wrong directions where maybe PRN was supposed to be on the prescription, but it wasn't? Would any of your auditing procedures be able to uncover something like that?
So for that particular instance, probably not. We don't have something looking specifically for PRN on medications that may or may not, be used on schedule or an as needed basis. But that would be definitely an interesting problem to try to solve.
Okay, thank you.
Just real quick, but you would consider that an error based on what you said if it's something that's not exactly what the doctor wrote. So you would consider somebody leaving off part of it as an error. Walgreens would.
Yes, and particularly the PRN, because the medication might have only been intended to use by the prescriber when the patient was having symptoms, there could be clinical implications of not putting PRN on there. So yes, I would consider that as a clinically significant issue.
When you mentioned your audit, you said that you would audit specific NDCs for issues you've seen as being problematic.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that I quite gathered what that meant.
So the example that I used with clomiphene and clomipramine, we've seen patterns in the data where for clomiphene, which is used to treat fertility, sometimes the indication is there as depression. So we're looking for keywords, we're looking for data anomalies and things like that based on the analysis of our previous events.
So you don't actually go in a store and pull 500 prescriptions and check them all for accuracy?
No, that we do not do that routinely.
Okay. So regardless of Dr. Jolly's question, the error rates that you're really looking at are either self-reported or found by looking at specific NDC mix-ups.
Correct, and we do have a mandatory reporting policy.
So it's only the ones that either you have found through that or the pharmacist have known about, not if they didn't find it in the original check and it was submitted, went out the door, never had a refill, that's never looked at again.
It might not be.
Okay.
One more follow-up question. So one of the biggest contributors to errors is just being overworked and too busy. Do you guys have any sort of benchmark that you set, or do you look at maybe staffing patterns or number of prescriptions per pharmacist or any sort of metric along those lines to maybe address a certain location that may have higher error rates?
We do have corrective action planning to address locations that do have higher error rates, and we focus on the workflow and the behaviors of the individual team members there. To my knowledge, I've never seen a published study that correlates prescription volume with error rates.
Well, it doesn't take a published study to know if you do 1,000 prescriptions by yourself versus 10, that you're more likely to make errors the busier you are.
Well, there would be a linear relationship, certainly.
But you guys don't have anything in place to make that sort of assessment and address any staffing needs as a result of error rates?
We have not to date. We ask our pharmacists not to do any work beyond what they feel comfortable doing.
Is that the fire alarm? Or was that beeping? Okay.
Not here.
End of the beep. Does anyone else have any questions of Ms. Stillman? Dr. Krause?
Yeah, maybe Luke can help me with this, but what we find those pharmacists for and had the the extra CE was for med errors, correct?
That is correct. And I don't believe, if I'm going back to look, I don't believe they paid a fine. I think it was just 10 hours. And Ms. G can correct me if I'm wrong. I believe it was just 10 hours of CE. Let's see.
Yeah,
It was
That's
just
correct.
10 hours of CE on medication errors. And those were the pharmacists from the original audit from store 5730.
And when we did that, there was, I don't remember the number of prescriptions that were being filled and how many pharmacists there were on staff at that time, but do we have anything like that?
We do. If you'll look in, let's see, let me pull it up. In the Dropbox folder. Let me get out of what I was in.
Sorry, I appreciate it.
No, you're fine. Like I'm gonna pull up 5730. So you've got in her exhibits, you see you've got Walgreens 5730 report, and then you've got report and prescription copies from April of 2021. So that original report is from the first audit, and then this report and prescription copies from 2021 is from the new report. But it should list the pharmacists that were involved there and the errors and how many prescriptions were reviewed. And I'm looking at the new report. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Luke, before you go on, can you share your screen so that we can see what you're pointing them to?
I would be glad to.
Thank you.
And then Luke, on that day, we gave them additional CE because they had quite a few errors, but wasn't a line of questioning that we were concerned about if they had the proper staffing? I mean,
there was a big concern, and here's what, see, did it pop up there, that
yes.
PDF?
Can you enlarge it?
Yeah, I'm doing it right now. So here's this is from the new, it says 224 prescriptions were reviewed. This is from the new audit of store 5730, where 21 errors, a 9.4%. And yes, Dr. Mack, who just asked that question, the main issue that I believe, and y'all correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the main issue that the board has that day wasn't really it understood that the pharmacists were making errors, but there was a lot of discussion about scheduling. There was a lot of discussion about were the pharmacists being overworked? Were they working by themselves? What was the coverage like? Were they working a 14 or 15 hour day with just, either little overlap or none from another pharmacist? And some of these pharmacies, if I remember right, were filling several hundred prescriptions a day. So I know the board had a lot of talk that day about the coverage and the fact about what was and how does Walgreens discover and track prescriptions. I know that was one of the topics on the letter, and I know Dr. Stemmel covered part of that, but it also seems like there's not, the board was finding more, and part of the issue was the board was finding more errors than maybe Walgreens was. But that being said, the board actually went in and did an audit, and they just stated, they don't do those. So, but this is, it says on all of these, and there's one in here for each pharmacy. There's two for 5730, and there's two for 49, whatever the 4940, whatever that number is. That does show how many prescriptions were reviewed, and it'll say, it'll state the errors in here. Left off PRN, incomplete or unclear directions, filled after termination date, etc. So, like I said, it will say in here what. And Dr. Krause, does that answer your question?
Yeah, I in a way. Let me ask a different question, if I could, to Walgreens, and that is, what is the policy for staffing as far as volume goes?
Dr. Krause,
Yeah.
But before we head down that road, and I think probably the best person to answer that question would be Brad Lawson. But before we head down that road, I just want to make one comment that what Walgreens has been charged with, and you'll see it at the bottom of Luke's screen there, what the violations are related to the errors that were made. They are not being charged with anything regarding staffing. And there isn't anything to charge them with regarding staffing. So I'm not saying we can't have, you can't answer the question, but I did just want to make that point before Brad responds to the question that you have.
Yeah, and that's true, but I know we had a long discussion last time about staffing issues and possibly that being the root of where some of these errors were coming from.
If the board was asking us to charge with that, I think we get into basically the unsafe operation of a pharmacy charges is what we've done in the past, or in instances where there was a tech ratio violation, then it would go directly into the tech ratio rules.
Sure. And, I'm trying to not get all lawyery on y'all and dive into the definitions of everything. I do want to be able to respond to your questions. And certainly that's why we asked Katie to be here, because that's what a lot of the questions were about last time. So I'm going to stop talking now, and I'm going to let Brad answer Dr. Krause's question. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Krause. So we staff based to the needs of the business and to the patients. So as our patients and our prescription count grows, our staffing grows accordingly.
I mean, I know last time when the pharmacists were here, there was one of the board members asked them the same question. Did you feel, and I can't remember the exact wording of it, but did you feel like you were working, you had enough staff to work safely and effectively? And I don't believe I'm putting words in their mouth. I remember the majority of them, if not all of them, said I did feel that there was not adequate staff to work safely and effectively. So I think what has been done, like how is staffing, like how do you decide, is there one pharmacist coverage? Is it overlap? Is there 2 a day? I mean, is there like a formula, so many prescriptions, so many, I mean, how is that decided? I mean, do I work 3 techs or 2 techs kind of,
So a lot of it goes into, once again, script count, but then also some of the ancillary services that we have, whether it be immunizations or other services that are going on, testing, COVID testing as well, aids into staffing. So we have different levels that are met to add additional pharmacist staffing or technician staffing, also depending on the hours of operation of the entire pharmacy. Will depend on the schedule as well to ensure that we have adequate staff throughout the entire day.
So, Mr. Daniel, I know in Dr. Fain's experience, correct me if I misspeak on this, Dr. Fain, but the pharmacies that we looked at, they're filling about 400 a day, generally had 1 pharmacist and 3 techs. And the other pharmacy that was doing a higher volume of like 600 a day was being staffed at the time with 2 pharmacists and 6 techs. Is that about right?
That is correct. I went back and looked at the last inspection for each of those 4 stores.
So, yeah, I think the point for that is, if they don't have a formula that is specific and we don't have a formula that's specific, all we can do is comment on the observations we have for when we see stores in operation for the amount of work they're doing. And that's what our observation would have been.
And I guess maybe this was covered and maybe I missed it, but how does Walgreens and Dr. Stemple, you might have covered this, but what does Walgreens, how do they address the errors? I mean, once they find them, how do they address them to see that these errors don't reappear in the future? I mean, whatever they may be.
So there's a variety of ways that we address them. One is through our reporting platform, STARS. Our providers are required to acknowledge the events for which they are responsible or even tangentially involved in. The second is peer review, We talk about not only the errors that we're making as a company, like the top 5 types of errors that we've made, so that the pharmacists can learn from their peers. We also ask them to discuss errors that have been made at their store specifically, both external errors that made it to the patient and internal errors or near misses. We also have a coaching pathway for pharmacists who are flagged by the patient safety organization as needing extra coaching or quality. And then in addition, if our healthcare supervisors notice something about the pharmacist practice that's not satisfactory or keeping with our patient safety standards, they can also initiate that coaching procedure.
Thank you.
Dr. Kraus?
So since the pharmacists came before us the last time, has those stores started any auditing of the med errors or the directions and things that we find them about? Do those stores look at those as metrics now?
So we did take an overall statewide approach when addressing this. Did have a statewide meeting in December after our informal meeting in December to really discuss with the field the importance of what we're discussing and the accuracy items that were in question. But then also in particular to 5730 University, we took a granular approach. And so I was there and other store leaders were there to help ensure each individual team member was aware of the why behind it, the importance of accuracy and taking care of our patients from beginning to end, and ensuring that what is intended by the physician is what's taken by the patient. Really wasn't a...
So, I mean, all of what you're saying is nice, but what I'm wanting to know is, do they look at the instructions now on the labels, and do you have something what is in place there now, I guess is what I'm asking.
So I would say an increased focus on what we've identified as problems in the past, and we've created an increased focus on accuracy for those particular issues that we've identified.
Who operationalizes that? I mean, once you've identified them and you increase your focus, I mean, does that fall to the PIC to make sure that something happens in the stores, or all the pharmacists who are dispensing somehow involved? I mean, I don't mean that overall what Dr. Stemmel presented, I mean, sounds like a well-designed program, but it's one thing to have a well-designed program, and it's another thing, does it actually work that way? I mean, I think back to an analogy, I worked at Burroughs Wellcome, and they would have the most phenomenally written research protocols for drugs, but then when they would go out and monitor the trials were in shambles. They looked nothing like the protocol. And so the way it was designed versus the way it worked, there was a complete disconnect. And what I'm trying to figure out is if we're hearing on one hand understaffing and concerns about one pharmacist filling 400 prescriptions, how is it that there's peer review going on? How is it that they're actually having these, what I understood, maybe I misinterpreted, but what I understood, how are they having these maybe store level committee meetings or whatever to actually operationalize this stuff when they're basically dispensing prescriptions from the minute they walk in till the minute they walk out the door?
So I appreciate you for bringing that up, Dr. Richmond. That's one thing I did want to talk about was the peer review process. And that's what played an integral role in these particular stores that we identified in keeping that increased level of focus and identifying those issues that were at hand. So this wasn't Brad coming in. This wasn't a district manager coming in. These were the pharmacists inside that store that identified on a monthly basis things that we're seeing and collectively gathering input from their team members so they can create a game plan going forward as a team themselves. Once we have the store buy-in themselves, then there's a lot better results to come out as opposed to someone coming in and telling them how to do it.
How do you see that they did it? I mean, it's great to tell them to do it and that they should do it and they need to buy in and all that good stuff, but how do you assess that they actually did anything besides just made a check mark that they did it?
Are you talking about showing improvement or the peer reviews, or what in particular are you talking about, Dr. Mack?
Well, the peer reviews, we can see there's a little bit change in the percent, so that was good. But the peer reviews and the actual learning from it, is it just this is one of my 10 things I got to do today, so I'm going to say I did it, or are they really buying in and making a difference?
So the peer reviews are monitored at the store, the district, and the area level as well. So in multiple levels, we're monitoring to ensure compliance when it comes to that. But really, it's ultimately getting buy-in from the leaders within the store itself. So the store manager, in addition to the pharmacy manager, PIC, and the pharmacist, those are the ones that are leading it and ensuring that all team members are bought in.
So is your model, is it following something similar to what's required in Florida, where each store is required to have a quality improvement committee? Or, I mean, how is it that you're doing, for example, in a state like Arkansas that doesn't require that?
I'm having trouble hearing you, Dr. Richmond. I apologize.
Sorry.
Would you mind to repeat that question?
I know that Walgreens has a significant number of stores in Florida, right?
Sure.
Okay. And in Florida, there's a requirement that each store have a quality improvement committee, and that they review errors that occur in that store in the store. So that quality improvement committee is specific to that store. Is that sort of the model that I'm just trying to understand how it is that this is working? That's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm familiar with that model, so I'm trying to figure out how you're doing it other places.
Sure. Yes, sir. Katie, feel free to step in if you'd like.
Sure. I would say across the country, our pharmacist in charge is responsible for creating the content and reviewing and bringing the staff together on the peer review. But they get input from every member of the team. So the technicians, the team, the store manager, their other pharmacists. So everybody's responsible for, suggestions to improve quality, but the pharmacist in charge is responsible for aggregating that information and putting it into the meeting notes and then submitting that to the patient safety organization.
Another question I would have regarding store levels, I know that Walgreens has a policy that basically everybody in the store gets licensed as a pharmacy technician. I don't know, I don't want to assign it, but I can't help but escape this thought that, there have been many stores, again, referring back to Florida, where individuals from the photo department or the front register had been pulled back to the pharmacy to work on filling prescriptions. And so there were non-licensed personnel that were doing it. So I want to know, are the people who are required to get licensed as a technician, are they actually getting ongoing formal training so when they fulfill that role, that they're actually competent to do so? Or is this simply a way to circumvent by saying that everybody in the store is licensed as a technician, so it's not a problem anymore if we start pulling somebody from the photo department?
So I would say our store leadership definitely are licensed as technicians. We do have team members that are duly trained, front end and pharmacy as well, and are specifically scheduled shifts in pharmacy so they can build those core skills as pharmacy technicians. I think what you're referring to, Dr. Richmond, is different situations where if we are busy and we do need to call somebody from the front to come back and help, those people typically come and run a register. So they're not the ones that are back there typing and filling prescriptions. We really maintain that for those that are purposely trained for that. For those that are coming back to help that don't have minimal training, they would essentially be running the register, while those that are trained are actually performing the technician duties.
Well, and please understand, I'm not suggesting that that's what, I mean, we're concerned about Arkansas, and so I'm not suggesting that that's happening in Arkansas, but I will tell you that I happen to know specifically that that is not the case in some very specific cases down there.
Dr. Krause?
So is it routine for a pharmacist to fill 400 plus prescriptions a day with Walgreens?
Absolutely, yes.
I would say that's store specific. So I do have the numbers officially up here if you'd like to discuss. On University, they average 277 scripts a day. Now Conway is definitely a busier store. They are over 400. Sherwood's around 350 and Forest City's under 200 a day.
And do all those stores have one pharmacist all day long? Especially the
So the shifts vary. The higher volume stores definitely have multiple pharmacists and overlap, but the shifts vary.
I think if I remember that day, I think we were a little questioning and concerning about the overlap because it sounded like there was very, very little overlap. So I don't know if one of these stores you might, not one of your lower volume, but one of the higher volume ones, kind of walk us through if it's open 8 to 10, what time is the pharmacist there? How much overlap that was a huge thing that day, I remember.
So our pharmacists don't typically work 12-hour shifts or work 14-hour shifts from 8 to 10. It's typically 8 to 10-hour shifts. If that, there are some that prefer 12-hour shifts, but we're really working to try to minimize that so we can provide more overlap. If we do have those 8-hour shifts, we are able to overlap the pharmacists more. So on those stores, there's definitely going to be 2 pharmacists coming in and a couple hours of overlap in between shifts. Now, some of our lower volume stores, yeah, that it may be an 8 to 10 hour shift where there's no overlap.
Okay, any other questions for Brad? Dr. Kirtley?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have a question? You're starting to yell as if you were speaking. Or were you
No.
just speaking very hard?
I'm multiple issues going on. It's one of those things where, I mean, I really appreciate the presentation that we've had today. I think it's a way different look at things where it's the proactive. If I know there's a problem or there has been a meta error, a near miss, it's great that those are tracked. I think that you have a couple of boards of pharmacy that are looking at this differently, because if all we look at is what we already know, then we can't change culture. We can't change results, which is why some of us are doing a retrospective look at what did we miss. Because if I don't know, I can tell I got a nail in my tire, but if I don't know that I ran through a construction zone that had nails all over the road, there's going to be a whole bunch more people with nails in their tires. And I think that last time the board decided to, kind of take care of the pharmacist. And I think it was a just culture issue. And, different people have different definitions of just culture, but instead of trying to blame an individual, it's what was the process? Where's the breakdown? And, there's a lot of pharmacists that think that just culture means that it's not the humans, it's the entity itself. It's the business that has an issue. And I'm not endorsing that. But I think one of the things the board wanted us to look at was going back and looking at, another accuracy audit. And, we had limited time after, some of the events that happened here in our offices that, kept us out of the office for a period of time. But we only looked at the controlled substances. It appears that the non-controlled substances were at an error rate about double of what the controlled substances were for issues previously. I think part of that is that hopefully we're just seeing more electronic prescriptions for controlled substances, which should be less problematic because they should auto-populate versus a lot of the other scan and transcribe stuff that we see with other prescriptions. I think the board has, several decisions to make now. Are you happy with this? Do you want us to go back and do a review of non-controlled substances for a period of time? Are you looking more at staffing accuracy scenarios? Are you just wanting to figure out what's changed and move on? I don't know. I think I'm looking for direction, just kind of like you guys are.
Okay, well, I have a question for Walgreens. What are y'all gonna do about the controlled drugs that y'all did not put the stamp on the bag? Like, where are the original hard copies? What happened there? And have y'all
Sure.
had those?
So since this has come to life, our support office is taking a look into the requirements specifically by the DEA at the federal, but also at the state level as well. They're taking that back and ensuring that our policies and procedures are aligned with that. Once that has been accomplished, then we will communicate that to the field to ensure that we're all compliant through the state regulations and federally as well.
Okay.
We've also asked DEA for some clarification on their requirements for that so that we know that we're in lockstep with them.
Good deal. Thank you.
Dr. Newsom?
Yes, ma'am.
I would say that, and this goes back to some time back, but I do remember Walgreens coming before the board and asking if they could have permission not to back tag non-controls. And the board gave them that. They said, yes, we'll let you not back tag non-controls. But at no time do I remember them saying that it was okay not to back tag controlled substance prescriptions. One of the issues I think Dr. Fain and I both saw when we were in the store was they're putting prescriptions on hold. And then when they come in, they're generating to a new number, but they're not pulling that prescription and pulling it forward to put all of that documentation together. And I think that that's one of the things that John was talking about earlier that is a paperwork issue. Because you have a piece of paper there that's got a controlled Schedule 2 substance on it, but you don't have any documentation to back it up. You're going to have to go back into the files to pull it. And they're basically doubling the number. It looks like they have twice the number of Schedule 2s processed because one prescription is now having two numbers. And I don't know if that's the policy and the procedure at Walgreens. I think maybe we had asked if we could. When I talked to Eric on the phone the other day, I asked maybe if we could get some sort of clarification to that policy.
Okay, thank you.
And I think that's more of a one or two store issue, not an overall corporate issue.
Okay.
Like, I can't say that that's a widespread issue. I think it's just someone doing it differently procedurally.
I would beg to differ on that one because that's how they're all doing it. And that's, I've asked early on when I saw that behavior, I asked them and they showed me that it was one that was on hold and filled, and their explanation made sense and I didn't question it, and it is the norm.
Okay. I asked a couple of their pharmacists and they said that anytime they do it, they actually attach the two, the original and the new, together, like staple them. So
if I could just jump in real quick. We did have a conversation with Dr. Kirtley and Dr. McCready about this last week. And since that conversation, Brad's working on it and we're, as he said, and we're in conversation with corporate, and we'll definitely circle back with the staff to talk about what the resolution is and make sure that everybody's good with it, if that's okay.
Yeah. I think we're all trying to work on that together. And I think that's a separate issue than anything with the med errors.
Okay, does anybody else have any comments? Mr. Daniel, were you gonna say something?
I was just going to say, I think we're to the point where the board just needs to decide if they've, want to take this for information purposes. Have they heard enough? Is Walgreens doing what y'all wanted them to do to, see that these errors are being tracked, to see that there's stuff in place to, a zero error rate, would be nice, but I know it's almost impossible. But just to see that the error rate has gone down, or are there other measures or other actions that you want to see taken? So it's just kind of what's next, I guess, if anything. Like I said, you can take everything you've heard today just for informational purposes, and that's the end of it. Or if you believe that there's issues that need to keep being addressed, then.
I feel like today was really good information and something we needed because we were asking those kind of questions of the pharmacist last time. I think she's explained that they continue to try to make things better and find things and help the field. I think it's important that, I guess, Brad make sure his field is really buying in and checking in to see that they're really buying in. I get it, it's up to them, but I think that's his role is to ensure that we put this beautiful program out there. Now go for it. So I think it's very important that he kind of ensures that everything is going good. I mean, I think if they're not staffing correctly and they're too short staffed, we'll see additional errors and problems, and we probably would have to deal with them at that time.
Anyone else? So as the board members, are y'all satisfied with what's been presented today? No comments? Okay. So do you have a motion as to what we're going to do? Just take this for information, or say something else that needs to be done?
So you've already taken action on the pharmacist from the initial couple of issues with, the 10 hours of CE each. So I think that you kind of have two questions here. And one is, do you want, are you wanting, because I'm hearing, do you want the staff to continue and go to another audit, or are you done for now with the audits? And if you're done for now with the audits, then what action do you want to take on the bulk of information that you've seen, for the corporate side of the errors we have faced?
Okay. Dr. Kraus?
And for me, I think we've, talked to the pharmacists and taken care of the matter with their errors. And we've heard from corporate what their stance and position is. I think going forward, we need to see if corporate stance and position will help reduce the errors.
Okay. Anyone else?
To do that, Dr. Kraus, do you think additional audits here or there, or do you think just if we get additional?
I think no more than normal, no more than what we, in my opinion. I mean, I don't know what the pleasure of others on the board is, but I mean, I'm not asking for anything extra. Just, I just think that if everything's so good and in place, if the next time you go and inspect that facility, I'm going to be looking more corporate than I am the pharmacist.
And at this point right now, we're doing audits when, maybe Dr. Payne can correct me if I'm wrong, but we're doing audits when we either get a complaint at a store, if there's been some type of error, then one of the inspectors will go in and pull however many prescriptions they see fit to pull, or they may look at a few when they go do an inspection. But most of the audits are coming from our complaint driven. And that's what started this. We had complaints at two of these stores. So that's all this came from, complaints. And so that's where the vast majority of the audits are complaint driven.
Dr. Richmond, do you have any comments? Okay. Dr. Jolly, do you have any comments?
I think we take it for informational purposes, and then assess moving forward. Appreciate the presentation. They have the corporate, they have some corporate processes in place. I think if it's sort of then given to the local pharmacy to improve, I do wonder how much. If it's a systems issue, I wonder how much they can really impact that. And I still wonder what type of support that they have to address systemic issues that may be contributing to errors such as low staffing levels. But I think from what we asked originally, they've provided us with the information that we wanted, and we'll just monitor moving forward.
Okay. Okay, Dr. Kirtley, did we address all the issues, or did you still have some
Well,
questions?
It sounds to me like you're done gathering information, is the way that I take that. So the other decision for you is you've taken action with the pharmacist. So is there no action for the corporation, or what action does the board plan to take for the corporation?
Okay.
I know, Dr. Newsom, you mentioned you were planning on recusing from that decision, but maybe just like asking for the motions and the vote.
Right, that's all.
Because that day, did we not feel that this was more of a corporate thing than a pharmacist thing? And that's why we just had the pharmacist do CE.
Well, yeah, I mean, and I think, I mean, that day, y'all wanted more information from corporate to see kind of what the issue was. Was it, I mean, like I said, the pharmacist agreed to do, this was from that original store, 5730. The pharmacist agreed to do the 10 hours of CE, and then the board didn't make any decision on the corporation itself. You wanted to see what additional information was provided today, and see what additional information came out of the re-audits and the audits at the new stores. So there was never a decision made.
Was the
what I remember.
Was the decision made on the pharmacist disciplinary?
No, it was not.
No.
It was just 10 hours of CE, and that's, yeah, I mean, there was no order. There was no, I mean, they just simply got a letter that said, if you do 10 hours of CE, this will be resolved. And that was the end of it. But like I said, you don't have to do anything. That's just up to you if y'all want to do that. But there has been no recommendation towards the corporation itself.
But we essentially held the pharmacist responsible. So I guess then is the corporation somewhat responsible as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I mean, you gave the pharmacist CEs for their, I mean, there were errors. I mean, was it based on corporate or, their own actions?
Do you have a number on how many pharmacists were involved?
Yeah, I can pull it up right here. I've got, well, I mean, each store is different. The original,
Right.
the original store had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 were at the original 5730, and some of those were floaters, like working one day a week. I mean, I think there was maybe, and Brad can correct me if I'm wrong, but maybe there was like 2 that were there full time, and then that were working. And there was, I mean, several floaters coming in, working a day here, a day there. They were hitting a bunch of other stores, so that's why there were so many pharmacists. And I don't know, 57.9 or 40. I've got it here too. 4794. There were 1, 2, 3 pharmacists. Let's see. There were 4 pharmacists there that just, I mean, all the errors were spread out. I mean, nobody just had just a huge amount like they did it at the one store. There was, I mean, one person had about more than half of the errors, but he was also working more than half the time.
Right.
I mean, he was there 50% of the time, and then there was a floater here, floater there, floater there. So it was a little misleading that he had so many errors when he was working, 4 days a week, and everybody else was working 1 day a week. So that was kind of the difference. And the other ones, they're all, I mean, they're spread out. Like I said, I don't see one name that just sticks out as, somebody that needs to be, taking different action on against somebody else.
Did we have 5 with us that day?
Yeah, I think everybody, everybody was there but one, and she was not available, but she's agreed to go back and do the hours. I mean, we have nothing that's not resolved from there.
So I guess out of each store, do we I know we have some percentages, but do we know really how many total errors out of just 2 stores or 4 stores?
Let's see if
3% sounds low, but then it depends how many that is.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know yet. I mean, 3% is much. I mean, that's kind of, one of the reasons we kind of looked at it differently, because, I mean, like Dr. Lawson said, one store did 400, one did 250, one did, so many a day. So, I mean, of course, the store that does 400 a day is going to have more. So that's kind of why
Right.
Dr. Fain put it into a percentage
Mhm.
to see, you know, I mean, 90 errors in a store that does, you know, 900 prescriptions as opposed to when it does 100, of course, is going to be a huge difference in the percentage wise. So that's kind of why we looked at it the way we did.
Well, I feel like from their PSO and quality perspective, they certainly have programs in place. I guess just thinking back to that day and the pharmacists, and I know that's always a good thing that pharmacists say, but it appeared that day and possibly today, because it's so vaguely answered, of they may or may not have enough staff to be completely accurate. So that, and I know we don't pick the amount of staff they have, I get that, but it just seems like there's some corporation liability there as well, somewhat.
Some of the error rates were as high as 17.7%. And so, I mean, I realize this is just a picture in time of a sample. I'm just concerned that if there's not something going forward that becomes a to-do, that are we as a state board condoning an error rate that high? And if that's the case, are we now in fact saying that that becomes an acceptable error rate?
Yeah, and that was the highest one where that first, you know, 5730. I mean, that error rate was, you know, that was the pharmacist where all pharmacists were in, and that error rate was 17.7 at that time. And the other ones are.
I think there were two, I count 202 errors the first time through, if I'm looking at it correctly. Like at one store, 7 of the 12 were clinically significant, depending on what you consider an error. But if you count the total amount of errors that we calculated at the board, I counted 202. Cindy, I don't know if you have that number, but that's what I show.
You talking from the first 5730 audit?
From the first 4 stores, yes.
Oh, 4 stores, yeah, okay.
So let's ask this question from the past, Luke. What did we do to other corporations when we felt like the corporation had some role in this, which they always have some role, but
I mean, we've never really, this is the first one that we've really had, you know, gone through and made several audits. We had a couple of corporations a year or so ago that came in with, they were staffing issues with technician ratios, where they were obviously, you know, overstaffing technicians, and that was obviously a corporate deal, and they paid a fine.
And you said that these came about because of an original complaint. Were the complaints of a patient nature such that there was a prescription error, or, I mean, what were the complaints?
Let me see.
3 of them were patient complaints. One of them was not a patient complaint, but it was, I had to go to the store because there was a sewer issue and I needed to see if it affected the pharmacy. So while I was there, I pulled records.
And the 5730 had to do with possible forged prescription.
Yeah.
Several forged prescriptions coming in and being filled. The complaint at 4794, I've got it right here. It was somebody getting the wrong medication. So we originally got those complaints, and then that's where all the audits came from.
Well, I guess the reason I ask is, I mean, earlier this morning, we had one gentleman with one mix-up of errors and we fined him $250 and get continuing education. And then also mandated that he memorialized to us in a document telling us all the changes that he had made in his new store to help avoid that problem. And that was one error.
Didn't we have violation of technician ratios as well?
Not in that one.
That was a different case.
No.
Mhm.
No, I'm talking about for this case. Was there a technician ratio violation?
No,
I don't think so.
No.
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 But yeah, we weren't even looking at that aspect of it here. We was on this one. We took the paperwork and brought it back for the audit. So it wasn't like a go in and have an immediate observation of a ratio issue.
Yeah, and I don't think we even pulled schedules or anything for those days.
I think maybe she did in Little Rock, but not all of them. And if I could just remind everybody, the complaint about the forged prescription issue that led to going to Little Rock in the first place, that was resolved. That wasn't found to be substantiated. So
I'm looking at the final report for 5730. It says there are times when there are more than 3 technicians scheduled, but the overlap usually is over lunch. However, on January 5th, there are 4 technicians scheduled for 6 hours during the day with only 1 hour of pharmacist overlap. I guess that's where I was thinking I had seen that.
Yeah, that might have been just a 1 day. It wasn't something that the board really got into last time. I think it was just a 1 day lapse in their scheduling issues. I don't think it was something that was happening on a regular basis.
Okay, thanks.
I guess, does anybody want to discuss or make a motion, or I don't know if we're there yet, but about how this needs to be or how you want it to be resolved?
Well, Madam.
Yes. Dr.
I would,
Krause.
I would like for there to be a minimal number of errors. I think the pharmacists and probably the staff at those stores has been made aware by their presence before us, as well as the CE that was mandated that they get. I think that corporate says that these people before us today say that they have things in place to prevent errors, med errors. I believe that, that if they have the med errors again, or if we on a re-audit in some capacity find that nothing's really changed, the environment there hasn't changed, then we probably need to come at corporate with maybe looking at their workflow technique or staffing, how they determine who works. But in the meantime, similar to what we've done others at $250 an error is certainly something to consider.
Well, and also those error, we're doing $250 an error. Those are ones that are being, that we're getting complaints about, that, somebody took the wrong medication or something that might be a little more serious than, every single one
Well,
of
we
these.
got what, 5 complaints here?
We had 2.
2, okay. So
Unless Cindy can correct me if I'm wrong, but I know we had 2 at the original stores. I didn't know if we had more than that, but.
So I would, according to the number of complaints.
Any other comments from board members? I'll call your names then. I'll start with Dr. Jolly. Anything to add to, or
No,
are you standing neutral or what?
no, I'm not standing neutral. I think there needs to be some type of a fine. I just think we need to determine what that needs to be.
How many hours have we spent on the audits, guys?
Or investigational cost recovery, if that's kind of where we're going.
Okay.
I mean, it's mainly Dr. McCready, Dr. Fain. We were able to use some student help to do some of the earlier screening as well.
But I redid everything the interns did because I had to testify to it.
Yeah.
I would say a good 2 full days per audit. So that would be 6. So it's going to be 10 to 12 days worth of auditing.
Okay.
That include my help?
No, it doesn't.
Because I had 2 days in there working on this last round of audits.
Yeah.
I would say, just seeing what they did, I would say 100 hours.
Okay. Okay. Dr. Mack?
I think we would formulate the fine based on what the board had to get. The investigative cost of the board. 100 hours is worth a lot of time for the board. As few employees as they have, they had to work very hard on this, and really just to try to come to some resolution, because we have very generic information, generic PSO. Here's the definition. We do policies and procedures, generic amount of for the scheduling. It's been very, very generic on how they're staffing. But we felt from the pharmacists that day that it wasn't all the pharmacist's fault, that we felt like Walgreens probably had some issue with a little bit of staffing that caused some of this.
Okay, Dr. Richmond.
I guess at this point, take the information under advisement and consider it as we go forward. But there's been a significant amount of board time spent investigating this at a minimum. So whether you call it a fine or simply recouping investigation costs, there needs to be some recoupment there.
Okay, so does anyone have any idea what total that would be?
If you're looking at 100 hours and you go, even if you went, $50 an hour, which is less than, what it was, but that would be 5,000. So somewhere between, 5 and 10 grand would probably be what the hourly rate, or what the hourly, what was put in.
I was going to suggest $100 an hour.
Yes, I was thinking something like that as well.
So that would be $10,000. Unless $10,000.
Is everyone in agreement with that figure?
Can I ask a question before you vote?
Yes, go ahead.
Is this investigative cost on 5730? Luke, I'm not clear on what we're talking about.
It wouldn't be, if it's investigative costs, it wouldn't be disciplinary. So I don't know that we would have to assign it to a certain, it would be investigative costs. They've done 4 audits. So I guess it would, I mean, we could break it down to each store if you wanted to, or it could just be, I mean, if it's non-disciplinary investigative costs, it could just be to the corporation itself and not go with a number. I mean, I don't know is that kind of,
So it would be in resolution of
multiple
Little Rock
issues.
and
Yeah.
Conway, and then whatever.
yeah, I mean, we haven't
Might
brought any of
come
those
up-
other stores in. I mean, like I said, we had 5730 in front of the board last time. We just decided to kind of discuss it all. But yeah, I mean, as far as unless I've heard something wrong from the board, as far as I'm concerned, it would resolve all of these cases unless
Okay.
unless the board, has something different. But that was, from what I've heard today, that would be my understanding.
It just wouldn't resolve if other pharmacies, Walgreens have it, but it would be, he's kind of looked at it as a statewide thing, so he can work on quality and, quality control for the whole state going forward to hopefully prevent any additional.
Okay, someone willing to put that in the form of a motion?
Yeah, I would make a motion that we impose recovery of investigational costs for 100 hours total of work at a rate of $100 an hour for a total of $10,000.
Non-disciplinary because it's.
Non-disciplinary.
Do I get a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
Do we have any further discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? The motion passes.
And Eric, I'll put this in writing and send it to you, and you can talk with, whoever you need to over there, but I'll just put it for the corporation itself, and that way it won't tie to any specific license number. I don't know if that helps in anything when it comes to reporting, but it's not disciplinary to begin with. So, but if you need it tied to specific license numbers, of course we can do that, but whatever's easier.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Brad, Dwayne, Katie, thank y'all again. Good to see you as always. Thank y'all for being here today and for everything that you put in.
Appreciate
Thanks.
it. Take
Bye-bye.
care.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
We have one more matter, and I'm not sure if anybody's even here for it. So it might be very, very quick. I see a C. Dixon. I'm not sure if that's somebody with just listening or if that's somebody with a class Park Place Pharmacy. Is anybody here for that? I tried to send a message to C. Dixon and got no response. See if they were here for that. I don't believe we have anybody here for A-Class Park Place Pharmacy. This was an appeal of a staff denial that we made, and we set them today without coming to a formal hearing. So there would just be no action on this, and then if they don't look in, then the board will hear the matter without them present, but they'll be sent proper notice of a hearing. So we don't have anything further today unless John, Brenda, somebody's got something.
No, I continue to get messages. It sounds like the HVAC poser has been all the way from, I've heard Bryant, Benton, Conway, Jonesboro, Little Rock. Sounds like drugs have disappeared from at least 3 pharmacies. I've got on our Facebook group, I've got DEA in the loop on it as well. We're trying to gather some pictures, and everybody I talk to, I'm telling to, try to get the video and save it, because I don't know if it's one person or if it's an organized group, but we're trying to get the word out. I'll try to catch Benson tonight to be sure he has seen that as well, in case they, have anything to put out.
Are you checking with adjacent states to see if they are
I'm gonna throw it up on our exec Facebook group if they happen to check it, because this is, some facilities, he has some big contraption he puts over the vent to check stuff, and they read it on Facebook and then went back and looked and went, oh my gosh, I'm missing promethazine with codeine.
Mm-hmm.
So it's fascinating.
Yeah. See, no one's done this before, and it's going to spread like wildfire. Even if he's got some bottles, so he's going to tell others. Dr. Krause.
Yeah, I don't know if this is the right time and we can schedule it for later or whatever, but on some of these prescription errors that we're looking at on these audits, I need a little education. I'm wondering how severe some of these are, and I had questions about a few that I was looking at, but question my own understanding, and so just really want to be sure that I'm on the same page as the staff on what is considered an error on directions on a prescription bottle.
Okay.
And I have to defer to the board because my definition might not match your definition. So I just list everything I find, and then, if you all want to say, well, we don't consider putting the wrong prescriber on a label an issue, then, I understand where you're coming from, but I feel like it's an issue for the patient because you're going to ask for refills from the wrong doctor, or another doctor might think you're getting from somebody else other than him and fire a patient. So I think it does have repercussions to the patient, and it all needs to be accurate. But
yeah.
I think
Yeah, and I know in the
only
past
thing
when they've been,
if you felt like they could have added more, I think that may not count against them, but everything else needs to be exactly perfect like the doctor said.
We're doing accuracy audits. And so there's a whole, some argument of just because it's not accurate, is it an error? And, usually med errors are things that are reported to us. And when we look at med errors or accuracy, I don't really care what exactly you call it, but it comes down to, was it done accurately? And could patient harm come from it? And there's patient harm because they got the wrong drug, the wrong dose, taking on the wrong schedule. They didn't know it was PRN. They didn't know that they were supposed to take it for X number of days. But there are things that wouldn't be in that immediate appearance to just like, Dr. Fain said, we've had instances where people have a PDMP check and it shows that they're getting a controlled substance from a different prescriber, and it throws up red flags and make people look like they are violating their contract for a pain contract, or it wasn't the exception that the prescriber knew about. I think for the most part, we're trying to let you guys see exactly what the inaccuracy is. We gave a tool previously for you to help determine the potential severity of whatever that would be. And I think that that's the best thing, in my opinion, you could probably use is, it wasn't accurate. So how would I actually objectively classify it? Because I think that the generalities get us in trouble, because if I say, use eye drops PRN versus use eye drops, well, I mean, if it's just a re-wetting eye drop because you got dry eyes, well, some days you're in front of the computer, your eyes are drier than other times. But if it's a hydrocodone prescription and I forget to put PRN after I put every 4 to 6 hours and someone just takes the entire prescription and didn't need it, well, then you have risk of causing, physical dependence or other things.
So I know that like different generations of pharmacists learned to put different things on the label when they were in school. I try to put as much information as I feel. When I'm working, I try to make sure that, in my opinion, the patient knows how to take the medicine when they leave. Okay. But now when I look at these things that say, 21 cephalexin, 1 capsule 3 times a day, and we left off 7 days. Well, hell, they can't take it but for 7 days. There's no point in really even fogging us up with that kind of stuff.
No, but what if they only take it for 4?
Well, that's their own damn fault. They had 21 that said take 3 times a day.
Yeah. A lot of people think that cephalexin is PRN. I mean,
if you put PRN on there, that's just crazy.
I know, but I
mean,
mean, if it doesn't say
but
like
it didn't say
finish
PRN.
all,
It said TID. It didn't say PRN. It just,
yeah.
So there's certain things that I think are a little bit over, we're overreacting to a little bit, and I don't know, like with the 60 meals of stuff when it should have been 140, maybe they only had 60 meals. I'm sure they could come back and get the rest of it, but it's a bunch of fog, as far as, working in a store.
Yeah, we're giving you all of the information for you to make a decision on it.
Okay, Dr. Richmond, did you have a question?
Yes, I want to go back to kind of see if we can arrive at an underpinning to make all this meaningful. And John, I was pleased that you even remembered that comment from a couple months ago, that either do we have a budget for consulting, or can we take funds from the funds that we're collecting and use that for consulting purposes?
So any fines or penalties that we take just go directly into our account. Then we have what our appropriation is, and our appropriation, the thing that we've asked for starting July 1st that is different. We asked for 2 changes, one of which was our pharmacy scholarship loan program, which we gave away a whole bunch of money last week again. And the other thing we asked for is an increase from 25,000. So it's not consulting, but it's professional contracts and fees. And what we have used that for in the past is we have had occasion where we had to actually hire a professional consultant to help us with something, or a professional witness with expertise in a certain area. So we could spend that money there. That is also the fund that we use to pay for things like the Prescription Drug Abuse Summit. So our justification of increasing that from $25,000 to $100,000 a year was the fact that our board, you guys have helped direct us, and we have tried to carry out that we really do see the Board of Pharmacy as an educational source, not only for the public, but for the people that we license and oversee. So we have to have a certain amount of money in case of need for other professional services. So if we need a secondary auditor, if we have to hire, another attorney to help us with a specific case because of appealing things. So my plan, and I understand this is a publicly viewed thing, but we've always tried to leave about $20,000 in that, because we think that would get us through anything along those lines we need. So we've done that, used the other money on the Prescription Drug Summit. This year we also used that money. We worked with the Arkansas Pharmacists Association to help develop an Arkansas specific program that would be very cost efficient to help train pharmacy technicians to be able to administer medications, because the PrEP Act. We're going, well, if they're going to get educated, we would much rather them have our education that is even centered and surrounded about some of the Arkansas rules that we can tailor it for than anything else. So we spent $7,000 or $8,000 to help sponsor the development, accreditation, and delivery of that program. So the first 100 people, it was free, and then it literally helped pay for the development of the program instead of every other person having to pay that cost to actually manufacture the program. We have, I hope I'm getting to part of your answer, but we have a lot of issues that I think the board can be involved in education on. And we have some trapping of how much time we have to spend on it. But with that additional money, I think that it was going to give us some better opportunities to partner for the development of meaningful programs. John Vincent and I have been joking with each other that the law review this year, they asked if I would do it at the annual meeting. I said, yeah, but I really need about 3 hours for me, along with Vincent, to sit there and just go over rule after rule after rule of statutory changes, because of how much professional practice difference there has been made in this legislative session for us and other healthcare professionals. So we're limited how much we can spend in certain places. Like, we can't just say, hey, we're going to give $70,000 to so-and-so. It doesn't work that way with state contracting. But on individual programs and partnerships, I think it's going to allow us to help build some deliverable programs, whether it's delivering it like this through Zoom or in meetings, to try to do a better job of getting our profession and the people that we oversee up to speed on issues.
Okay. First, thank you for that detailed explanation, because it told me a lot of other things that I wasn't aware of. So that's good. So the short answer is yes, there's money for consulting.
Yeah.
Here's my thought. I mean, we have staff. Cindy has done a great job in going out and doing these audits and coming back and overturning numbers and showing us where the accuracy differences are. But then we pull the pharmacies in, and sometimes it's a little easier for us to sort of digest if it's one pharmacy or one pharmacist, especially if it's an independent. So then you bring in a corporate company, and we spend all this time. We get a Madison Avenue slick presentation, and then we walk away with really little of anything happen. Here's my thought is, could we, and I'm not aware that I've ever seen this done, that doesn't mean it's never happened, but the Institute for Safe Medication Practices, could we not approach them as a board and ask them to come work with us and help us figure out a meaningful way to take these numbers and one, how do we want to approach massaging them in such a way that it would be meaningful for a one-man independent store or a 6,000 chain pharmacy, that irrespective, you're talking about pharmacy level data, and help us to one, philosophically think about how do we want to evaluate it. And then two, with some technical expertise to put together a database that doesn't have to be overly sophisticated, but something that we could use to then help massage those numbers, and then arrive at some meaningful evaluation that when we create or we bring a pharmacy in, that we now have something to benchmark against.
So we hope, I think a possible parallel thing, we hope all of our lights just went out up here. Okay. We hope that I had a resolution that we introduced to NABP talking about this type of issue, and we are hopeful that there will be a task force. If that's adopted, there will be a task force meeting in the fall to identify some of the tools that pharmacy boards are actually kind of using along those lines. I think that may open up some doors to exactly what you're talking about with medication error reporting organizations and ISMP, of how do we make the data meaningful? How do we get more uniform data, not just Arkansas, but across the nation? And how do we make it more meaningful to help teach pharmacists? So I think that part of what you're thinking may be pushed along through NABP with the resolution that we'll see in May, and hopefully a task force assigned by appointed by the new president. But frankly, I like where you're going with it.
I'd like to see Arkansas just take the lead on it. I mean, it would be right in lockstep with anything that y'all have done before. I mean, I've been totally impressed with the quality of the way pharmacy is administered at a high level policy-wise in the state. That would, I just think that would be a great lead that
yeah. Well, Luke just reminded me we do have an open slot tomorrow afternoon. If y'all have some more thoughts on that, from what time, Luke? 1 to 2?
Yeah, 1 to 2. We had something scheduled for 1 and 1:45, and it was it was the same attorney, and he had a conflict come up pretty much this week, and the other with Louisiana, and they would not move his hearing, so we had to move some stuff, and we've got 1 or 2 issues for an emergency hearing, and so I set them at 2:15, and then we've got an issue at 2:30 to listen to. So yeah, we've got some time from 1 to 2:15, and I know John's got one discussion topic which shouldn't take long, But if there's any other things that members want to address or anything like that, we do have some time set aside tomorrow. And Thursday won't be a full day either. We do have a few things after lunch, but we'll also have some more time on Thursday if there's anything that needs to be. But I have given you tomorrow's information you should already have in the April 7th folder. And there will be a schedule in there, and you should have everything you need for Wednesday. And then I'll get Thursdays out. I've still got one thing to add. I'm waiting on to get tomorrow, but I'll get it added in as soon as I get it. But you should already have everything you need for tomorrow.
And I bet we might try to switch the Thursday 2 p.m. Over to tomorrow afternoon.
Okay, yeah.
It's an offsite order entry request, and it should not take long.
Okay. Okay. And Dr. Jolly had to step out. He's got another meeting to get to.
If anybody's interested, the pharmacist responsibilities and rights first town hall meeting is at 6 tonight. If you've registered for that with APHA, should be fascinating.
I'm saying, did I do that? Can you send me the link, John?
Yeah, I'll do it.
Thank you.
Yeah, you have to register for it, and it'll give you the link.
Okay, I've done that last minute before.
Yep.
But what was it about? I'm sorry, I missed that last statement.
The pharmacist responsibilities and rights document, it's the responsibilities that pharmacists actually have in taking care of patients, as well as kind of like the pharmacist bill of rights mixed in one.
I got one more question too before I leave, and it goes back to this accuracy issue. I'm not sure I fully understand it, and I apologize for that. But you know, I do fill prescriptions, and I on a daily basis nearly, and you know, I've got people that get their amlodipine, and you know, I might put on there, you know, take one daily for blood pressure. I didn't put by mouth on there, but they've been taking it for a while, and I don't know what the hell else they're going to do with a tablet, but that's okay. I want to know if that's an error.
So I did not consider that kind of thing an error. You know, I don't have my notes with me, but like if it was a different route of administration, for example, testosterone gel, it said 2 pumps every day. Okay, what are you going to do with the 2 pumps? Because you have to assume that your patient doesn't know. And I feel like that information needs to be on the label. Do you apply it to your body? Do you, take it and put it on a spoon and eat it? Do you apply it to a certain part of your body? And going back to the nystatin, it was a specific set of directions that would have lasted for a 5-day supply, but the quantity prescribed didn't last that day. There should have been a phone call to the doctor to say, what do you want? Do you only want to give them 60 mils, or do you want them to take it for the full 5 days?
I mean, it's called a partial fill.
No, it wasn't a partial fill. It was the doctor only prescribed 60 mils, but his instructions were conflicting with the duration of therapy that he put in the directions.
I see.
And I'm sorry I didn't explain that well enough, but they should have called. But I agree, I didn't consider anything by mouth leaving off PO to be an issue.
I'm telling you, the Democrat Gazette is written at a higher education level than the directions on these e-scripts. And so a lot of times you're asked to,
that's because it's proofread.
Yeah. But I'm just telling you, if we're in charge of making sure that the instructions are accurate for the patient and the medicine and everything, then we probably need to make sure a little bit better of what not and what to do. Now, I've talked to people that have said, you don't put the diagnosis on there if they've got a mental disorder or if it's their, for their anal warts or whatever, so you try to, you try to tell them that in person, but it's not on the label. And so there's a certain amount of practice involved here, not just, but I mean, I have seen pharmacies that put exactly what's on the label, 1 cap daily, 30 days, stuff like that. And it's junk, but,
And I hope that I didn't include any of those types of things in my report. I tried to use some common sense on the approach. But on the same side, I didn't feel like I had the authority to say this is an error. So I just put all the inaccuracies in the report and then hope that the board could elaborate on that.
Yeah, go out and try to explain to some of these people on Xanax what dysthymia is. You know, I mean,
Yeah.
you know, but anyway, thank you very much.
I know it's getting late. I got to give you some levity though. Right along what Cindy was saying, they don't know how to use it. Had a patient come in the store, independent store, rural kind of area. Came in, got some myconazole vaginal cream. Left, came back a few days later. Had some other asked, you know, was that myconazole working? And she said, no, it wasn't working a bit. I brushed my teeth with it twice a day.
Oh Lord. Hey, I had them return some Puss in Boots one time because they thought it was tuna fish and it tasted bad.
So the best one I ever had, these are at least all clean. The best one I ever had was a pharmacy a long time ago that also had some veterinary stuff in the back. And lady came in and he thought it was just like needing some antibiotics that were not prescription at the time for an animal. Gave it to him and called about 3 days later and asked when they could eat something. Said, I don't know what you're talking about. I said, well, I ate that big old pill that was in there that said, do not eat. And I hadn't eaten anything in 3 days and wondering when I can start again. Ate the desiccant right out of the top of the bottle. I mean, and we all have tons of these.
I mean, there's a reason there are directions. I mean, it's kind of like, you know, do not, you know, I mean, like it says on a chainsaw, do not grab chain while moving. That would not be on there had somebody not done it and sued them. Or when it says do not reach under lawnmower while blade is moving. I mean, some people have to be told every simple little thing in life, and that's just it is what it is. So none of these I mean, it's like, I mean, I completely understand why there are directions for everything.
Yeah, RVs have directions that you have to have a person driving it when it's moving down the road. You can't go back and play cards. It's not self-driving.
It says do not leave driver's seat while vehicle is in motion. Because somebody got out of it, went back to the bathroom or something, and of course it runs off the road and they either almost die or it killed them and somebody's. I mean, most labeling is because of lawsuits, because somebody thought that they should be able to I mean, you know, they had something stuck under the lawnmower, so they came back with, you know, 2 fingers, and if somebody didn't tell them they couldn't do that. So yeah, I mean, the world we live in.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you all.
Remove foil before insertion.
Yes.
Yeah, that one, I've lived that one.
We're good for 9 the next 2 days, so we'll see everybody unless anybody has anything else. We'll see y'all at 9. And like I said, we got a pretty full morning tomorrow, but the afternoon should be a little lighter.
Okay, everybody have a good evening, and hey, we had a good day.
Yep,
we did. We got a lot resolved. Thank you.
Sure did. All right, bye-bye.